Good morning, everyone. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of Quilt Fest. Hey, we got 2 days under our belt, 2 great days, and got our 3rd one coming up today. Hope that y'all been sticking around and watching it all. If you've been here for Monday and Tuesday, put a number 1 in the chat right now for me. And if today is your first day, put a number 2. I'd like to see how many people have been here from the get-go. We've got another great lineup today. We have 2 fantastic educational sessions today. We have Paige Barnett doing one, and then Belle Bruner, I'll be in here this afternoon doing the second one. Again, a whole big lineup of great machines, great demos, and some great prices. And naturally, we're going to do some giveaways as well today. But before I get too started, I want to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching today. We have Carrie over on the East Coast watching. So good morning, Carrie. We have Kathleen in Loran, Ohio watching. So hey, Kathleen. Melissa over in Arizona. We have CK Crawford in Sebring, Florida. And then we have Denise Looney in Southern Illinois. We have Gail Miller in Michigan. Sharon Teff in New Jersey, Roxana Sexton, and what's KA?
Kansas.
That's not Kansas, dude. KS is Kansas.
Oh, yeah.
Having to give a geography lesson here this morning. So Roxana is up in Kansas. And who else we got? Is that it?
That's it.
That is it. All right. Well, thank y'all and welcome to the show. Thank y'all for coming in today.
A lot of ones.
A lot of ones.
Couple twos, and for some reason some threes.
Some threes. What's a 3 mean?
I don't remember that.
Tell me what 3 means. Anyway, say good morning to Big Daddy Kyle's in here with me today. And we got Andrew over there.
Good morning.
He's here. And naturally, we got my co-host is here. And I don't know if I even need to introduce her anymore. She's, everybody knows her. But if it is their first day, is there any 2s in there, Kyle?
There was a couple twos. Yeah.
So if it is your first day, we'll kind of go over all that too. But we have Jane Klaus is here today as well. She's my co-host. 3-time Emmy award-winning TV host, radio personality, crafter, sewer, brother ambassador, does it all. So y'all welcome to the show, Jane Klaus.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, Blaine. Hi, everybody. Yeah.
Hey, Jane.
I'm excited. Day 3.
Day 3. I tell you, we have some newbies here today. And we have some of the SMP Nation that's been here from day 1. But since we have some newbies, Jane, I'm going to tell them a little bit about Quilt Fest, okay?
I think that's a great idea.
So what Quilt Fest is basically we're celebrating National Quilting Month. And all week we're doing demonstrations on multiple machines. And we have great specials so you can buy them. The other part of the contest is the Quilt Fest is we have a contest. We have a quilt contest that you were able to enter a quilt. And we do it via virtual. You have to take pictures. We have rules that you have to follow. And you submit those in. We post them. And then we open it up for voting, which it's open for voting now. So if you want to go see where the quilts are, you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, there is a tab. It says events and classes. You click on that. It takes you to a landing page, and you'll see a little square. It says Quilt Fest. You click on that. It'll take you to the Quilt Fest page, and you can read all about it. But if you hit the gallery little button at the top, it'll take you to where you can see all the quilts, and you can vote on 2 quilts a day, Jane. Every day you can go vote on your 2 favorite ones. and we are having a contest, basically the People's Choice Award. Whoever gets the most votes, their quilt, they win a golden scissors trophy, a big fair ribbon to put on it, and they're going to get a little prize package. And then we have professional judges are going to pick the top 3, and basically that's going to be the best of show and the judge's choice, and we'll give a golden scissors trophy for the first place, and all 3 of them get the fair ribbons to put on their quilts, and they all win a little prize package. So
I love a fair ribbon. You say a fair ribbon, and it just brings me back to the days when I used to show at the fair. Now, I never
County
did that.
fair.
I always wanted to have a fair ribbon, so that's really cool. We should incorporate that into like our monthly like daily lives, I think. And the other thing is the voting sitch. So tons of people. Number one, I've had lots of coffee, friends. I know you're asking. Number two, I was drinking my coffee and looking at the quilts again on day 3 so that I could put in my next 2 votes, because there are so many extraordinary quilts. Yes. The talent is off the charts, Blaine. Look at those. They're so great. So if you haven't done it yet, while you're watching, while you're working, while you're doing all the things that you do, sewing, crafting, quilting, check out the quilts, because they're extraordinary.
Yeah, they need to go check them out. They're really incredible. And I know, every year I'm blown away by the talent people, we have out in the S&P Nation and people that enter them. And then, sometimes we have some first timers, and, we've had a first timer get 3rd place. So that just tells you it was the first quilt she'd ever made, got 3rd place. And so anybody can do this. You just have to start, as we always say. And so I'm pretty blown away too, Jane, by it. But the other thing about this is everybody's going to be able to have a chance to win something on this show, because we do giveaways. But we also, the big part of Quilt Fest is that Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000 that one lucky viewer can win.
Studio, I think about it all the time. Look at all of that stuff, Blaine. You're going to also have to add on there next time, like a contractor to build on a she shed or something.
Yeah, I always tell everybody we're going to include a sledgehammer so you can knock a wall out. Exactly. And it's easy to get entered to this. Is all you have to do is participate in the show. If y'all haven't went and liked our Facebook page, go like it. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it. And then through each day, throughout the day, if you just kind of ask questions and you make comments, that's going to automatically get you entered to win. And then what we'll do is at the end of the day today, we're going to draw out our 3rd finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. And every finalist, basically, if you become a runner-up, you are guaranteed to win something. But on Friday, we're going to put all 5 names in a hat, and I'm going to pull them out live on air for the winner of the studio.
Oh, pins and needles for all the people that get that prize. And you also said, did you mention that even if you're a runner-up, you get something?
Yes. If you become a runner-up, you get in the top 5, you're going to get a minimum of a sewing machine to take home.
That's amazing. And then we at the end of the show, we'll do some giveaways. And then, friends, if Blaine is feeling if he's feeling it sometime during the day, we might have a giveaway. I mean, it's just always just a random feeling for Blaine, and all of a sudden we're giving things away. So we'll see. I'm with you on that one. I'm counting the minutes as well.
Well, I encourage everybody to go out there and, your friends that are in the sewing hobby, get them to come and join our show. The more people that watch, the more things we give away.
Oh, right. The more people that watch, the more things Blaine can give away. I'm all for that. So call all of your friends, have them sign up, like, subscribe, relate, whatever you have to do. Be our friend, download, I don't know, do all that stuff so that Blaine can give more things away.
Well, I think let's just start the day off right. Let's go ahead and give a sewing machine away right now.
We're going to give away
a Burnett by Bernina. It is a sew and go. And so, Andrew, spin that wheel.
Yeah, Blaine, I love starting the morning like this.
Me too.
We drop a little hint.
You have your coffee. I have my giveaways.
I love it.
Living and Crafting with MS.
Congratulations.
Our winner. And you just won yourself a sewing machine. So how are you going to claim that prize? You're going to go to smplive.tv and you're scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says claim a prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, And once we get that in, we'll get you a brand new sewing machine shipped right to your doorstep.
I like it.
Pretty
Coffee
simple.
and giveaways, Blaine. We're all about it.
Well, we've got two great educational sessions today, Jane, as
Yeah.
well. We're going to have Paige Barnett this morning. And then later on, we'll have Belle Bruner coming back in and going to do some stuff. So, and Belle is actually going to show you some stuff on, I think she's going to be using she just bought a brand new Juky. And she's going to use that to do some piecing work and things.
Yeah, quilt piecing. Awesome for Belle. Yeah. I'm so excited. That's later in the day. We've got a big show before that. Lots of things.
Oh, happening. I know. We got a lot of stuff to get through today. And, I'm super excited about Quilt Fest in general, just because of all the learning that you can get. It's just incredible, all the education that we have. And if you don't learn something this week, Jane, you're not watching.
Well, again, like I said yesterday, I'm binge watching all day. And you're right. If you don't learn something, you're not watching. Here's the thing. Yes, you're showcasing products when it's outside of an education session, but you're learning within the session about the product. And that is the coolest thing. Like, you're just learning from an accessory or a tool or a machine. All of those things that people are showing us and all the presenters, there's something you can take away from that to incorporate into what you're already doing at home or in your sewing studio. So that is one of the things that I love. And it's such a like-minded community that we're all speaking the same language. And it's always so much fun when they mess up or something different happens or they do a different trick. You're like, oh, that happens to them too. I thought it was just me. And I love those moments because I'm always thinking it's just me.
Well, I know it's one of those things that everybody kind of goes through. Eventually, they're going to need some help. They're going to see something that the light bulb goes off. And
yeah.
But hey, Jane, before we kick this show off, got to say a huge shout out to our sponsors out there, because if it wasn't for our sponsors, as you know, Jane, this would be hard to do. So got to say a big shout out. Our platinum sponsor for Quilt Fest this year is Baby Lock. Our gold sponsors, Handi Quilter, Janome, Brother, Husqvarna, Viking, Butler, Robotics, Grace Company, FOF, King Quilter 2, and Juky. Our silver sponsors are Cutterpillar, Aero Cabinets, and then our bronze sponsors are R&K and Laura Star. So
such great partners and sponsors. We know and love all of those names right there that you just mentioned. So huge thanks. That's awesome, because without them, we wouldn't be here, really. Like, what do you work?
No, I mean, we wouldn't have any educators, that's for sure. So, it makes a big difference, having all these professional educators come in that, they do this for a living. They travel nationally and go and throughout the nation and help other dealers and do education. So we're very fortunate to get the group that we have. And I mean, we have assembled every festival we have. We assembled such just a who's who in the sewing industry to come in and do these shows for us. And I tell you what, I couldn't be more proud of the group we've assembled this year.
You really do know how to pick them, Blaine. So kudos to you. I mean, everybody always says that when it goes through. You always pick the right people, but you've got the eye. You put it together. So yeah, I love just the ability to know who these people are and sometimes get to interface with them. And then when we get to see each other live, like, it is so fun to make friends within this group, and everybody is so generous with their time and their talent. So it's fun. Blaine, good job.
Well, thank you. Well, hey, I'm going to let you kick things off this morning. We're ready to get started, and I know we got two great demonstrations first thing this morning that you're going to do. So I'm going to step out here. I'll see you back here in about an hour, and let's get this thing kicked off, Jane.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody, get revved up. Day 3 of Quilt Fest. We are here, and we're kicking things off with our friends from R&K. And I would love to introduce to you Jennifer Gigas. She has been sewing for over 25 years and is primarily a self-taught sewist and embroidery enthusiast, like so many of us. Now, she says there are a few types of sewing that she doesn't enjoy. And we are excited to have Jennifer on the show. So a huge good morning, warm welcome to Jennifer Gigas. Hey, Jennifer.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm so good. How are you today? It's great to see you.
Doing good. So we need to get you an updated photo. Like that one's just a little bit old.
The photos I don't know about, but sometimes
Oh my goodness.
the bios I read year after year, and I'm like, well, they've been working at their job for more than 1 year. So sometimes, so let me ask you this, because I know we have limited time, but we're right at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Right on the nose. What is one thing that it wasn't in your bio, because we mostly talked about sewing? What do you do when you're not sewing? What do you love?
Oh my goodness. Well, I have a large number of grandchildren, so spending time with them is a lot of fun. Or honestly, I would be delighted to spend just a couple of hours sitting in the sunshine reading something.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I hope you get to do that this summer.
Yes, me too. I'm
wherever you're at.
Moments till it warms up a little bit more around here. Yeah.
And you've been sewing for over 25 years. You're really self-taught. Like no one in your family was sewing?
My mom did sew some, but she really was more of a knitter and did knit and crochet. I cannot do either of those things to save my life. It's horrible.
You know what? I can't crochet either. I've been crocheting a blanket for like 20 years and it's like 8 miles long.
Exactly.
I can't turn the corner. Just one last question. What was your aha moment when you were like, I love sewing and embroidery and quilting?
You know what? I think I've been doing it for so long and kind of immersed, and there's always been like that creative sort of leaning, whether it was, painting or crafts just in general. I've always kind of gravitated towards those more creative types of things. And so I feel like this sort of just stuck. And some of it, I believe, probably had to do with as the children were growing up and the different things that you do, right, for their life stages. I did a lot of heirloom smocking when the children were really small. And then at a point, they don't want to wear smocked dresses anymore when they're, the bigger that they get. And so, then it went to home deck and to quilting and, kind of that whole evolution. But quilting seems to be one of those things, for me, that has really stuck. I find it to be, when I go to my sewing studio, it is second to going to the yoga studio, right? It's that quiet, it's meditative, with all the grandchildren. When I quilt for them in particular, I'll be thinking about them and, so.
It's amazing. I love it. You're in flow and it's relaxing and soothing, and it's perfect that this is Quilt Fest and it's National Quilt Month. So Jennifer, I'm going to turn it over to you. Tell us about all the products that you have, because we cannot wait to see what you got today.
All right. So I'm super excited, and I have the timer set over here, so that I make sure I stay on track for all of you. I am Jennifer Gigas with R&K Distributing. We are the company that brings you both the Quilter Select brand and the Floriani brand. So today we're going to talk about Quilter Select. And Blaine had mentioned some things with machines, and I know there's a lot that's happening, with Quilt Fest this week. And so as I was thinking about what I wanted to share with you, because I could talk to you all week long, I thought about when I sit at my machine and the things that make that sewing time more efficient for me and more enjoyable for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't have near as much time to spend sewing as I would like to. So if you were to come to my sewing studio, the things that you would see beside my machine all the time are the things that I want to share with you today. And I wish that, we could have hands come up in the air, and so that I would know, where are you on your quilting journey? How long have you been quilting? How long have you been stitching? Do you know about Quilter Select? So let's start there. The things that are the must-haves right beside my machine. So I do keep my iron, relatively close by, but literally right there to the left of my machine, I like to have the tools that are going to get me moving a little faster in my quilt project as I'm sitting and stitching along. Now, if any of you follow Quilter Select on Facebook, we do have a Quilter Select colorway sampler stitch along that we are hosting at the moment. And so there is a little spoiler alert that's going to be coming up. So if you are stitching along with us and you don't want to see block 7, then when we get to that point, you'll need to close your eyes, and I will let you know when to open them back up. If you do choose to peek, then make sure you don't tell anyone else what you saw here today. This is just between us. So sitting beside my machine, not only do I want the process to be smooth and efficient so that I can get things completed, but I also want things to be as perfect as is possible. Now we know that perfect isn't always attainable, but the things that we do along the way to create our units within our blocks are the things that are going to get us a little closer to having a finished piece that's the size that we want. So sitting always to the left of my machine, I keep a small Quilter Select mat. Now these mats are double-sided, and with the little guys, it's so easy just to flip this over if you prefer to work on a light versus a dark surface, depending on the fabric you happen to be using that day. But the other thing that I like about these Quilter Select mats is not only is it, you know, two different colors, but it literally is a double-sided mat. So your mat's going to last twice as long because you do have literally two mats in one. The surface and the other items that I keep close and handy by, and all of them are here in this organizational rack that I'll talk about in a moment. But the other two must-have rulers for right beside my machine is I always keep a 1.5 by 12 and a 3.5 by 3.5 Quilter Select rulers. So why these sizes and why these rulers? If you have not yet had an opportunity to get your hands on a Quilter Select ruler, and I have worked with over those very many number of years that Jane so graciously mentioned that I've been quilting and sewing, if your ruler doesn't stay put when you are cutting, then it's going to be that much more difficult for us to cut, especially as we get a little bit older and it's hard to grip and to hold. As you are a younger quilter, you also want to make sure that ergonomically you're working correctly so that you're able to quilt for many more years. So with the Quilter Select rulers, these are one of the flagship items in our product line. And the ruler itself has a coating, a non-slip coating on the back side of the ruler that covers the entirety of the ruler. So when you lay it down on your fabric, it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay in place. So if I am trimming up units, I can be very much more precise and accurate. So why a 3.5? I find, okay, spoiler alert, if you're stitching along, close your eyes for just a moment. I create a lot of units within my blocks that somewhere along the way will need to be trimmed down. And I find that most of them are being trimmed to 2.5, somewhere in that neighborhood. And for me, it's a little easier to hang on to a 3.5 inch ruler than it is a 2.5 inch ruler. And I know that you all know this, but sometimes when I watch people shop for rulers, it makes me chuckle a little bit on the inside. If they are cutting a 2-inch unit, they want a 2-inch ruler. If they're cutting a 2.5, they want a 2.5. This 3.5 inch ruler will cut a 3.5, a 3, a 1.5, a 2, everything between 0 and 3.5. But it's just a little easier, I find, to be able to hold it and manipulate it on my fabric. So oftentimes I will be creating units like 2, 3, 4, up to 8 at a time, half square triangles. And when you're creating the units that way, there's some trimming that has to be done. So again, I find it a little easier with my 3.5. And I think if we look on the light side, it might be a little easier to see. There is a diagonal line that runs from corner to corner. So if I am squaring up something like a half square triangle, we've got a half square unit right here down on the bottom of our block, I can position that 45-degree angle and I can trim down my units quickly and efficiently. And that ruler is not sliding. So there are a lot of different types of rulers that are available for trimming, etc. But what the purpose that they're all trying, the purpose of all of those rulers is, or the design of the ruler is to keep it from shifting so that your units are accurate. And so your unit will be very accurate with that non-slip coating on the back side of the ruler. The other one that I like to keep handy is my 1.5 by 12. I like this guy. All right, raise your hands out there in the world if you ever do 8 at a time half square triangles or 2 at a time half square triangles. Any of the unit types where we need to mark our fabrics. So I have a 6-inch square, and I use this often for those smaller 2.5-inch units that I am creating 8 at a time. So I'm going to mark my fabric from corner to corner. And this 12-inch ruler is perfect for that. So I've marked, in this case, corner to corner in both directions. So I want to give you a little bonus information here in just a moment. So again, my ruler's not shifting. It's not moving. It's an easy size to pick up and move. You can do almost every cut or mark that you need to with a 6 or an 8 by 24-inch ruler, but it's just not as convenient. So this is very easy to move around. Again, it's quick for me as I'm moving from project to project or making those lines. So it's about convenience. Again, it has that complete non-slip surface on the back side. So I like it very much for this technique where I am creating 8 at a time half square triangles. So if you've never done that before, here's your little bonus. You're going to make an X, right, from corner to corner and corner to corner. And you're going to take your second fabric. You're going to lay them right sides together. And then you're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch away on both sides of that line that you drew. So 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch. Then you're going to take that unit that you've just sewn, and I'm going to grab that 1.5 by 12-inch ruler again, and I'm going to cut down the vertical center, cut the horizontal center, and then I'm going to cut on each of those lines. And that will give you, I promise, 8 half square triangle units. And I will then go to my little 3.5-inch guy and I will trim him down. If you are participating or if you are a member of the official Quilter Select Facebook group page, there is a handout in our files tab that will tell you what size to cut each of your units in order to end up with the 8 half square triangles of your choice. And I believe that chart runs from finished 1 all the way up to like a finished 12-inch square, something like that. So that information is there. But the other thing that I like to keep handy and close by is my Quilter Select self-erase pen. So it's a purple marking pen on one side, one end, and it's easy to see. I even was very surprised at how easy it was to see on dark fabrics. It really will show up for you. It dissipates over time. Now, how long? That depends on the humidity in your area. If you are marking a quilt only, or marking anything really, mark only what you will be stitching at that particular sewing session so as not to have to remark your units. The other end of the pen is an eraser pen. So I can come right in here and go right back over those lines if it's something that I need to remove right away. If I'm doing some free motion quilting and I've marked just a few spots, I'll go ahead and just erase those marks after I followed those stitching lines. Now, I find that I erase a lot, so I also keep my bonus erase marker. This one is 100% eraser. This is another good one to keep by your whatever machine you do your quilting with. The other items that I like to always keep right by my side is an additional set of rotary cutter blades because I am trimming as I work. There's nothing worse than having to cut through like we're sawing with pizza. If you are using a Quilter Select rotary cutter, something to be aware of, or if you're not yet using a Quilter Select rotary cutter, when you let go, right, when you slide that little slider back on the reverse side of your rotary cutter, the magnet is going to hold your blade in place so that you can easily lift it or remove it, discard it safely, and then put the fresh one back on. Tip: if you ever replace your blade and there's any resistance as you are sliding this lever back, believe it or not, there are times when people will have more than one blade attached. There is a little bit of an oil that's in your replacement blade packaging. And if those blades stick together and we try to put two, then it will be very difficult to try to slide that in place. So your other tip, if it's really hard to slide it, is that you may not have seated that pin quite 100% correctly. There's a little flat end, and so it just goes right in here. We slide this up, and we are ready to cut. The last thing that I keep handy close by are additional threads. Now, generally, I'll work with a neutral light on the top, or a neutral on the top and a neutral on the bottom. Light or dark is going to be dependent on the fabric or the project that I'm working with. With something like this, we have definitely some very darks and some very lights. And so I don't worry, to be honest, about what color is going where. It's not that big of a deal. I'm going to pick something in a medium tone neutral. What is a big deal are the weights of those threads that I'm using. I like to have a 60 weight Quilter Select thread in my needle, and I like an 80 weight Quilter Select thread in my bobbin. With your threads, the bigger the number or the higher the weight, the smaller the thread. Don't we wish real life was like that? So with our 60 on the top, we have kind of a medium light, and with our 80 in the bobbin, we have a very lightweight thread. These are a combination poly cotton, and so they're going to be very strong, but they are also very fine. So they're going to give us a nice, strong, but small seam, if that makes sense. That thread is not going to take up a lot of space in the seam. And so it's a little easier to get your perfect points and angles as you're stitching your projects together. Now, something like this has, a few joins, but if we think about maybe something with 60-degree angles, where you've got 6, 7, 8 pieces all coming together, you want that seam to take up as little space as is possible. Now, before I go on to the one more thing that I want to share with you, Blaine has very graciously put together a package with all of these favorite things that sit beside your machine. So that 9 by 12 inch mat, the replacement blades, your self-marking pen, self-marking eraser, a neutral 60, a neutral 80, the 3.5 by 3.5 inch ruler, and the 1.5 by 12 inch ruler. And these sit beautifully beside any sewing or embroidery machine. Okay, the one other thing or trick that I want to share with you, or time saver that I want to share with you. I also work frequently with, and sometimes sitting beside my machine, and sometimes over in the lounge chair where I can kind of play just a little bit. When I'm putting together or creating something like these blocks, this block number 7 coming up for those of you that are stitching along, and this block. So it's a variation. They are the same blocks, the same units. They have a very different look and feel with the colors that are being used. And there are a lot of ways that we can experiment with color as quilters. I like to work with our design and quilt software. So this is sort of that other thing that's there beside the machine to help make me more successful. Because I don't have hours and hours to experiment with different colors and different variations on my quilt themes, I want to be sure that I have a pretty good idea of where I'm going before I get started. So this particular block that you are looking at was created in Design and Quilt software. I also, side note, am not a huge fan of having to do a lot of what I call quilt math. So when I'm laying out a block, the things that are going to be important to me at the end of the day, or when I get ready to stitch, are, will the colors that I've selected work? Does the vision in my head really make sense? And then number 2, what size do all of these bits need to be in order to create a quilt block that finishes at 12 inches or 16 inches or 8 inches or whatever the size is that I have in mind for the project that I'm working on. So this particular quilt block number 7, is a 12 by 12. Okay, I've designed it using the Design and Quilt software. Basically, it's a lot like coloring in graph paper. So it's your virtual graph paper, but you don't have to erase. You don't have to start over. You can go in and make changes and changes and changes. So once this block was finished and I had dropped in the colors, the original coloration, I loved it, but not everyone is going to be a fan of these same green and blues that I've chosen. Or not all of my grandchildren might be fans of the greens and blues. I might need to make this block multiple times. So quickly and easily within the program, I can recolor that block. Okay, so I have an idea of what it's going to look like. Now, I wanted to pause for just a moment. Somewhere along the way, Jane mentioned there weren't that many things that I don't love to sew. One of those things that I don't love to sew are flying geese units. And so this block features lots of flying geese. If some of you out there have that same feeling towards flying geese that I do, know that it is very easy to go in and change these flying geese to 2 half-square units if you're working in your design and quilt software. So here's that second variation on the quilt block. So this gives me a way to be able to lay things out, look at them, adjust the size, adjust the color, and know that my quilt block will be successful before I start cutting into my stash. Now, once we have made those decisions about color, the software will also give us yardage information, so we don't have to figure that out and calculate it on our own. You have the option of printing out cutting instructions, strip cutting instructions, or you could literally print out templates to the size of the blocks themselves. Okay? So lots of tools in here for really broadening and expanding what you can do with a single individual block and know that you'll be successful. If you do have little people in your sewing room or someone that you would like to keep occupied while you are creating your blocks, you can also print out your block in just black and white so that those little people have the opportunity to also create their own quilt blocks by coming in here and recoloring. And I'll often use this as a place to adhere small bits of my fabric if I'm creating something that's really complicated and I want to be able to keep track of where I am. But the beauty of this doesn't stop here. Once we've created that quilt block, and in particular, what I noticed when I created this colorway was there started to be this very strong, where is it here? This very strong straight line or angle that was coming down through. And it felt to me like something that might be fun to play with for a secondary pattern. Before the advent of quilting design software, in order to really play with and know what was going to happen, we had to draw out on graph paper these multiple blocks after blocks after block, or sometimes we discovered by accident that there were some fun secondary repeats that were happening as we got into the quilt project itself, by which time probably 4, 5, 6 blocks had already been made, and we may or may not have enough fabric to really take advantage of that. So in your design and quilt software, not only can you color those blocks, change the size of the blocks, make those flying geese into half square units instead if you don't love building half square flying geese units, you can then take your quilt blocks and you can start to lay them out to see what's really going to happen with those secondary patterns. So here you can see that strong X that's starting to happen. Now with this particular layout, we have some sashing that takes place. And so the sashing also has an area where there are quarter stones in the middle that add another pattern that starts to happen through the quilt itself. Now, if at this point I decided that I wanted the quilt to be larger, but I didn't want to make any more blocks, I could just make the size of the block itself larger. But what happens if we really don't love that sashing look, or we want something, just a little different? Essentially, one click removes all of the sashing from within your quilt. This is the same quilt, the same layout, and although it still has some very striking diagonals that are taking place, they're a little softer than what we see here where that sashing is involved. And I didn't have to cut or stitch anything to get a look and see whether that was what I wanted or not. Now, into your sewing studio, perhaps comes someone who didn't love your color choices. So they liked the layout, or you liked the layout that you had here. You can, at that point, continue to play and to replace the colors. Now, to me, with that softer background versus a harsher white or very stark white with contrast, this almost starts to have a little bit of a circular feel to it. I love this. But what if we now took that, before we get too far into our project, and we want to know how is it going to look with a slightly different color combination, right? Let's take that color combination. This one's a little dark, a little bit more masculine maybe. Here we can soften it up a little bit by just changing out some of the colors, but we still have that nice circular bit that's happening. What if we wanted to take it one step further and we wanted to pop those blocks on the diagonal? So here we've got some strong angles and linear things that are happening. We have the corners of the blocks that are coming together, and they were done with different colors each. So it gives us a very nice open area to practice our free motion quilting skills. Just overall is a very different look and feel, although it's the same block as we had here. And I haven't yet had to cut any of my fabrics. Now, what if we want to adjust the coloration just a little bit, right? This one's a little dark. We want to lighten it up just a little bit. Now, while I really like this, I feel like maybe that pink is not quite right. So while I have this layout that I really am enjoying, I feel like making a little bit more color adjustment is going to give me something that I like even just a little better. I like something where the colors are, if this is personal taste, are a little bit more blendy and a little softer sometimes than something that has quite as much contrast as we have here. But color choices and color decisions are very personal. And so it's nice to be able to lay everything out, preview it before I even get started with any of my cutting so that I know I have enough fabric when I'm ready to go. And when I have my tools sitting beside my machine, I'm going to be that much faster and more productive in getting all of those blocks done. Now, I have it on a good authority that for those of you who are considering design and quilt software, you've been looking at it for a while, that there's a special involving both the design and quilt software and the bundle of goodies, which included the 9x12 mat, the self-erase marker, and eraser, the 1.5x12, the 3.5x3.5, and the 2 different spools of thread. Oh, and we always need spare rotary cutter replacement blades. And these replacement blades do fit most 45mm rotary cutters, just as a side note. So Jane, I can't really see any of the comments or questions that are coming in, mainly because I can't see that small text from where I'm standing. Do we have any questions?
You know, we have a couple of questions. It's funny because when I'm doing what you're doing now, I can't see it either.
I know, right? It's like that text is so small.
Teresa asks, with the program, will it help with using a panel to figure out how to add areas to fill around it?
Yes, it can be helpful with that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
anytime
then
you want to visualize.
Anytime you want to visualize. Can you import fabric images into the software?
Excellent question. Not only can you, I feel like I planted that one, you can import fabric, but you can also design fabric, right? So you can play with the graphics. If you have a picture, I'm just going to like harp on those grandkids today. I just want to see them this past week. You could take a picture of your grandchild. You could, add some filters. You could kaleidoscope it, and you could turn that into yardage that you could send and have printed.
Awesome.
That.
That's great. And then one final question. Everybody's commenting on the quilt behind you. They want to know the name, the pattern name of the quilt behind you.
I believe Lollipop Quilt was the name of it, and it actually lives in the Quilter Select software, as a matter of fact.
Well, how about that, Jennifer?
Yeah,
see how we tie that all up? Okay, we have 2 bundles to talk about. You went through them all. I'm going to tell everybody how to get their hands on them today. Okay. You're amazing. Thank you for joining us today. We will see you back here again tomorrow.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Don't tell anyone what block 7 looks like.
Don't tell anybody. It's a secret. Cover your eyes, cover your ears. Don't tell anybody if you saw. Okay, let's talk about it. It's Crafters Select from our friends at R&K. We've got 2 bundles for you today. Oh, I love this. Look at this. This is the Sew by My Side bundle. These are tools that can sit right next to you, right next to your machine. They are just to get you moving faster. And you saw it there, the rulers, the mat, the blades, the thread. Great price. Are you kidding me right now? $49.99. Call 800-401-8151. And our next bundle is the Gotta Have It bundle. That is an amazing bundle. You're getting everything that Jennifer mentioned in her presentation. Great price on that. You gotta have it. It's called Gotta Have It. Order now, $149.99. Of course, there is free shipping on everything today. 800-401-8151. Great job from Jennifer and our friends at R&K Quilter Select. It is Quilt Fest, and we're going to go on to our next presenter. I'm so excited to have her on the show. Tina Bartlett. Well, she began her sewing and crafting and embroidery journey as a kid, watching and then helping her grandmother. She learned to make patterns from existing clothes and then made clothing for herself and her family. And then she turned into home dec and quilting. Oh, we've heard this story. We live it. Machine embroidery was added to her toolkit in the 90s. And she loves it because it gives her so many options. She has all of the fun machines the brother has to offer: single needle embroidery, multi-needle embroidery. She's got scan and cut, print moda, sublimation, and she discovered just how much fun multimedia projects can be. She said everything is pretty much fair game for some sort of embellishment or upcycling. Tina, I hear you on that one. She is retired from healthcare and excited to be here with us today. So a huge SMP welcome to Tina Bartlett. Hey, Tina.
Hey, Jane. How are you?
I'm so good. How are you?
Oh, I am so excited. I'm standing by one of my very favorite machines right here, too. The PR680W.
I love the PR680W. I dream about this machine. I'm so excited. And by the way, everything that I read about you is exactly how I feel. I'm the same thing. Like, everything needs an embellishment or everything could be upcycled. And all of the beautiful toys that brother has to offer allows us to do that.
That is so true. And they're also easy to use, right? And so once you learn to use one, adding another one just makes it all fun.
You're totally right about that. But I love the PR680W. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you in about 28 minutes.
Okay, thanks. All right, so the PR680W is one of our PR machines. And really the thing to think about here is the free arm. So this component here allows you to put embroidery into small, tight spaces like the pocket of a tote bag, or if you wanted to put embroidery on the leg of your jeans or on the back of a jacket, whatever you want to get into, as long as you can fit it around the free arm here, you can actually add embroidery to it. So the 680W is a 6-needle machine, and that means that you can have up to 6 colors in your design and not have to stop what you're doing to change a thread, which is really amazing because, I could be cutting out my next project or planning something, and the machine's doing all that heavy lifting for me. Now, in terms of customizing it and kind of setting it up for the way you like to use your machine, let's just pop into the screen real quick. And we'll look at some of the settings because you can really make the machine function just the way you want. So to go to settings, it's the icon that looks like paper. And then you can see if you wanted a grid on, you can turn on a grid, or you can turn it off like I have on mine. You can come in and you can play with your embroidery background color. Now, guys, I use this a lot if I'm doing a design for the first time and it's on a colored fabric and I'm not exactly sure I have the right thread colors. I can actually see how my colors pop against the background color of my item, and so then I'm always sure that it's going to look amazing once it's done. And as we continue to go through here, you can see this guy has high-speed acceleration, so it can go from 0 to over 1,000 stitches in just a few seconds. So if you're in a hurry, this is a great machine. You've got a screen here that allows you to set up all your color management, including things like anchoring a color, which means, for example, if I always want red on number 3, I can anchor it and the machine will always know that I have it there. Or I can turn off the automatic needle threader. And by the way, all the needles can be automatically threaded, but in case you put a small eye needle in there for specialty thread, you can turn it off so you don't have to remember not to use that. Of course, I can put on my own screensavers. I could have pictures of my kids or the pets. I don't have grandkids yet, but I'm hoping. If my kids are listening, I'm still hoping, okay? Now, this one uses an embroidery crosshair positioning laser. I'll show you that later on in some more detail, but it is pretty amazing. You guys are going to be really surprised at how easy it is to get your design exactly where you want it, even if you're not a perfect hooper. And of course, for me, I don't know about you guys, but I'm more comfortable in inches than metric. So this is where you would set up that, and we'll keep going through here. It's a wirelessly enabled machine. So this is where we would connect. A couple more things as we go through here. On page 8, and this is unique to the PR680W, we have controls on the machine that allow you to control access to the screen with passcodes. So I can set up a passcode and no one can operate the machine who doesn't have it. Or if, let's say I had a storefront and I had the machine out there and maybe I just wanted my employees to just be doing hats, I could set up the hat workflow and they wouldn't be able to use any of those functions on the machine. So that's a really cool feature that's in here. And then, of course, we've got more of the wireless functions here. Now, as you go through the machine, we do periodically do free firmware updates. And so for those of you at home, if you already have the 680W, when you put in that latest firmware update, you can see here 1.80. One of the things you get is a brand new puff foam font on the machine. And I've stitched that out, so I'll show that to you later. So again, really easy to set your machine up to function however you want it. You can see I still have that background color. I'm going to go ahead and turn that back to white here really quick. So settings are easy. I told you it's wirelessly enabled. But when you're thinking about getting your designs to the machine, you got all kinds of choices. You have an onboard machine memory. We have 2 USB ports right here on the side. You can cable connect to your computer, and then we have the wireless functions. So you know, Brother's got that amazing creative app, phone app, mobile app called Artspira. You can send things directly from your phone or your mobile device to the machine. You can also use design database transfer to send those designs right to your machine without even using a flash drive. So that's a pretty cool feature too. Now, showing you some of those things, but let's start looking at the designs because this machine has some amazing designs on board. So I'm going to start with a big lettering. So look at these beautiful lettering. And when I say big, I mean really big. So they're all going to come in around 5 inches tall. So imagine doing like a vertical welcome banner for the front door. These would be great for that. You've got split letters here, and then you can add your name across the middle. So that's really fun. You've got floral motif letters. I'm trying to pick different letters each time. All right. You've even got the Greek alphabet. You've got it in an applique style and also in a fill stitch style. So lettering and doing really decorative things with big letters is super, super simple on this machine because we've got all of these beautiful designs. Look at this one. I meant to pull this one up with kind of the iron scroll work behind it. Isn't that pretty? And again, that letter is almost 5 inches tall and about 3.5 inches wide. So it makes a really bold statement on your projects. And by the way, I want to point out one other thing. So you notice I'm looking at designs right now, but do you see right down here where it says embroidery? So when they developed this machine, they were really thinking about making it as efficient as possible. And so if I were going to stitch this out and I didn't have any other edits to do, I can press the embroidery button there and go right to the stitching screen and bypass the editing screens just to save me a few seconds each time I use the machine. And I don't know about you guys, but I think that's pretty amazing. All right, so let's look at some of the other onboard designs we have. Now, I live down in the South, so, you know, monograms are still a really popular item for us. So under the monogramming tab, we've got all of these beautiful monogram frames. So let's say I'm doing a golf bag, right? So there's a cute little golf themed frame, and I'll set that. And then I'll just add my monogram to it, right? So I'll go right back into the monogram tab. And you notice here I have both 3-letter and 2-letter styles available to me. I'm really a fan of this first one here. So basically with this, the first letter highlighted, I'll put in T for Tina. And then with the middle one, which is going to be the bigger one, I'll put in B for my last name. And then I'll select this one, and then I'll put in M for my middle name. And see when it comes in, it's perfectly shaped and sized to fit into that frame. I don't have any more work to do. I can just press set and I'm ready to stitch that out. So really well thought monograms, easy to use, lots of capabilities for you with putting names and, you know, monograms on things. Now let's go on because we have lots more designs on this machine. We have things like frames. So here you'll see at the top, I have all kinds of different shapes that I can pick. And then I have a whole bunch of different, oops, let me get rid of that monogram frame here so we can see that real quick. So you can see in here, once I choose one, I have lots of different edge finishes available to me, right? So these are really fun. You can use them for frames around a name or a monogram. You can use them to do some applique work. You can use them for quilt labels. I've certainly used them to make greeting cards before. So really, really useful. And really just pick the shape and the finish that you like and set it, and you're ready to go from there. So that part's really fun too. Now, if we keep going on, we do have a full menu of decorative stitches. That's right. You can use some of those decorative stitches that a lot of us think about as sewing features on your embroidery machine. And it's really, really easy. So imagine you wanted to do maybe some custom embroidered fabric for a tote bag project. You can just basically come in here, pick a stitch. And then what I like to do is use the border function. And then right now I'm going to choose vertical so I can add another repeat above. I can center that, and then I can go to the horizontal, and let's go ahead and add another set here and another set here. And so I can just keep repeating that until I filled the entire hoop with repeats of that decorative stitch. So it makes it really easy to make some unique fabrics. And you guys know, when you go to the fabric store, those embroidered fabrics can be kind of pricey, and now you can make them yourself with your machine. Buttonholes are in there as well. So if you got some buttonhole needs, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes it's easier to get them aligned on the embroidery machine. So you've got a whole set of those here available to you as well. Now let's get into some of the more decorative designs, because that's where the fun really starts. And this machine has a lot to offer, and many of the designs are really kind of, they're modern, they're on trend, they're really cute. So we'll start here, and you can see I've got all kinds of choices. I'll show you a couple of these stitched out in a few minutes. But look at that dinosaur, isn't that amazing? And the little cupcake, super cute. And then if we keep going this way, you see I've got all kinds of choices. And by the way, while we're looking at the designs, I can change the size of my thumbnails, right? So if I really want to get up close and personal and look at the design in detail while I'm selecting it, I make them big. If instead I kind of want to see everything on one page, I can make them small. And of course, then I can pick the medium size in between, all right? So let's grab one of these, because I'm going to show you something else that I love on this machine. So I'm going to choose this little turtle. Oh, look how cute that is. It's kind of like a mandala style stitch out. And then I'm going to set it. And then here on my editing screen, I got all kinds of things. So we'll play with some of these buttons later on. So look, I'm not sure we can tell. Let's mirror image him. Now, I can't really tell the difference, but I can mirror image. But what I want to do here is I'm going to add some quilting, right? So think about quilting not just as in a kind of a blanket form, if you would, but also as a way to add some interesting texture to your embroidery design. So I've got a button here that looks like a stipple stitch. When I press that, all I need to do is choose the frame. So I have the flash magnetic frames on my machine right now. So I'm just going to choose those, and that sets my hoop size. And you can see it automatically defaulted to a stipple stitch here. Now I can come in and change it, right? So I have a couple of options. I can increase the distance or the space between the turtle and the stipple, right? We'll make that a bigger number, and he'll have a little bit more breathing room here. And then I can also change how dense the stipple stitches are, right? So if I make this a smaller number, we'll go way down here like this, you'll see that stipple stitch is really, really tight. I would call that something like micro stipple. And if I go in the other direction and make it a bigger number, then it'll loosen it up and give it a more softer kind of an organic feel to it. But really easy to do just by choosing that. But you know what's really fun about this one, right? I think about a sea turtle in the sea. If I choose the echo quilting option, which is this guy right here, it's going to look like he's swimming in the water, right? We can actually kind of see him moving the waves as he swims through. Wouldn't that be adorable for a pocket on a tote bag? And it was so quick and so easy to do just right here at the machine. So remember, you can use quilting to make quilt blocks, but you can also use it to add some interesting dimension and texture around your design, which is fun too. All right. Now, let's keep looking at the designs because we have lots of other cute ones in here. So as we continue going here, this one here, this is your tension test. So when you first get your machine home, you're going to want to thread the 6 needles, and then you're going to want to stitch out the tension test. And that's just a way for you to confirm that you have everything set up the way you want it and it's stitching really well. So it's right here on the machine. You just press that and it's going to stitch out a row of satin stitches for each color. And then you'll just look on the front and the back and make sure that the stitch out is what you're looking for. And we could go to this one. Now this folder has what I would call some traditional or holiday themed designs in it, right? So lots of cute stuff. You see the heart, the little, you know, Earth Day things, fleur-de-lis, sandwich, I guess, if you're feeling hungry. That's kind of fun. And then over here, this one has lots of different things. We've got floral themes. We've got some steampunk themed designs. And if we continue to scroll down here, you'll see we've got butterflies and some Asian designs. And all the way down here at the bottom, we have this eagle. So we're going to use the eagle to play with some of the editing features on the machine. So we're just going to select it and set it. Now, it comes in at about 2 by 3 inches, which is actually a really good size for, say, a baseball cap, right? But imagine that I want to make a coordinated set of spirit wear, right? I want a baseball cap and a sweatshirt and a tote bag. I probably want to be able to stitch this at different sizes, right? So one of the resizing features that I love on this machine, we'll just press size here. And then I have simple and I have resize with stitch recalculation. So the simple one, which is the default, allows you to go 10% smaller and up to 20% bigger. But if I choose this one with stitch recalculation, I can go, look at that, all the way down to 60% of the original size, and then all the way up to 200%, and any of the options in between. And the reason that I can do this is the machine is so smart. It's adding and subtracting stitches as I go, so it looks just as beautiful in the bigger size or the smaller size as it did in the original. All right, so super quick, super easy, super fun. Now, let's go ahead and add some text to that because, you know, a lot of us got our first embroidery machine to put someone's name or something on it. So to add text, it's as simple as add. And then these are my fonts right here. Now, this machine has over 50 fonts, right? So we can scroll all the way through and you can see all kinds of different blocks, script, serif, non-serif. As you come into here, these that have more than 3 characters are actually digitized to be what I would call a micro font. So think like a recipe towel. And we've got the Asian fonts. And this is that brand new puffy foam font I mentioned a minute ago. And I'll show you that stitched out a little bit later. But you kind of scroll through here and you find a font that you like. And I'm going to choose this one because it kind of has that athletic, sporty feel to it. And let's say that my school is the Fighting Eagles. So now all I have to do is be able to spell this morning. But basically, you can type out whatever you want to put on here, just like you would on your computer. Now, obviously, that looks a little bit big for my design. So I'm going to, right here, I'm going to select all the letters. So instead of just having the A highlighted, which is the last letter, I'll choose all of them. And then here I have large, medium, and small, and it kind of works like a toggle. So now it's medium. That's probably a good size, but I could also go small, and you'll just rotate back through to get to medium. And I also want to curve the text over my design because that's kind of a cool look. And this is typically things that you used to have to do in software, right? But look, that's horizontal. That's stair step. I've got the top of the circle. I've got the bottom of the circle. I've got all kinds of options here. So I'm going to go to the top of the circle and say, okay, I can even, and don't worry about it being on the design. I'll show you where we're going to move it in just a second. But I can even snug up or space out the letters a little bit till I get exactly the look that I want. And then when I'm done, I'll say set. Here it is. It's come in. And I'll just use the move or the arrow keys here to move it up above my design. So wasn't that quick and easy? Super easy. I love that. If I wanted to change then the color of the font while it's highlighted, I just pop in here and let's say I'm going to make it this gold color. Okay. Gosh, that was pretty easy. Now, if I want to also put the eagles underneath, it would simply be add, go back to fonts, grab that same one. And now I just have to remember how to spell eagles correctly. Right, so I already know I'm going to go medium, and this time for the array, I want the bottom of the circle All right. And by the way, you can change the arc of the circle too. You can see you make it really tight, or you can flatten it out a little bit here. And let's go ahead and set that. And again, we're going to bring it in underneath just like that. And we'll go ahead and do that same color change. All right. So that was super quick and super easy to do. We did everything at the machine. So now let's step over. I want to show you the stitch outs of this, because I think when you see them out, you can really appreciate how important it is to be able to change the sizes. So here's that original size of the design. You can see it's beautiful, right? Great colors. It would be great for an athletic team or Veterans Day or 4th of July. It's a really nice design. It looks beautiful. And then here it is in what I would call sort of the larger medium size. Same design. Look how much bigger I made it. And yet it's just as beautiful as the original size, right? That's pretty incredible. Now wait for this. Then we also did the tote bag. So this would be like the extra large size. So look at that. I have 3 different sizes and really different looks, because size does matter, right? Size and thread color have an impact on the way a design feels, but it looks just as beautiful no matter what size I do. So pretty fun. All right. Now, the next thing I want to show you is really fun, because, you know, patches are really popular right now, and they have been for a long time. And I did mention earlier that it's a wireless machine. So earlier, I went into the Artspira app, and there was a cute little rose design. So I set it to the machine. So I'm going to go in here to the wireless pocket to retrieve it. So there's my cute little design. All right, we're going to set it. That was fun. Now, you know, here, if I wanted to rotate it, I could. If I wanted to change the size, I could. But this time, what I really want to do is I want to turn it into a patch. So there's an icon right here, right? We call it the Easy Applique icon. And you can see, like, if I wanted a round patch, I could choose a circle. If I wanted a diamond, I could choose that. But the one I like the most is this first one, where it conforms the shape of the patch to the shape of the design, right? So I'm going to choose that. You can play around with the distance here, but let's look at it and see what it looks like. That actually looks great to me. I think I'm fine. If I wanted to go back and change the distance, I could do cancel and then come back in, right? So there's my patch. Now I want to show you that laser positioning capability. So we're going to finish editing, and I have a laser here. So we're just going to look really quickly here. I'm going to put this in my magnetic frame. Now, if you're using a magnetic frame like I am now, the laser comes on as you're hooping, right? So I could pretty easily line up my centering mark as I'm hooping it, right? But, you know, sometimes we have that day where the best that we can do when we're hooping is maybe to get it like this, right? And if that's your case, then we'll just quickly, let me put the magnets on here quick. So then on the machine, let's look at the screen. There's a dialog that helps you center and rotate the design. So it looks just like this. It has a red cross in the middle, kind of like the crosshair. So we'll come in here. Now we have all these choices for where we put it. We're going to try and center it. So we'll leave it here and go to next. And then for me, because I have that big cross marked on my bag, all 4 of these directions would be equally correct, right? So we'll say next. And now what I'm going to do here is slow, medium, and fast speed. I'm going to use these arrow keys, and I want to line up the center of the laser with a center mark I put on my project, all right? So I'm going to start pressing this, and then you guys can look at the laser moving in my hoop till I get it right there. So it's right in the center. That's exactly what I wanted. So now on the screen, I'll go to, and I'll press next. And this time, what I want to do is line up the center of the laser with the vertical mark below the design. And this is where I'm going to correct for any rotation. So same kind of thing here. I'm going to use my move keys. All right, so you guys look in the hoop while I press the arrow keys here. All right, I'm really close, so I'm going to slow it down and move it right over there. That was pretty easy, right? So dead on. I'll press set on the screen, and now it's moved my design and it's rotated. So even though I stitched it all kinds of crooked, it's still gonna stitch out perfectly straight, which I totally love. I don't know about you guys, but to me, sometimes the positioning can be challenging, and this way I don't have to hoop perfectly at all. All right, So now this machine, when you open it up, comes with a whole variety of hoops, right? You've got little ones like this that are great for little pocket projects that you might be working on. And you go all the way up to this huge 8x12 frame, which, whoops, you can see this is a big adult size sweatshirt that's in here, and it fits really well. So let's look at this one in detail because it's kind of fun. So the orange sweatshirt, when I bought it, it was cute, right? But it needed something, and it's just about to be beach season. And what a fun technique, right? A little faux chenille here with a little glitter HTV on the back. But look how big that design is. It's going to cover the whole front of the sweatshirt really easily. Here's another sweatshirt. Check this guy out, right? So this time the actual applique fabric, the red that's here, is the glitter HTV. And then I've just basically added a little fill on top, and then another style of a font that here you can see that array feature that I used at the machine to kind of shape the text like the top of the circle, right? And all these things are really, really quick and easy to do. The other thing, of course, with this machine is doing caps, right? So it's super easy to do caps. There's lots of really cute designs with caps. So this is that little bee that was in the design folder, and I added inspired with one of the onboard fonts. Here's that same little sea turtle design. Look how adorable he looks, right? In the 2-color, just such a cute design. Now I told you about the little puff foam font, right? So here it is. Look how cute that is. I don't know if you guys can see how it sticks up about 3 millimeters above the surface of the cap. So when you're stitching that one out, you'll take the puff foam and it'll be laying on top of the hat or whatever else you're putting it on. And then what happens is the stitches capture the font and they also perforate it. So when it's done stitching, it's as easy as just lifting away the excess foam, right? And it's a really cool feature. It's super popular. So don't be afraid to use it. And remember, get that firmware 1.8 so you'll have that here. And by the way, I did stitch out that little rose patch on a tote bag. Look how adorable that is. So I basically put the black felt here behind it, and the easy applique button added the satin and the placement stitches for me. And then I stitched out the rose design on top. So really quick, really easy way to add some personalization to what otherwise is a pretty uninspired tote bag, right? So again, really a fun tool. I've got some other things that have been stitched out using some of the designs on the machine. Oh my gosh, look at that cupcake. How cute is that? And this is a flat brim cap. So for those of you who like that style of cap, you can certainly do that with the machine, and our universal cap frame makes it easy peasy to do. Here's that cute little dream catcher design on a little kid's denim jacket. Look at the colors. The feathers almost look real, right? This is amazing. And then this is one of my favorites too, this dinosaur pocket topper, right? I feel like now I can go get myself a job at the Natural History Museum. Isn't that fun? All right. So Jane, I think it's time for you to tell the folks how they can get a PR680W for themselves and start having the kind of fun I've been having.
I mean, Tina, the comprehensive walkthrough of the entire machine was out of this world. I love that we started with settings. Like, we never go to settings. That was so great. All of those little details. The largest hoop size is 8x12, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. That puff foam font is amazing. Rebecca says she'd be playing so much she wouldn't be productive. I kind of agree after everything you just showed us. And I do agree. You could go work for the Natural Museum. And a couple more things. Artspira does work with the PR680W. And the sizing, you said it goes from 60% to 200% because the machine it changes the stitch count as you go bigger.
Correct. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that used to be something you had to have embroidery software to do.
It's amazing. It is really amazing. And of course, the big lettering font's 5 inches tall. Really? I mean, that's awesome. I say go big or just don't go.
I agree. I totally agree.
Hi, your girl after my own heart, Tina. Thank you so much. Amazing presentation. Everybody's super excited. And I think everyone should buy one this week during Quilt Fest.
I agree. Maybe 2.
One for me, one for you. I love it. Okay, Tina. Everyone say thank you so much to Tina for that wonderful half hour. Wow, what a great presentation. I feel like I learned so much. This is a fantastic machine. It is from our friends at Brother. It is the PR680W. It is a 6-needle embroidery machine. I know some of you are asking how many needles. 6-needle. It's a home sewing machine, but you can use it like Tina was mentioning with that lock feature in the settings if you had a little shop. But look at your Quilt Fest pricing right there. It's $11,999.99, but you're going to call for more information on this amazing machine. You can see you're also getting the free software, the PE Design 11 embroidery software. It's free with your purchase of this machine today during Quilt Fest. Again, call for info, 800-401-8151. If you have questions, Tina's was very comprehensive in her walkthrough of that great machine. Blaine, you know I love this machine. If I had this machine sitting right over there, I wouldn't be here. I would be over there.
I know you talk about that 6-needle awful lot, Jane. So y'all just pull the trigger.
I know.
Text me your credit card number, and I'll go ahead and get you one rung up, and we'll get it shipped.
Get it. I mean, I'm with Rebecca. I would get nothing done. I'd be playing around. But I do think that was a really great walkthrough by Tina.
Oh, it was. It was a great demonstration.
Yeah.
All right, Jane. Well, we're going to continue on. We'll see you back here in about an hour.
Sounds good. See you soon.
All righty. Okay, guys, we're going to continue on. We've got Karen Charles coming back in. Now, Karen, hey, she is just awesome. She is a educator for Husqvarna Viking and FOF. And this morning, we're going to talk a little bit about FOF. She's doing double duty this week. She's been here 2 times a day. She's going to be here all week. So y'all make a big SMP welcome back for Karen Charles.
She's muted.
Hey, Karen, you're muted, I think, on StreamYard.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Not you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning and welcome. And we're going to let you, I know you're going to be talking about the FOF this morning, so we'll let you get going. And we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right, wonderful. Well, this morning we're going to be exploring the Quilt Ambition 635, and it is a wonderful, wonderful machine. And any machine that has the name quilt in it, you know, is going to come set up to be used for quilting. So it does come with a 1/4-inch piecing foot, and it also does come with a free motion foot. And we're going to take a little closer look at the screen, but just to get you a little bit knowing what's going on. If you don't know much about FOF machines, they are absolutely phenomenally well known for having a built-in walking foot, and it's called the IDT. And for over 50 years, FOF has had the built-in walking foot. I think they were the originals. Not only I don't think I know, they were the originals, and they were the best for longest time. It's only been recently you'll see that walking feet are built into some other machines, but at this price point, this is an amazing feature to have on a great sewing machine. There's 201 built-in stitches, and there's 7 buttonholes and 2 fonts, and it's got a color touchscreen, which we're going to look at in a minute. It's got an automatic needle threader, which is phenomenal, and a hard cover that comes with it. So it's a perfect machine for traveling. And we're going to go, and I'm going to change over the camera. And please ask any questions if you've got anything you'd like to know. And I think there we've got a little bit of the glare gone away there. Let me just see if I can get that a little bit better here. Oops, wait a second here, upside down. There we go. That's going to be a lot better. All right, so what we're looking at is we're having a straight stitch. This is where you'll see your stitch show up. And it's saying to put on the OA foot. So it tells us what foot is recommended. It's also recommending that we have the built-in walking foot, the IDT. And this is my tension. This is how I can go to select the stitches. And everything I need is right here on the screen. This is where my needle position is. And if I were choosing a decorative stitch, it would show me the width of that stitch. But right now there are 29 needle positions. I can move my needle from left to right, 29 positions. And this is the length of my stitch. So if I wanted to change it, I could easily adjust it. I can also mirror image side to side and top to bottom. And I have ability to be able to program in sequences of stitches. And so I can go in and put a different sequence together. And remember I said there's 2 fonts. This is what one of them looks like. And I think it's a really nice font. That's one of them, and the other one's a little bit of a different style. But I love that it's got a built-in walking foot. Here's some of the things that I'm going to come back out here to the whole machine so you can see. Over here, you'll see it says it's a Quilt Ambition 635. And this is a perfect machine. If you've got grandkids or children sewing on a machine, these are the minimum requirements I think that you should have. First of all, you want to be able to have some great decorative stitches so that they have all kinds of fun playing with a sewing machine. And what that does is it gets them really excited to play around and enjoy sewing and quilting. But there is a speed control. And when you're working with kids sewing, it is always nice, or even if you're an adult and you don't like to go full speed, it's always very valuable to have the speed control that's built in. And the other thing that I like to do is set my machine so that the needle is going to stop in the down position. So when I'm ready to sew, I'll just put my fabric underneath here, put my foot down, then I can set it so that my needle will stop in the down position. And this makes it easier for anybody to be able to sew accurately. And whether you're piecing a quilt or you're doing working with a garment, it's nice to have that needle be able to set down, because then when you lift your foot up to be able to adjust your fabric, you're going to stay in exactly this place where you want to start up again. And come down here and I'm just going to do a straight stitch so you can see how wonderful this is. The Quilt Ambition 635 is a very, very smooth machine. And if you have, maybe you've got an Icon or a larger machine, and you're looking for a smaller machine that you can take to classes, this is perfect because it uses all the same feet that all of our FOF machines use. And I'm going to just show you the automatic cut here. And when it stops, it's going to cut the top thread and pull it to the bottom, and then cut the bottom thread too. And I want to zoom in here a little bit closer so you can see the way that the IDT works. Let me zoom in here a little bit. And right back here, this is where your built-in walking foot is. And I think you can see how easy this is. Let me even pull it over a little more like this. So all you have to do to engage the walking foot is just pull it down, and now it's engaged. So instead of having to change out the ankle, or second here, wrong way. So instead of having to, if you were have another machine that doesn't have a built-in walking foot, you always have to take off the ankle and the foot, and you have to put on a big bulky foot. And you never have to do that with our FOF machines that have the IDT, because it gives you perfect even feeding. The moment you've got that set up and you can use it for all your sewing, when you go to doing decorative stitches, it will tell you not to use it. But when you look up over here, if you're not sure of what stitch to use, you can see, oops, I'm always doing it the wrong way here. You can see this symbol, and that symbol is showing you whether or not you should be using built-in walking foot with that stitch. So if I was to go and select another stitch, let's say I choose this stitch, you'll see that symbol is still here. Now, you notice that the tension changed, and that's because the Quilt Ambition 635 has a built-in tension, automatic tension. So as you go from one stitch to another, you don't have to adjust the tension for each stitch. It will automatically give you the right tension and stitch length and stitch width. And that's a big difference from a mechanical sewing machine. If you were on a mechanical sewing machine, you would not only have to change the dial to select the stitch, but then you would have to go and adjust the tension for each stitch and also the width and the length of the stitch. On an automatic machine like the Quilt Ambition 635, it automatically, when you select a different stitch, will change the stitch length, the stitch width, and everything that's recommended about that stitch. Here's a different kind of stitch, and we can go down and look at all of the different menus of stitches here. We've got a lot of beautiful, beautiful stitches, and all you do to choose a different stitch is come down. You can see there's menus of stitches here, so maybe I want to go into a decorative stitch, and I'm going to choose this one right here, because there are a few things that are a little different. Now it's saying that I should be using the 2A foot, and you don't see that symbol anymore for the walking foot, because this is a stitch that might move side to side or back and forth as a decorative stitch. So usually it will recommend the 2A foot, and this is what the 2A foot looks like right here. And you don't see the symbol anymore. Now this symbol here is a new one. That is a symbol for stabilizer. So when you're doing a decorative stitch, it's going to recommend that you use stabilizer, and it's going to show you that you can use stabilizer. There's another feature that's built in to our Quilt Ambition 635, which is very rare in a machine of this, in this price point. And it is, we can change the density of the stitch. So here you see the stitch. This is the symbol for density. If I touch it, that is the stitch length. So you see how the length, this is the length. So if I wanted it to go stretched out, I actually see what the stitch is going to look like. If I change this center piece here to density, what it's doing is it adds more stitches per inch. And so it makes the stitch very full looking. And I can show you what that looks like. I did actually do a little stitch out of it. Look at that stitch right there. Isn't that pretty? And our decorative stitches that we have here, even this little heart, see how you can change the heart, change the width and the length of it, and change the density of it too. So they're beautiful, beautiful stitches that are built in. And I'm just going to pull the camera up there so you can have a little bit of a closer look. And you can see there is 201 stitches that are built in. And then you can put in your different combination of stitches to make your own stitches if you'd like to. And I will show you how to do some of those things, but let's just come down here and look at what we're going to do. I'm going to lift up my foot, and I'm going to lift up the IDT and take off my foot. And then I'm going to put on the 2A foot so I can do a decorative stitch for you. And if anybody has any questions, I'll try and come in afterwards and slide them in. So these feet are our very traditional soft feet. The original foot that you use for most utility sewing is the OA foot. And then when you go to doing wider, different decorative stitches, it's going to suggest that you put on the 2A foot. And so I'm going to put this down here. And I should probably show you how the automatic needle threader works. It's a one step. When you come over here, you're going to notice up here on the side, that is, whoops, let me see if I can get a better view there. This is how you thread the needle threader. So this is relatively new on our Quilt Ambition 635. And it's a little bit different from the other ones. You can use it when the foot is up or in the down position. And if you want to use your automatic needle, I'm going to put it down here just to clear your vision a little bit. What you're doing is you're coming up right into this point right here, and then up on top of this piece of metal. And then you're going to come over to the back and cut the thread tail so the thread tail is not too long. And then all you have to do is pull down on this lever. And as I pull down on this level, it'll thread my needle for me. Isn't that amazing? So that's an automated needle threader, which makes it really, really easy. And it tends to work better because we're not touching it anymore. We're just letting the machine do the work, and it does a great job. Let's see here. I'm just going to check and see if there's any questions. Well, if you've never, I see somebody said they've never owned a FOF, but really, FOF is actually an exceptional machine for quilting and garment sewing because of the built-in walking foot. It gives you perfect even feeding all the time. And so it does a great job whether you're sewing with leather or maybe velvet or stretch fabrics. It really does a great job. All righty, so let me just go, and I'm just going to put my foot down and I will show you the stitch that we've selected, how it's going to go. Now I use my foot pedal to start sewing. You do have an optional start stop button, which comes in really handy if you want to do free motion quilting. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll use my start stop button and control the speed with the speed lever. And then when I want to stop, I can either touch this button, which I usually don't want to when I'm doing free motion quilting, so I can tap my foot pedal. So this time I'm going to start here with the start button, and it's going to start sewing. And when I want to stop, I can just tap my foot pedal. Look at that. It stops immediately. Isn't that wonderful? And that's a machine feature that a lot of machines don't have the ability to do. To be able to use the start stop button and then stop by using your foot pedal, that means you can keep your hands on your fabric and you don't have to be taking them off to touch the button. So that's a really, comes in handy, especially when you're doing free motion quilting. But sometimes people when they're sewing, they might have, maybe they've got a hip problem or something where they don't want to have their foot on the pedal all the time, then having that start stop button built in is really fabulous. And then there is your reverse button. And if you look up here, you can see you have some tie off options. You've got your thread snips to be able to cut the thread, and there's the button for needle up down. And you can see when it's selected that the light comes on. All right, when I turn on the tie off, that light comes on here to show me the tie off is on. So everything is color coded. It's a nice bright green, so it really gets your attention. And I'm going to come back over to our screen and zoom out so you can see what we're looking at here. And I'm going to go in and show you how you could put a stitch combination together. Let me just touch right here. So those are the words that I had just put in there, and I can touch the trash and get them in. I've typed in Karen loves to quilt. That's on my Facebook. That's my Facebook page. Karen loves to quilt and sew. And I do love to quilt and sew. Anything I can do, I could spend all day sewing. So if I wanted to go and put in a combination of, I'm just going to see, I still got my name in there. So I'm just going to keep going until it's all gone. So if I wanted to go and get stitches, I would go to my stitch menu and select the stitch that I wanted to put in. And maybe I wanted to put in a combination of this stitch, and then I could come back and choose a different stitch to put in there. And I may or may not like it, but if I don't see that, it doesn't look so nice to me. But maybe if I mirror image it the other way, let's try like that. Oh, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? And so you don't really know if you're going to like it or not, but because you can see the display, you can see whether it's going to be something that you'd like to do. And I'm going to get rid of that. And that's how you can put stitch combinations together. And then once you've got them together, all you do is put your foot on the pedal and start sewing. Now, if I wanted to go to a font, I can come over here, and this is kind of like texting, and I'll do the same phrase that I just did. I'm going to touch K. And then down here, I can go to the small letters, and then I also have all the different symbols here too. So I'm going to just type in Karen. Whoops, I made a mistake. So there's got to be a trash can there. I'm going to get rid of that and delete it. And R-E-N. It has a very familiar feel to you. And then you've got your space. If you wanted 2 spaces, you could do that. Now at this point, if I wanted to go and get a decorative stitch, I can still go back to my sewing stitches and select, maybe I want to go to a heart, or I want to go to some kind of a different stitch. Let's see, go in here and look at all the stitches. And maybe there's my heart. So I'm going to select the heart. And so now it's going to do Karen. There's a space, and it's going to do the heart. And then I can go and write some more words or put in different kinds of combinations. And it will repeat that whole process unless I want to stop at the end of the sequence, because I can do that. All right. And if I wanted to do that, I have to come out of here anyway. So, but it is kind of cool how you can go and put different combinations together. And if I want to go back to my font, I can come back in here and I can keep writing. So maybe I want to make a quilt label or something like this, or I'm doing, I need to put some initials onto some clothes because you've got kids or grandkids that are going to camp and they need to have, you know, their name stitched onto their fabrics. And once you've got this, you can really be able to make it simple. Now, this is the kind of thing that kids love to start playing with. And if you've got grandkids or kids that want to get into sewing, they love that they can actually write their own name and do different stitches, put different stitch combinations. Now, see what I did is I touched my foot pedal. It automatically came out of the sequence creator, and it's going to let me do my name, and I'll just stitch it out a little bit. And if I touch this tie off, it will finish the initial that I'm on and then tie off. I can do different things like that. All right, and I can keep sewing. So anytime I want to tie off, I can always do that. But these letters kind of have a built-in tie off to them. And it's just going to keep doing that. Now, one of the things to consider when you are working with a machine like the Quilt Ambition 635 is it's kind of a fun to be able to play. I love to piece on my, even though I have an icon and I have a Performance 950, Creative 950 at home, I like to piece on my 635 because it's set up for piecing all the time, and I can go. This is a project that I've been working on, and when I piece this, I use the 1/4 inch foot, and the piecing is really pretty impeccable. I've started to be stitching in the ditch, but I was really impressed what a great job it did with all of these fine tip corners and points. They all ended up being perfectly placed, and I'm not sure if you can see it, but you can see it did a great job, and it really does give me that perfect 1/4 inch that I'm looking for. So it is a great machine to have set up, even if you maybe have an embroidery machine as a second machine, because it comes with a hardcover and it comes with everything you need for sewing. That hardcover is really pretty cool because you put the cover down, it's got a hardcover that comes over it, so it travels well, and it goes into traveling for classrooms, or maybe you've got a trailer where you like to travel in the summertime. It's a nice machine to take with you because it's not too huge. It's a nice light machine, but it does sew like an actually exquisite, very, very high quality sewing machine. And I think once you start playing with the decorative stitches, you will see that those are really good. I'm just going to come in here and look and see. There are many feet. I see somebody mentioned something with a foot with a guide. Well, the Quilt Expression, the Quilt Ambition 635 uses all the FOF feet, and FOF has an exquisite selection of decorative feet and also 1/4 inch feet. Some of them have a guide, some of them have a bar in the middle for doing stitch in the ditch, and you can also find them that have a wider foot that's got the edge stitching on it. So you'll find quite a large selection of feet, and they all work, whether you've got some of the higher level machines, all those feet will work on your Quilt Ambition 635. So it really makes a nice transition because you can use all your feet on all of your machines. And if you've never used a machine that has the built-in walking foot, it really is special to know that you don't have to take the ankle off to get all that perfect even feeding. It's going to be, I'm going to choose the scissors here. And then I'm going to lift my foot up over here, and you can see your bobbin is down here. It is a class 15 bobbin that works with it, and winding the bobbin is very, very easy. And you'll notice on the sides, I don't want to move my camera because I'm afraid, but over here, right where the automatic needle threader is, there's also the ability to change your press-to-foot pressure, which is very valuable when you're working with different layers of fabric. And you would want to do that if you're going to switch over to free motion quilting, is you're going to drop that down to 0, and then that's going to give you all that movement to be able to do your free motion quilting. You have in the tray here, and I'll come over here to show you this. It's a really nice tray because it does have the ability in the front to have all your accessories, and then there's another one in the back to put your one-step buttonholes, and so there's a lot of room there to be able to put your supplies. This is what the free motion foot that comes with, and you can see that comes. So there is also 7 buttonholes that are really beautiful buttonholes. You've got a very nice satin stitch. And when we come up and we look at our decorative stitches again, you're going to go and see that you do have a built-in satin stitch. And as you go through, you will see that you have really, really nice stitches out. This one is a little lightning stitch. It's great for working with knit fabrics. And as you come through, you'll see some other satin stitches here. And these are an eyelet. And so a lot of these stitches, this is a special stitch for working with, belt loops and stuff like that. And a great one for reinforcing, for mending. A lot of these stitches are actually specifically for working with garments so that you can mend holes in denim jeans and things like that. And you've got a special stitch for sewing on buttons. So a lot of these stitches are very, very special. You've got some hand look stitches in here, and you've got a nice meandering stitch, which I use a lot when I'm quilting. I love that meandering stitch. It does do a great job, and you can see that I can use the IDT with that. So as I'm selecting it, and it's recommending the 1A foot. So that does work with the IDT, so that's great. And so as you explore some of the different stitches, Isn't it nice to have this full color touchscreen, because you really do get a view of what the stitches are going to look like, and it makes it really easy to be able to see what you're doing when you're looking at all these different stitches. So beautiful collection of stitches, and this is one I particularly love. So do I love this one here too. This is really nice as an edging for an applique, and I'll show you what that looks like, because this is actually a very, very nice stitch. It's recommending that I use a 2A foot and stabilizer, so that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to come down here and show you how this works. I'm going to use the start button here so I can take my foot off the pedal. But isn't this nice? Now, this is the kind of thing, when I'm talking about kids and grandkids and getting them excited about using a sewing machine, this is exactly the kind of thing that can get them excited, because they will just go through and play with all the decorative stitches. They'll put their own combinations together and come up with some of the greatest ideas. So when I'm going to stop, I'm going to tap my foot pedal and it'll stop. All right, and I'm going to use my thread stitch and cut, and I'll show you what that stitch looks like. Isn't that a pretty stitch? It is just gorgeous. I use that a lot when I'm doing on the edge of appliques. And it really is a beautiful stitch. So I'm going to come back over here, and my time's almost up. I hope you enjoyed seeing a little bit about our Quilt Ambition 635. It is a phenomenal sewing machine, and it's got almost 8 inches here from side to side. So you've got a nice space, and you've got nice room up here to be able to piece quilts and work with your quilts. But it's just a fabulous all-around machine. For the price of it, you're not going to get anything better. Certainly that built-in walking foot is worth its weight in gold, and you'll never be sorry to have that built-in walking foot, because it really does give you some great results. So thanks for joining me. I hope you enjoyed it. And I'm going to pass this back to Blaine, because I'm sure he's got some special pricing to let you know about it.
Wish you thanks, Karen. We'll see you a little later on this afternoon, okay?
All right, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Great presentation as usual. So here is our machine that we're talking about today. It's the FOF. It is the Ambition 635 sewing machine. Now, we have a call-in special on this, but it's a free $200 gift card with purchase. Price on it is $19.99. But keep in mind, we do have a call-in special on it. So get on the phone, give them a call, 800-401-8151. Free shipping nationwide, and we do have some special financing for you, so give them a call about that. And but if you want to get one of those, give them a call right now. Also, we have live chat on our website. If you can't get through on the phones, you can always speak to one of the live chat agents on the website. And then if you're in YouTube or Facebook, we have chatters in there. We have Rhonda and Melinda, and I think Rena helping out in the chat there, that they can answer questions for you. All right, we're going to continue on, and next up we have Linda Brattine. She is a national baby lock educator, and she is a sewing and quilting teacher. I think she's located up in Columbia, Missouri, and we always love having Linda on our shows. And we're going to talk all about the baby lock Allegro today. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Linda Brattine. Hey, Linda. I think you are muted.
Yeah.
On StreamYard.
Not on StreamYard.
Not on StreamYard. Okay.
Possibly the microphone.
Yeah, your microphone, something's not going on. No, we don't hear you.
It's not StreamYard.
Yeah, it's not StreamYard, so it's one of your device is muted.
How's this? Is that better?
Gotcha.
Oh, yikes.
There you are.
Am I on now?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
That's
It
okay.
worked
Well,
just
hey,
well
welcome.
before.
Welcome to Quilt Fest. We're so happy you're here. And I know we're talking about one of your favorite machines, so I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
All right. Sounds great. So we are looking at the Baby Lock Allegro. And one of the first things you're going to notice about this is that you're going to get 12 inches from the needle to the base of the machine. And this is just absolutely phenomenal if you like to do a lot of big projects. Let's face it, This is the envy of a lot of quilters and a lot of people who are creative. You're also going to get your accessory kit that opens in the front and in the back. This also slides off so that you can have a free arm. So if you like to do garments and you need to get along in that small area, this is your machine. Now, it has a footprint of just over 25 inches left to right and just under 9.5 front to back. But the real thing that excites me, guys, is that you are going to get a plethora of stitches. There are 200 built-in stitches with the Baby Lock Allegro. You're going to get 56 utility stitches. Those are the ones you're going to use for garment construction and maybe all the time. Those are going to be some of your go-to stitches, you know, your zigzags, your blind hem stitches. You're also going to get 11 one-step buttonholes. And if you, I don't know, I'm of an age where one-step buttonholes are just the bee's knees. You're also going to get 144 decorative stitches and 2 built-in alphabets. Why do I mention the alphabets? Well, quilters, we like to label things. So that's kind of a huge thing that you can actually come in and pre-set up your name, maybe the year, and put it in the memory that this machine has. Now, some other great features, of course, you got the start stop button right here. So if your foot control is unplugged, and anytime I do my buttonholes, I'm going to use that. We have the reinforcement stitch here that goes forward and backwards. And then we also have the reinforcement stitch that goes in the same spot. Now we have a needle up, needle down, which I absolutely love. And this needle up, we always tell everybody, put that needle in the electronic high so that you can use the manual needle threader. And the older I get, the more important a needle threader on my machine is. We do have a cut feature so that you can touch it and have the machine trim your threads for you. It actually knots and trims. And then you can also change the speed from turtle to jackrabbit. Love it. All right, let's take a quick look at the touch screen, because I think this is one of those features that a lot of people don't, maybe they're intimidated because their machine didn't have a touch screen. While this is a computerized machine, it gives me a lot of information. I hope you can see this flashing light right here. It's telling me that my my presser foot is in the up position. And this little flash helps me because I'm pressing. I don't know if you can hear it. You should hear a beep, beep. That's telling me that my presser foot is up and it's not going to let me sew. Now, this tells me, this little icon right here tells me that I am in the needle down position. As a quilter, gosh, I love that needle down. And then this corresponds with this plus and minus, and that is my stitch width. On the opposite side, that corresponds, that plus and minus is my stitch length. What you're seeing in the center is, first of all, that is the stitch you have selected, and then it gives me a preview of it. And then the last one is telling me that the foot control is plugged in. But here's the really cool thing about it. When you saw up above on top of the lid that you got all of those stitches, you may wonder, how do you get to them? Well, these are our left, right, or our left, right keys. And what I like here is the first one, the one arrow takes it up 1 stitch. The double arrow will take me over 10 stitches. And of course, this one goes backwards 10 and backwards 1. I love that because I can go through my menu quickly. But if you go to the bottom of the screen, we have what I call our bookmarks. So this first one here takes me right to the first utility stitches. The second one takes me up to number 62. And while I'm at 62, well, I can still use that 10 backwards or 1 forward to find the right stitch that I want. Then I also have it jumping to 157. And the last one takes me to those one-step buttonholes. Love it. Phenomenal that I can quickly go through the menu with just a few touches of the button. Here is where I'm going to set my needle up, needle down. And this is my repeat, because a lot of our decorative designs will stitch out as one motif. And if you, excuse me, if you select the repeat, it's going to do a continuous line of them until you hit the stop button. This is our memory key where you'd want to put that alphabet label in. And by activating the cut, when I touch the reinforcement button here, or on the front of the machine, will actually do that reinforcement and then cut it for me automatically. These are my 2 alphabets. One's a script, one's a block letter. And if I have a decorative stitch that is asymmetrical, I can mirror it, which is really great so that you can line the edge up where you want it. Now, I do a lot of crazy quilt by machine, so my decorative stitches are something I go to a lot. We also have the ability to activate a twin needle feature. If you've never done twin needle sewing, first of all, it does a really great like top stitch type of feature, but your decorative stitches can even use 2 different kinds of threads to really make those pop. And what this does is it grays out or doesn't let you select any of the stitches that does not work with your presser foot. And did I mention you get a 7mm wide stitching space? Just phenomenal. All right, so let's take a look at some of the other things that come with this machine, because this is just too cool not to share. So you're going to get 11 feet. Okay, on my machine, I do have the standard presser foot. And let's see if we can just zoom you in ever so slightly, because I think you're going to get a better visual on this. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to talk you through this. You're going to get some needles. You're going to get your thread caps, spool caps that you're going to use. You're going to get the screwdrivers that you actually need. No, let's see here. I'm trying to put this in a position where it's not going to irritate things. There we go. You're also going to get this spare spool pin. This is what goes on the bobbin winding device, and that'll hold your second spool of thread, excuse me, for your twin needles. You're going to get a seam ripper brush to keep the lint away from your bobbin, and then you're going to get that one-step buttonhole foot. This is where it automatically measures. When you put the button in the back, it's going to measure the distance. You don't even have to think about it. If you're into garment construction, you're going to get an overcast foot. Love it. Plus, of course, you're going to get a zipper foot. Really great to putting in zippers, but also adding trims, cording, all of those kind of things. And it goes left, right as it snaps on. You're going to get a blind hem foot. I'm not vertically challenged, but I know some of you are. And so you may have to do a lot of shortening. This is a great foot to have in your pocket. Plus, you're going to get that button sew-on foot. And I'm going to show you some fun ways that you can actually use this button sew-on foot. You're also going to get what I call is an open toe or a candle wicking foot. And I like it because it's acrylic, so it's see-through, and it does have a few etched lines to assist me when using my decorative stitches. And it's got that nice big opening in the back of the presser foot, so those thicker stitches that are more satin-like can glide right off. And then we have some of my favorite for quilting. One of them is my straight stitch foot, and I hope you can see this, and we're going to actually use this in just a little bit, but there are tick marks here on the edge of this sole. Let me see if I can just point to them so maybe you can see them easier. And these tick marks actually work as guides, so you can get that scant 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. And then we have our standard quilting foot. And again, we have tick marks, and I'm going to explain that in just a minute. The other really great thing, of course, is the free motion quilting foot. And I like it because, of course, it's acrylic and I can see through it. But the great thing about this machine is it does a really great free motion quilting stitch. You just have to know that you need to tighten the tension. It's a manual tension. Take it to 7. You may have to go up to 9. You want to go behind the free arm and lower your feed dogs. And on the side over here, you want to take your presser foot pressure from 2 to 0. So that's a really big manual settings, 3 manual settings. So if you're thinking about this as a travel machine and you have one of our lovely top of the line machines that we spoil you with 1 button free motion, just know that there are 3 manual settings you have to set to get this one into free motion quilting. You're also going to get a quilting bar, which works really great with our lower loft battings. I like to use the Baby Lock fusible interfacing. as a batting because it is super thin and durable. You're also going to get a lovely straight stitch needle plate. And this needle plate is great because, of course, it's going to help support your stitches if you're sewing with very thin fabric, or if you're just doing a lot of piecing and you have those half square triangles with the little points that might go into the needle plate. This is a really great accessory. Now, as I mentioned, since it is Quilt Fest, we're going to talk just a little bit here about piecing. And one of the things that I know as a quilter, I am a quilter myself, is that I'm always out to get a really nice stitch. So I'm going to recommend things like, a 70 or an 80 microtex needle, lightweight thread, but I'm also going to use a presser foot that's going to assist me in getting that stitch. Now, as I mentioned, we have little tick marks here on the sole or the toe of this foot. This first one is going to give me, what is it, about 2/8 or one, not a fourth, excuse me. It's going to be less than a fourth of a stitch. The second one is my 1/4 of an inch stitch. And then the last one, it gets bigger and bigger as it goes out. So I'm going to use this second tick mark. So there's one real close to the opening, and I'm going to use the second one there to assist me in getting that scant 1/4 of an inch. So I'm just taking off my standard presser foot, and then I do like to lower this. Now, one of the things I have to make sure that I do is over on my screen, I have to make sure that I select that center justified quilt stitch. And just by touching my bookmark, it takes me right back in. It has to be center justified, or I'm going to hit the needle on that presser foot. So this is like super, super important when you use this presser foot to be able to do that. And hopefully my contrasting thread will help us. So we are piecing here, and I've got my edge of my fabric, and I'm going to run the edge of that fabric basically right down the middle of this toe. And hopefully you'll be able to see that. Maybe let me see if I can just lower you ever so slightly, guys. I apologize, but I want to make sure you get a good visual on this. Let's bring it in just slightly. There we go. All right. So here we go. And I'm just using the default, which the default stitch length, which is 2.5. Feeding it through. And we're just going to go ahead and use that clip. And I'm going to lift my presser foot and pull this out. And let's take a look. Oops. Let's see. So you guys can see too. Ooh, look at that. Just below a 1/4 of an inch. I'm hoping you can see it too. I don't know if I'm holding it correctly or not. That's that scant 1/4 of an inch. Why do I want to use a scant 1/4 of an inch? Well, when you're talking about piecing, you've got 2 layers of fabric, of course, plus the thickness of the thread. And cotton has a slight nap. So when you press it, you want to set your seams in, and then you're going to roll it over. Well, this rolling over takes a little bit of space. And so this definitely allows for that turn of the cloth. Now, if I had really, really fine fabric, I probably wouldn't need it. But here again, I'm just going to release this presser foot. No, I think I'm going to release this presser foot. There we go. And I'm going to put on my patchwork 1/4 of an inch presser foot. And the thing I really love about this presser foot, and I want to make sure you can see it, is that where the needle hits, I have a tick mark on this presser foot. That's going to help me if I want to do a set-in seam or stop or start a binding. I'm also going to get a tick mark here, which is a 1/4 of an inch in front, and a tick mark in the back. That is a 1/4 of an inch in the back of the foot. So I can actually use this presser foot to assist me in gauging how far away I need to be. On this side, it's broken down to 1/8 of a seam, or 1/8 of an inch. This itty bitty little foot is my narrow foot, which I can use for things like top stitching around a collar. And when I'm piecing, I'm going to run the edge of the fabric right along the side on the inside of this foot. So my eye's not really watching the needle. I'm watching the edge of the fabric along this foot. Now, some of our Baby Lock 1/4 of an inch presser feet are clear acrylic, which I absolutely love. Oh, and one other thing, both the straight stitch and this 1/4 of a patchwork foot, you're going to notice they have flat backs. And that's so that they get grip, and those feed dogs just gobble it up, and they can push against that fabric and shoot it right through. So that's one of the reasons why that is flat, is to assist you in getting that fabric fed through. All right. You're also going to get the opportunity, if you'd like, you could purchase a clear acrylic 1/4 of an inch foot. And I love that one for foundation paper piecing because I can definitely see my lines very easily. You will also get, you could also get one with a metal bar guide, and that helps you in being able to push it through really quickly and not have to think. So I call that my mindless piecing foot. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just stitch alongside here. Now, I don't know if you guys were with me on Monday. You know, I shouldn't talk and sew. That's when I get off track. All right. So I like the clear feet too. Me too. All right, here we go. We're going to check this one out. You're going to see this one is almost right on, just maybe a hair, and that could have been just me wiggling it, but you're going to get right on of a 1/4 of an inch. So this is really great. I love this presser foot because here again, I can just use it if I'm making half square triangles to run right alongside that drawn line. I don't have to think. I just have to keep my eye on that drawn line, and I'm good to go. All right, we're going to come over here, do a click. There we are. Let me share with you what we got going here. Isn't that just phenomenal? So this is my drawn line. That is the presser foot. All right, so we got one more way that we can make a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So what I'm going to share with you here is I'm going to take you back over because I'm changing my stitch. I'm going to take it from the center justified straight stitch over to, oops, I went way too far, over to number 2. Well, why am I not getting there? There we go. Let's see. Oh, today must not be my day, guys. It's not letting me do 2 at all. I wonder if it reads, here we go. Do you guys ever have those days when some things just don't come like you want it to? Well, we are going to skip on that one then because I can't show it to you. But normally what I would do, and I don't know why it's not letting me check today because it did it in rehearsal yesterday, was number 2. And I would use the stitch. Oh, I know why. Okay. And hopefully we'll get this to go. But let's jump over to number 6. There we go. It's my zigzag. And what we're going to do with that is we are going to take our stitch length down. So once we get it down, we're going to get into an actual applique type mode. And that's what I'm hoping for. Let's see if we can show you that today. Do you guys ever have a machine that just has a little bit of a mind of its own? All right, we're going to put this presser foot on. It's my, oops, I want to get my pretty presser foot here. My open one with a nice big groove in the back that I love to use for my decorative stitches because I believe that's going to help me. There we are. And maybe we'll come back and revisit that last way to get a really great piecing item. And normally what I do is I test this, but this is a zigzag, so I'm probably confident on my own. Okay, well, let's see, maybe I'm overconfident. But what we're going to do is we're just going to show you what a nice satin edge you can get when doing machine applique on your machine. So I'm going to reinforce it in the same spot because whenever I do, oh, guess what? I had my scissors on. Let me take those babies off. I'm going to do my reinforcement stitch. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and just take off. I like to be able to do machine applique and get a really good result. And I like that my Allegro works with me on this. Now, my job is just to make sure I'm straddling that edge. And this happens to be like a raw edge applique. And I'm not pushing or pulling the fabric underneath it. And then when I'm done with my decorative stitch, I'm going to use that in the place reinforcement so that I can come back in and have a nice finish. Now, isn't that a pretty satin stitch? I just love that. That is one of my favorite ways to finish it. I also like to use decorative stitches to be able to come in and finish an edge. So I'm going to take you over here. We're going to see if I can pull this one up. And it is number 46. So once again, there are several ways I could do this. I'm just going to jump over. Let's see. Let me jump over this way. Well, something. Let me power down, guys. It's not happy with me today. Let's give it a moment, and we're going to try it once again. There we go. Now we'll see if Linda can do it. Excellent. This is what I like to see. And we'll take it back. Some days we all just need a second chance. What I'm going to be doing here is using a buttonhole stitch to do an applique stitch. Absolutely love it because it gives me that hand look without having to have all of the issues. So let's see if we can lower this down, and hopefully you'll be able to see this as it stitches out, but it's going to go forward and then take bites to the left. Here we go. And I'm just using this at the default. I didn't change the stitch width, stitch length. Of course, you could adjust the stitch width and have it look more like an actual hand applique stitch. But I just absolutely love that it gives me that wonderful looking, hopefully you can see it, buttonhole stitch that just looks phenomenal. All right, I'm going to press my luck. I'm going to take it back. Oops. Take you back with me. Take it back here, and I am going to go over one. There we go. Now we have my straight stitch that is over in the left side. Now, why would I want to have a left justified stitch? This is really phenomenal if you're doing any kind of lightweight fabrics because you're going to get support from the actual needle plate on 3 sides, plus you have support on your presser foot. So by doing this, I can actually touch my stitch width, and you're hearing little clicks, but I want to show you what's happening. I am actually going to change my presser foot back over to that standard presser foot here. And by moving my stitch width button, my needle is sliding over. And what that will enable me to do is come in here and use the edge of the presser foot and that needle in the right position to get what I call a scant 1/4 of an inch, just by using the stitch width dial or button. Once again, we're going to cut and we're going to lift. When I come over here, there we go. We've got that 1/4 of an inch. So there were 3 ways to piece, and you got to see some of those cute little decorative stitches. But I'm not finished. I want to show you more because this machine has a lot of decorative stitches. And so I'm going back over to that candle wicking or the open toe foots for visibility. And we're going to pull one out of, we're going to pull a pretty one. Let's grab something fun. I like, let's go over here and come back a few. Let me go back and just come back this way. I really like 127. For some reason, it reminds me of like a peacock tail. It's not. I'm pretty sure it's probably something Art Deco. But let me just show you how this stitches out. Once again, I'm just going to reinforce my stitch because that's always a good practice whenever you're doing a decorative. Now, my job is really just to keep this foot going. And I think this fan shows you exactly how wide of a stitch you can get with these decorative stitches. And my job is just not really to watch the stitches, but just to make sure that that center line stays up with those tick marks. Notice that the needle itself moves within the opening of that presser foot. That's where that 7 millimeter. And this is just going to be a super fun finish. Think about it. It could be a great border for the bottom of a pocket or like the lip of a pocket. It could be a great seam if you had small children's clothing. It could even be one of those lovely crazy quilt stitches. And I just like the fact that this machine just tears off and does it. It just goes. I do have some stabilizer because anytime you're sewing on one layer of fabric, you do want to have a stabilizer to support it, or you will get tunneling underneath your decorative stitches. But I think you're going to find that this machine does an awful lot for the price point and for the space that you're going to get. And I have some samples. So we're just going to pause here and we're going to tie it off because I want to share with you what it can do. And we'll cut and I'll lift and show you. Isn't that just pretty? I think that is a gorgeous stitch. So there's a lot more that this machine can do for you. Let me just show you some samples. today, of course, I am just using basic construction thread, but look what happens when you put an embroidery thread in and do that satin applique. You get a nice sheen. It looks very silk-like. Here's just a quick little sample of doing that buttonhole stitch to do a raw edge applique. And of course, oh my, last night I had to test the bunny. I think the bunny is absolutely adorable. We also have like tulips, dash hounds. Oh my goodness. Does this ever end? Okay, here's some fun ones again. All kinds of satin-like stitches. You can do heirloom couching on ribbon. Little birds. Oh my gosh. Isn't it sweet? So once again, I mentioned I'm into crazy quilts. So you can get like, after you piece your crazy quilts, just use your scraps. Come in. Look at that fan. Isn't that pretty along the edge there? A lot of pretty feathering stitches, some X's, little hearts. Just a lot of ways to use that. And that's when you're going to use that, the mirroring image. But as I mentioned, you can sew buttons on. So yeah, I'm into crazy quilt. It's kind of fun. It's kind of relaxing. You can actually sew on double buttons. I think that is really cute. Stacking your buttons to make flowers. Take the stripe fabrics and use those as guides that you don't have to draw. I don't know if you can see it, but I've added an embellished stripe fabric with stitches going down the center of a ribbon, twisting ribbon to make it look pretty. And then this is free motion, making a spider web and making a button spider out of it. But of course, because you have that zipper foot, you can definitely make bags with all of this. It is just phenomenal sewing that together. And, you know, use those decorative stitches to assist you. I don't know if you can see this. We've got that buttonhole going around the flower. We've got some grass-like stitches. Here's that twin needle with 2 different colors of thread. I just think that is absolutely gorgeous. And this is just a sewing machine cover. You can always thread sketch, thread paint with your decorative stitches. And then, you know, anytime you have a block, this is just a sawtooth. Let me back out just a bit, guys. This is just a sawtooth block. But I went in that center and made those decorative stitches, embellish this piece. So I hope you have enjoyed my tour of the Baby Lock Allegro, even though my microphone and my machine was having a moment today. I bet, though, Blaine can show you how to get this in your sewing studio. Let's see if he'll help me.
Well, hey, I can, and great job as usual. Hey, thank you so much for coming on Quilt Fest. We always look forward to having you on.
Yeah, it's fun. It's been a great week. Thanks so much.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. All right, everybody, that was the Baby Lock Allegro that we talked about. Now, this is a call-in special, but we have a free foot kit with the purchase as well. It's $12.99. Now, again, look at that throat space on it. This is quilters absolutely love this machine because of the throat space on it. Again, give them a call at 800-401-8151. We do have some financing available for this, and we're going to ship it free nationwide to you. A great special we have on it today, so make sure you give them a call. All right, let's bring Jane back in.
Hi, guys. Hey, Blaine.
So, Jane, you just had a break. You're ready to get going now. And
I'm always ready, Blaine. You know that.
Let's keep this party rolling, and let's go ahead and get going to the next one. I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see y'all back in here in a little bit.
Okay, sounds great. All right, everybody. That was awesome. And let's get to the next presenter. You know him, you love him. Jack Thompson from our friends at Cutterpillar. He is the innovator, the creator behind all of these amazing tools from Cutterpillar. You know what? He knows how the tools work, and he knows all about sewing because he learned how to sew when he was a teenager. So he uses that knowledge, and he also consults with his mom to see what she needs to create all of the innovative sewing, quilting, and paper crafting tools that you need to allow all of us to do our work so much easier and better. So yesterday, amazing bundles, and today we welcome back to the show Jack Thompson from Cutterpillar. Hey, Jack.
Hi, Jane.
How are you? I'm so good. I'm so excited that you're back. I can't wait to see what you have. It's always so much fun.
Yeah, today we're going to slow it down a little bit. Yesterday I was a little bit manic because we had like 8 things to talk about in that all-in bundle. But today we're going to slow it down. We're going to do our best sellers package, and we're going to actually show some stuff. you know, I'm usually the guy to talk about all the features and things like that, and I don't get to show how to use it so much. But today I'm like, I'm going to take some time, show how to use it. It's not my thing. I could hem your pants for sure. If you need your pants hemmed at Road to California next year, I'm your guy. But
Okay.
the actual quilting stuff, I know how to do it, but I've never done it myself. So, but today we're going to actually show some stuff.
I love the demo. And listen, you could be high, you could be low, whatever you want to be. We love it. And we love all the products that you come up with. So if you're coming up with these cool things, like your brain's got to be working overtime always. So we're cool with that as long as you keep bringing the goods.
Thanks, Jane. They do let me out of the basement sometimes to come up here. And see the
Okay,
light of
well,
day.
good. I'm happy for that.
Today's
Get
one of
some
those days.
sunshine.
So.
Okay, you take it away. I'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Thanks, Jane. Thanks, Blaine. We're really appreciative to be involved with this. Our second time doing it. Today we picked as our second day here. We decided to do our best sellers package. Now, what that means is over the years we have found that there's certain products that really stand above in their usefulness, in their ability to really make your life easier, and that's what we're talking about here. Is our products make your life easier. They solve problems. They slow down. They don't slow down. You can slow down when you're using them because they save you time. And that's really what we're talking about here is saving time. So today, the best sellers bundle is, there's 3 things on there, and the price here, boy, I don't know how they negotiated that price, but Blaine is he must be a shark. So is 3 things. The best sellers bundle is the Glow Premium Light Board, the Tempered Glass Mat, and the Glow Storage Tote. I'm going to tell you why those are our best sellers and why they're special. So let's start with showing them to you real quick so you can get a quick overview, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty and how they work. This is the Premium Glow Light Board. Now, what is a light board and why do you need it? We coined the term light board, but really what this is a light box that I know you've all seen back in the 80s and 90s. Husbands would build their wives these big giant boxes. They were really pieces of furniture made out of 2x4s and halogen bulbs, and they were hot and they were pieces of furniture. So, and they call it the LED revolution. In the teens of the 2000s, we decided to shrink that thing down into a much more manageable size. This is 3/8 of an inch thick. It's only it's a little bit less than 2 pounds. We're talking light here. It just can't imagine how light this is. And we made it about the right size. The light here is 16 by 12, which really encompasses a lot of your work here, pages and things like that. And all of our boards have 3 levels of light. And we do that because you know how at night when you should be sleeping and you're on your phone doing things, and that phone seems like it's the brightest thing in the universe. Well, that's kind of how this is. In a dark room, it's really bright. So you don't want to be, your pupils will dilate and things like that. So you can bring the light up and down depending on your ambient light situation. And that's a great segue into most people's rooms will have a main light and they'll have, a secondary lamp or things like that. Well, the irony is the brighter your lights are, the darker your shadows will be over your work as you lean in things like this. And the beauty of having light from underneath is it just eliminates those shadows. So, and people ask, well, what does a light board do? What do I need it for? How does it relate to quilting? Well, think about this. When was the last time you had to trace something that you needed, whether you're tracing applique, paper to paper, paper to fabric? Well, I know what you did because I used to watch my mom do this in the 80s, and we had this one window in our dining room. It faced the sun, and she would tape those things up into the window. And I remember really have specific memories of her transferring those patterns and papers and fabrics in the window because they didn't have anything like this in the 1980s. And so that really solves that problem, is your tracing and your transfer. By the way, I would love to hear your questions. If there's something that you'd like to hear, I will stop and answer those in the meantime. I love answering questions. So tracing and transfer, that's what we're talking about. That's really the main purpose here, because the light from underneath will show those right through the fabrics, even dark fabrics, right through the papers and things like that. But we're going to get into specifics of that in just a minute. But we're going to talk about some of the features, and then we'll get into showing you how it works. Now, back in 2015, when we were developing this, we thought, this is great. It does, it's thin, it's light. It does everything we want it to do. It's great for those tracing and transfers. But we thought, how cool would it be to make something more out of this? And we thought, how cool would it be if we could cut on top of this light? And back in 2015, you could not buy something like this. This is a translucent self-healing cutting mat. It's made out of the same thing that most mats are made out of. You can see right through my logo there. It's PVC self-healing. And we were the first ones to really figure out, hey, let's add a cutting surface to this. We developed, it was the perfect amount of translucence versus durability. And now this changes the space exponentially more useful. And you ask, well, what sort of things can I do with the mat now? Well, number one is you can cut on it. And I say that, but every year, Jane said earlier that I do a lot of shows. I've done probably over 100 consumer quilting shows and scrapbooking shows. So I've seen what people are doing. I see what's out there in the wild, as I like to say. And I get a lot of feedback saying, well, you know, I don't really want to mess up my mat. I know you say it's a cutting mat. It says right on there, cutting mat, Cutterpillar cutting mat. But that's so ironic to me because that's what we designed it to do. It's really durable. If you were in the studio, you could see a little better. You can't see the cut marks on here, and you certainly can't feel them. So I really like cutting on here because number one, I can line up. Can I get an overhead? I can line up my ruler along with the cutting line and get perfect cuts here. And you can see that it shows through the fabric. It shows through the paper. If there were paper underneath it would show through multiple layers. So cut on here all you want. By the way, all of our boards come with a mat really for free. We throw the mat in there for free because we want you to use it. And another thing is we offer the mats. You can buy extras once if you've worn out the mat, which I tell you, it doesn't happen very often. We have a whole boxes out there of mats that we thought, oh, great, we have this great product that we can get residual income by selling the mats. Well, people don't order them very often because we actually over-engineer them. So, but they are available to you. So you can cut on here. You can, you know, we added this grid. And people ask us, well, why is the grid here? Well, obviously, it's for measuring and things like that. But really another use for it is, get an overhead here, is this grid. It'll shine through, a little bit hard to see with the lighting in here, but if you could see it from my position, it shines through the fabric and through the paper at the same time. So what project are y'all working on that you would need to see through the fabric and through the paper at the same time? Can anyone guess? FFP, foundation paper piecing. That is the real bonus of this, is if you all do foundation paper piecing, because as you flip and fold, I have samples, but they're in Branson right now at a show. As you flip and fold, you always have this reference point. You always say, well, here's my 1/4 inch, here's my 1/2 inch. I'm going to fold this part and cut it, and then go to the sewing machine, bring it back, cut it some more. That is the beauty of having the grids there. But for people that don't always want grids, we have, you know, our philosophy is let's make this space as useful as possible. We do have lots of add-ons. You can get gridless mats. You can get, we're going to show you a mat a little bit later, which is our most popular add-on. That's the tempered glass mat. So that is the mat that comes with every blow, including this, that comes with it, that makes it so much more useful. Oh, another thing, collage. As you're lining up and preparing for a collage, I have to fake it with what I have here today. You can see how easy it would be to line all those pieces up, because now you have, well, here's my top line here, and those collages are going to come out perfect. So what else does this board do? Well, here is the real thing. We call this a premium. Some of our other boards have different names. We have the Ultra, we have the Mini, we have the Classic. The Premium, not only does it do all those things, but it does one thing that nobody else does. And to me, this is really what makes this amazing. So when I go to the shows, this is the big moment, is ta-da, I've got no strings. So this is the only board on the market that is cordless, which is truly cordless. For about 40 minutes, you can charge this and get 4 hours of uncorded use. So imagine, this is one of those products that there's the what it can do, but this is also is where you can do it. For instance, at my house, I told the story yesterday. My wife has we called her sewing quilting room, but I call it the fabric storage room because there's not a single space to work on. It's all covered in fabric and all these things. So my wife ends up, and I think a lot of you can relate to this, she ends up on the kitchen table, or she ends up on the coffee table at night doing something at night while we watch TV. And I joke around it because my wife cannot just watch TV like a normal person. She has to be doing something with her hands, whether it's some sort of, she'll get the board out. And that's the beauty of this is she used to turn on every light in the room, but now, you know, try enjoying the football game on the surface with the sun, as I like to say. But now she'll put this on the coffee table. She can work, she has the light from underneath. She can continue to work on what she's working on and it doesn't disturb the rest of us. So that's one great thing about it. I also see these a lot at shows. I was at Road to California early this year and I was in a couple of the classes and I saw the ladies pull out their Glow Premiums and work on it in these classrooms because they are untethered from the wall. So if you're a person who wants to get out of your space, who wants to have the ability to do these things outside of your room, that is the beauty of the Glow Premium, because you get those 3 hours. By the way, 3 to 4 hours is on high. You can actually go even longer on low and medium. So it really is a thing to consider getting out of your space. So that's the board. There's a few other things. Let's look at the tote. So if you're, in fact, this is why we made the tote, is for people to take this with them. So if you're gonna take this is an investment that you're gonna have. By the way, how long are you gonna have it? You may ask. Well, the LEDs, as they're called, the diodes on this are 50,000 hour LEDs, which means it's a lifetime of use. They never get hot. That's why they last for so long. You're gonna have this for a long time. So let's protect your investment. And this is how you do it. This is called the Cutterpillar Glow Tote. It is padded vinyl. And we put a lot of time considering how this would be used and how to protect the board. So the main pocket here is padded. Now, some people say, well, why did you do this green in the middle? I'll tell you why. It's because our first year we made it black and it was like looking into a black hole. You could not find anything in there. So we made it a little bit brighter, the Cutterpillar green, and it fits the board perfectly. You know, when you're considering a product to protect something like this, that's what we thought about. Now, this is where you're going to have your problem area is right here. We reinforce those corners. So if you were to drop it, things like that, your board is going to be protected. This is all padded nylon, by the way, about a 1/2 inch thick on each side. This is our cord pocket. So you put your cords, your knickknacks, your things in here, and it Velcro shut. It also has this secondary pocket for your accessories. So this is where you could put your mat. This is where you could put your, and the board turns on while it's in there, your things like that. It'll fit 2 or 3 boards. It'll fit 2 or 3 accessories. They all zip shut. It has all metal hardware, shoulder strap, hand strap. And this is my favorite that I added a few years ago, that suitcase handle strap. You can just set that right on top of that suitcase handle. If you're headed to the airport, if you got your big rolling cart, that's what that's for. So that is the tote, and it is been very, that's why it's on our best sellers, because it's one of our best sellers. So that's number 1 accessory for the Glow Premium. Number 2 has a funny story behind it. See, when you get me, you get all the stories, the folksy stories behind the stuff, because as I develop these, there's certain reasons why and how they happened, and so you get to listen to them whether you want to or not. So a few years ago, as we were selling on Amazon, and I'm going to pick on Amazon because they're the worst. People tend to return things on Amazon without any thought. They think it goes into some hole. But eventually we do get all of our products back and we examine them and try to figure out why it was returned and so on and so on. And I noticed, back in the late teens of the 2000s, that some of our boards, where they're coming back from Amazon, had big the acrylic was melted on top. I'm like, why? And I was sort of freaking out. I thought, oh, we're going to have a lawsuit because the electronics are heating up or something. But one day I noticed that it was in the shape of an iron. So there was an iron-shaped burn mark on the acrylic. And I'm like, what is going on? Why are they ironing on this? Do they not realize it's plastic? And so as Jane said, I consulted my mom. She's the guru of all sewing and quilting. She taught me how to sew as a teenager, like Jane said. We every year we had to get a certain amount of sewing in before we could do baseball. So I asked her, I said, why would they be ironing on top of the light? And she gave me a great answer, which is exactly right. She says, well, probably what they're doing is they're taking their applique patterns. Can I get an overhead? And they're taking their fabric, and then they're taking their applique pieces, and then they're fusing them exactly where they go. And it makes sense. But obviously, acrylic cannot take the heat of a 500-degree iron. So that got us thinking, well, why don't we figure out a way for them to do that? So that's what we did. We found this. This is tempered glass, and more importantly, to make it a little bit more understandable, this is stovetop glass. So you know your stovetop that you're cooking on, this is the same glass. So it's really impervious to heat and other things. So we figured out a way for our customers to really bring this into much more usefulness when they're doing their applique by being able to fuse on top of this. Now, what do I mean by fuse on top of this? So let's take the original pattern you have here. This is one of the laser cut quilt patterns, which we love. So they've picked out all the patterns and the colors for you. You just pick your base. This is a camper, so I picked kind of a blue sky base for this. And you can see, I also wanted to show how nice it looks to transfer on the fabric too. It shines through. Now, granted, this isn't freezer paper. This isn't tracing paper. This is just standard paper here. That is another beauty of this. Once you start using the glow light boards, you don't have to invest in those special thin papers. You can use printer paper. Just print those things off the internet, take those pages out of the magazine and use those without anything special because it shines through them so well. So then you take your pieces that you have. Now on these have the fusing layer already there. Now here's the beauty of this. So here's the top of my camper, right? It is a little bit hard to see because of the light in here. Can we get a zoom in on this a little bit so we can get there we go. There we go. Oh, that's beauty. So you can see now I have fabric. I have the full paper here. I have my fabric. I have the first piece. Here's my second piece. All right. Now, the beauty of the glass having light is now I can fuse these down exactly where they go because I have my reference point here. Not only, so here I am 3 layers deep. Well, here's 4. Here's the door here. It's a little bit, I know you can see it through the camera. And then here's the little portal on the door. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers showing through. Now, certainly there are limits. If you had wool or denim or something, it's not going to show that, but it's going to show through most quilting and sewing fabrics. So now I can fuse these all in place. It really saves about I'd say 4 or 5 steps when you're doing your applique. And there are limits to when you buy the glass mat. I think in 5 years we've had 1 or 2 boards returned because now this isn't on. I'm not allowed to turn this on. I've burned myself too many times over the shows. I can show you the scars here. There are limits. You can't take a full-size iron and leave it there for 3 minutes. Obviously, it's going to heat the board up to a certain temperature, and then it's going to transfer into the acrylic. But 99% of the time, no one's going to do that. They're going to be fusing. They're going to be leaving it, taking it up here. So that is the beauty of the glass mat for quilting. Now, because it's tempered, because it's really what I would say indestructible, there's way more things you can do with it as well. We also tote it as a mixed media board. So when I say mixed media, I mean inks, stamps, hot glue, Mod Podge, glitter. All of those things this thing is impervious to. So you can use it to protect your countertop, any space you want, because anything that doesn't come off with a little bit of soap and water, for instance, if that glue from the applique layer, from the fusing layer leaks out, it just comes right off with a razor blade. Indestructible. I've dropped this on the show floor in Houston, or actually no, rode to California on the cement, and it did not break. It made an ungodly noise, but it did not break. So what a great investment. That's why it is in our best sellers package, because this is one of our most popular products, and I would say one of the most useful additions to a light board to make it more useful. And I'm just scratching the surface here. I'm the guy that makes the stuff. Y'all are using this. So now, can you use another light board? Sure, you could use another light board. We have, you know, there are the ones out there, but Cutterpillar has really made these especially useful for quilters. So, and how did we do that? Well, number one, I told you about the mat. I told you about the add-on. Yeah. So this is one of our problems too. I forgot to tell you about this. So our first year, we put the mats on here, right? And we're like, uh-oh, this isn't going to work. This PVC slides all over this until we, I think I can put that up high. We developed, my brother is a printer, and he had this idea, developing a UV coating on this. That is the beauty of this, is that UV coating, you put that on there, and it just locks it down, absolutely locks it down. So when you're cutting, when you're doing all those things, it really locks it down. So that's one thing that we have, nobody else has. And also some of the things, you know, you're not going to find a cordless light board out there. You're certainly not going to find a light board that has 50,000 hours and a light board that has all these features. And I'm just scratching the surface with all the things, the other things. We're just talking about the best sellers, but you stick with Cutterpillar and you're going to find out so many more things you do with this. So we've got the glass, we've got the board, we've got the tempered glass, we have the tote. That is our best sellers package. That is why we sell more of those than anything else. So what other things can you do with the light board? So let's get beyond. You've got every time I go to the show, one of the shows I hear, oh, by the way, I'm using this for this and this and this. My husband stole this from me, so I need to buy another one because he's using it to look at his all his negatives. He's using it for stained glass. He's using it for what have you. I had someone tell me once, I'll never forget this one, is her husband uses it to go through all of his receipts at the end of the year when he's doing his taxes because it shines through and all those faded receipts he could see. So, hey, what have you. Diamond dots. Boy, I tell you what, there's nothing better than at the end of the day. This is what my wife does to sort of calm the nerves and do one of those repetitive things than to do the diamond dots. Really popular use for light boards because the diamond, I think we have diamond dots here, maybe not. Showing through the bottom, showing all those numbers, all the colors is really great here. Squaring up, that's again, I talked about the grid squaring up because as you put your fabrics and your papers down, again, you have that reference point to square up. Well, anybody out there? I love interaction. So is there anything I'm forgetting? Is there people out there that use these? What would you use it for? What do you use it for? I would be interested if anyone wants to pipe up in the comments. I would love to hear that. That is a great thing about going to the shows is I hear all those other uses there. So again, today is the best sellers package. Best sellers includes the board, cordless for 4 hours, by the way. Less than 2 pounds, includes the mat. I tell you what, you know what? You don't have to worry about your neighbors looking in on you. You can close those blinds, you can close those curtains because you will not be using it for transferring those patterns anymore. And I tell you what, I also hear when I go to the shows is they say, well, you know, I bought it last year and I put it in the closet and I kind of forgot what to do with it. And this is what I tell them. I say, listen, leave this thing out. Find a space for it and leave it out because you will be drawn to it. If you're just cutting some small shapes that fit in not even small, 16 by 12 is the cutting space here. This will become your favorite place to cut. I normally wear glasses. And when I'm working on the glow boards, I don't have to wear my glasses because that light just opens everything up. It really is, you can use it anytime. So you don't have to wait for that afternoon sun. These are especially great at night. Like I said, you can get out of your space. You can get onto the coffee table, onto the kitchen table. Go to that quilting class at your local guild. Take it on the road with you. Our snowbirds like to take it from one destination to the next because it is so portable. It's so light, and especially with the tote that comes with it. Let's not forget about this great tote, padded. I've been told it's a little masculine. You know, the thing is they said, well, why don't you make it in pink? Why don't you make it in this? I'm like, well, once you start getting the colors, you're not going to make anybody happy. But it is. So it is. It does. It is definitely on the more functional side versus pretty. But it's a great little tote. It's got the embroidered Cutterpillar. We did new this year. Those metal. They're really indestructible. I have seen this thing. I've dropped it down the escalator. I'm not even kidding you. I was coming home from Houston one year. I dropped my suitcase. I had it on there. The whole thing went down the escalator. The board was fine, protected it. So that's why, again, this is in the bestsellers because these are the most functional products you can have there. So we did something. There's talk about accessories here. Now this isn't included in the bundle today, but you are. Let's talk about some of those things now. The magnets. Yeah. So yesterday we talked about the mini. This is something we did this year. So again, talking about my mom, she gave me a problem to solve. Usually I go to her with the problem to solve. She gave me the problem. So she does a lot of tracing and transfer on fat quarters. So she's using big stuff. And so she was using some tracing paper. And as she was doing her transfers, kind of get an overhead here, is she was annoyed that when that those layers were constantly moving on her. They were sliding. And so she was using pins and the pin would rip through that tracing paper because it's so fragile. Then so she started using tape. Well, when she'd go to move take the tape off, it would rip it. So she says, there's got to be a better way to put these to hold these transfers down, paper to paper, paper to fabric. So we came up with this. This is the strongest consumer magnet you can buy. It's called an N52. If you ever at a show, you'll see me playing with it like this. That's how strong it is. And then we did something kind of fun. We did a retrofit on all the boards. You can get these plates. They're self-adhesive metal plates, and this is a game changer. So now I don't have to worry about tape. Now I don't have to worry about ruining my original pattern because I've got to get an overhead. Because I'll line up those layers and the magnets, doesn't matter where they are. I'm going to unplug it here to show you. Now they are locked down. Doesn't matter how big. And that's the thing is the bigger your patterns and your fabric is, the harder it is to use those tapes. And that's the beauty of this. It just holds all those layers down with the magnets available as an accessory. There's lots of fun things too. We have rotating mats. We have that all-in sewing package that we talked about yesterday. The Glow, the Ultra board, which I'll show real quick. Double the size, double the brightness. We've got the flip and fold mat. Go and watch yesterday's. I was nuts yesterday because I had so much to try to get it in. This is the world's first folding mat. I won't take a lot of bit of time here. We don't have time for that, but go watch yesterday's on YouTube on their website, and you can see all that. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about our travel packages. But I think we hit the high point. Now, any last questions? I didn't get that many questions. Come on, you're disappointing me here. Who has questions? FlexLight is good.
Hi, I have questions.
Yes, Jane.
Thank you. I'm waving at the camera because I have questions.
Sure. Go ahead.
I've been monitoring size of the light board one more time.
So the size of the light board is the functional size of it is 16 by 12, the lid area, and that's the grid on the mat, and that's a great size because you can fit most stuff in there. But it's like I said, less than 2 pounds. Still makes it portable. You don't have to invest in a lot of space to make this work.
Can you draw on the glass?
Yeah. Well, in fact, you could use a marker. You could use a permanent marker on here, and it would come off. Absolutely. There's not a single thing on this that I haven't been able to get. I've gotten fingernail polish off of this with a razor blade. Anything either comes off with a magic eraser, a little soap and water, and then if it's a solvent like a glue or something like that, razor blade just takes it off.
Wow.
Now you can technically cut on this and it won't hurt the mat. Now you wouldn't want to do it because it would hurt your blade, but this thing is indestructible.
Right. And now we're worried about the blades, right?
Right.
How many magnets in the kit?
So it comes with 2. The reason why we did that is because, yeah, they're optional. Now, this is not in the, by the way, this is not in the package, just to make that clear, but it is available on your website. People were asking about it. So, but it comes with 2. And the reason why we don't need any more than 2 is because they're so strong. And I found more than 2 is kind of overkill because you tend to knock them over when you get them down here. So up at the top there.
Does it hurt to leave the board? You said if the board plugged in, you'll give you 4 hours of work. And somebody asked, would it hurt or harm the lights of the board if you left it plugged in? I don't know why you would, but
no, it does not hurt the board. In fact, there's a little switch in here. When it's on the battery, it's DC, as they say, AC DC, which means it's direct current. When you plug in the plug, it switches to AC, so it doesn't hurt the battery. You can leave it plugged in, unless you live in California because of all the brownouts. So I always say, if you live in California, don't leave it plugged in because those brownouts are really bad for electronics.
Yeah, and AC/DC is also a great band.
Yes, and they are a great band.
What is the weight of the glass?
The weight of the glass is about 5 pounds. It's a little heavier, but it's not prohibitively heavy.
Cool.
So,
Yeah, look at you flipping it around. All right, listen, we're out of time. I got to tell
we're out of time. Where did it go?
I'm sorry. You were just so interesting. We were in it. We all want it. Cutterpillar, the best. I love the way you think. I love your brother. The printer is saying, well, why don't we add this to the bottom? So great presentation, Jack. Always wonderful to see you.
We love being on Sewing Machines Plus. Thank you for having us. We're here one more day tomorrow for one more package. So
I will see you tomorrow. Everyone say thanks to Jack.
Thanks, Blaine.
And
thanks, Jane.
everybody needs to get this bestsellers package. So let's show them how to do it. There you go. You get your bestsellers package. Great price right there. Jack even said, whoa, I can't believe that price. $259. It's a call-in special. So 800-401-8151. You're getting the Glow Premium Light Board that comes with the cutting mat, the tempered glass mat, and the protective tote, all in that big bundle. It is a fantastic price already, but there is a call-in special, 800-401-8151. And of course, there is free shipping. Okay, moving right along for our first education session of the day. I am so excited to introduce to you Paige Bartlett. She's going to be talking about free motion quilting. Now, Paige is a fabric painter, a pattern writer, and a lover of quilting, serging, and machine embroidery. When she was just 5 years old, her mom sat her down at her sewing machine, and she has been sewing ever since. I love that story. She loves to create something beautiful, and it's very therapeutic for her, and I think for all of us. When she is not here with us, she enjoys gardening, cooking, and reading, and also being outdoors. But today, we have her for education. So please, a big, warm SMP welcome for Paige Bartlett. Hey, Paige.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much for having me on today.
It's great. So you are our first education session of the day, and you're going to be talking about free motion quilting.
Yes, and I'm so excited. I love free motion quilting. I am going to show you some free motion fills, starting with some really basic beginner things, and we're going to go and do as many as we have time for today. I'm excited.
I like it. I'm going to see you in about 28 minutes, and I love that you'll start with beginner, you'll get to the expert, then you're going to cover everybody that's watching.
Perfect. Awesome.
Thanks, Paige.
Yes, of course. So we are on the Baby Lock Gallant, and this is the Villa 2 frame, and I've got a yard of fabric on here with my batting in the middle. I've got a ruler because I'm going to make some boxes, so I've got my ruler foot on today, and that comes in the ruler foot kit. That is a Baby Lock kit, and we're just going to make some boxes and do some fillers. So we're going to start out with our first box, and I am going to show you some meandering. And so I love this ruler foot, nice and high. And meandering is actually the first thing I learned how to do when I started quilting. And it's just a super easy way to get started. It's very, very forgiving. And so when we start, I'm going to start from this corner over here. So I'm just going to travel without my ruler since I have a line to guide me. And I also wanted to mention, as you can see right here, I have my baby lock ruler table on. That's really important if you want to use any kind of rulers on your sewing machine. So I've got that on my ruler foot. So here we go. Meandering. So the whole purpose of meandering, it's a really nice fill. You can kind of do it as big or as small as you like. I'm going to do kind of like a medium meandering, and the way to success with meandering is to try to keep the same amount of spacing between your lines and to not close yourself off anywhere. So I kind of work this up and down, up and down, up and down until I end in this bottom corner. So I'm going to start in this top corner, end in this bottom corner. So here we go. Work our way up. And so this is kind of a bigger meander. You can get in kind of close there, but you can also use meandering for micro quilting, which is super fun. Super small little meander. So the beauty of this is that you can kind of take it as small or as big as you like. And if you take it smaller, your quilt is going to be a little bit more stiff. And the bigger you make it, the kind of softer and more loose your quilt will be. And so I love that we have that option to kind of create that like comfort level in our quilts. So next, we're going to do another beginner filler. This is called, I like to call them just loops. And so they're super easy for beginner free motion quilters. And I teach a lot of people this filler at the very beginning because how many times do we make loops when we're writing, right? L's have loops, cursive E's have loops, just all kinds of, that's just something really natural for us, I find. And so we're going to do some loops next. Okay, so the key to successful loops is to loop once over and once under. So I'll show you. This first one will be under, and the next one we're going to do over. So it's over. And I actually have my students say under, over when they're first starting this, because it helps you to not get as confused. You're kind of walking yourself through it. So we just did an over, so next we're going to do an under. So that is the looping. And so the goal to this one is to really stay even between your travel lines. So like between this travel line and this travel line, that's about a finger width. Between this travel line and this travel line, that's about a finger width. And so that's really the key to getting this one consistent. And it is so cute and whimsical. And that's something that I really enjoy. I really enjoy gardening and wildlife. I live out in Oklahoma, and we've got a ton of wildlife out here. So that's where I draw a lot of my inspirations, organic lines and flowers and curly vines and things like that. So this is a really fun organic idea if you're just starting out with free motion quilting. And I actually really like to practice these with a pencil when I'm teaching beginners, or when I myself am learning a new fill. And so I practice leaving my pencil on the paper and just doodling until I can't doodle anymore. And so that's a really good way to practice. And so let me clear my fuzz away from my needle here. Okay, so next we are going to do clamshells. And these are super fun because they are just a really kind of a dense fill. And so with clamshells, that's kind of where we introduce echoing. So I'm going to do a one teardrop shape. I'm going to sew another teardrop shape, and I'm going to do one more, and it's just going to be an echo of each other. So our first shape kind of determines the movement of where our clamshell is going to go. So I would like to kind of base my first shape kind of in this direction. So I've got my first teardrop, and then I'm going to do two more echoes over that. So there is my first clamshell. And if you get in really closely, my clamshell is kind of traveling this way. So I can either come out this side and keep going in that direction, or I can kind of double back and come out this side. And I think for now, I'm going to travel out this way and kind of travel across my fabric a little bit. And these are the kind of the decisions that we have to make when we're free motion quilting. And it is okay to stop and think, where am I going next? So you don't get yourself in a pickle when you're not able to get yourself out of your design in your block, so to speak. So we're going to go out this way. And from here, I think I'm going to come down a little bit in this area. So I just trace over that stone line. And I'm doing 3 echoes, but it's okay to just do 2 or to even do 4 or 5 or whatever your heart is telling you to do in that moment. So I am going to do a couple, since I have kind of a smaller space, I might do a couple with 2 echoes or maybe even 4, depending on how much space I have. So here I'm going to do 3. And then I'm going to travel up this. Let's see how many we have room for. Ooh, 3. I think 2 echoes are going to work perfectly for this shape because we've met our line here. Okay, so as you can see, there's a little empty space right here. I'm going to fill that in with a super small clamshell, and I'm going to exit out this side. And so it's okay to get closed kind of in a hole, and there's so many lines in this design, you can kind of trace over a line to get out. And maybe the quilt police would say that you can't double back over your lines, but there's no quilt police here, so we can do whatever we want. Okay, so I'm going to dribble over this line and come out in the open space. We can also make clamshells really big also, which is really fun. I'll show you some of those. So I have got kind of a line going this way. You can see the direction I'm traveling in. If you want to have more of a all over feel and not really a directional feel, all you have to do is kind of trace back and exit out in one of these points and kind of bring your design back around. So that's what I'm going to do at this point. Also, if you think you've got a little bit of space here and you don't really want to start another clamshell because it just maybe wouldn't look as, maybe you're not adding small clamshells with big clamshells, maybe you want it to be more consistent, all you have to do is echo those shapes and it will fill in those small little areas. So I'm going to show you. So this is my line that's traveling this way. I'm just going to do another line that kind of echoes that. And that kind of gets us out of those little tricky places as well. So that would be the end of the clamshells. So that's a really great filler. And this is a really fun filler to use with other fillers. So you can combine like swirls and clamshells and curls, or you can combine more like boxy things together. Don't be afraid to kind of combine shapes. So you don't have to stick with one fill your whole quilt. I'm going to travel back out. And next, I am going to show you swirls. These are so fun. I went a little too far. Okay. There we go. Okay, so these are super, super fun. They're kind of like clamshells, but we're just going to swirl all the way around and we're going to swirl right back out and go in with the next swirl. These are so whimsical and fun. I love them so much. So first we're going to come out and do a big curl. And so I like to think cinnamon rolls for this design. We don't want to stop too soon. We really want to bring it in maybe like 2 or 3 times. And then all we're going to do is bring it back out. And then from this point, you can go out in this direction. And I want to encourage you, if you are free motion quilting, I want to remind you that you are not a computer and things might not look exactly perfect. And that's kind of actually the beauty of free motion quilting, is that you yourself drew the shapes. And so they will not ever be perfect, but they are really fun to look at. And I love free motion quilting because it has a lot of personality. And one person's free motion quilting isn't going to look exactly like the next person's free motion quilting. So here we go. can go back out this way. Okay, so these are swirls. They come out they come in really tight and they come out just the same way. There's also swirls that are kind of similar, or kind of like, these are swirls, the other kind are curls, sorry, rather. So for curls, we're gonna come out, make a small circle, and then we're gonna travel back and trace it. And I'll show you how that's done here. So we're going to make a big curly line, kind of like a question mark, if you will. And then we're going to echo that back and bring it back from where we came. Kind of like a big hook. And we can either come around the back and meet that point, or we can keep going and meet that point and then go back around. So the choice is really yours, which is so fun. So for this one, I'm going to go ahead and meet the middle and come back out the other side. Okay. And then we can start our next curl. So you see the swirls are more circular. The curls are more hook-like or wave-like. So I'll show you the next one. And we curled our curl this way. I think the next curl, we're going to curl the opposite direction. So here we go. And I can see here that I have a little bit of space here. So I'm going to travel out this direction and create one more curl. It's kind of your choice. At this point, you can create another curl, or you can just keep echoing on curls that you already have. And that allows you to really control how big your curls are. So I see that it is time to take it back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Paige. I got a couple of questions for you, if you have a second.
Sure, of course.
So first, the last one I just saw is, what speed do you sew at? What speed are you using?
So that's an amazing question. I am sewing in precision mode right now on my gallant. So as you can see right here, there's a P there. So the speed of the stitching is really decided by me. Since the gallant has a stitch regulator, it's going to follow how fast I'm going, which is amazing. And then there's other modes on the long arm as well. One is cruise and the other is manual. So cruise is still going to have that stitch regulator, but you can also choose how fast you want your needle to go up and down, so that when you stop, your needle will keep going up and down. And actually, curls are a great way to use cruise mode because of those points that you make in the beginning. So that's a really great way to use cruise. And then manual mode kind of takes away the stitch regulator part of your machine, and that's when you get to control how fast you go and how big your stitches are. So the faster you go, the bigger your stitches will be, and the slower you go, the smaller the stitches will be. And for that, it kind of just depends. But when I'm in cruise mode, I like to go 700 stitches per minute to answer.
And a couple couple of notes here. Everyone said I don't know, put a couple people asleep. They were mesmerized and relaxed with just hearing you talk and sew. They love that there's no quilt police here. We love that. No quilt police, no sewing police. They like the hands-on approach. Do you practice drawing first?
Yes, especially when I'm trying something new. And when I was teaching art previously, we did a lot of Zen doodling. It's a really fun way to do contour lines, which basically all quilting is contour lines. So it's not like embroidery where there's fill stitches and satin stitches and that kind of thing. So you've basically got that run stitch, and you kind of just, it's the same as using a pencil. So I like to actually use well, there's a couple things I like to use. I like to use my iPad for drawing. It's really easy to erase, Procreate on my iPad. You can also get a big roll of butcher paper. That's what I like, to really just spread out a huge roll of paper across my table and just keep going, kind of like a quilt. And then I also enjoy dry erase board as well for practicing.
All great ideas. I love the craft fair. I love the dry erase board. Amazing presentation. Really great, Paige. Thank you so much for joining us on Quilt Fest. Oh, I think we lost her. But listen, my biggest takeaways from watching Paige's education session is no person's quilting looks like anybody else's pursing, and nothing is ever going to be perfect. I love that. And you don't have to stick to one design for the entire quilt. I love that takeaway too. So we learned so much in our first education session. Blaine, what about you?
We always do, Jane. That's why we have them. So great job, Paige, and hope everybody enjoyed that. But hey, let's keep going. I'll see you back in here in 30 minutes. We're going to get to our good buddy, Sam Fung is up next with Janome, and we're going to talk about a Janome today. We're going to talk about that 500 ELE. So y'all make a big welcome for Sam Fung. Hey, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I got you now. All right, we're going to let you take it away, Sam, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about this embroidery machine out here. This is an embroidery only. It is called the 550E Limited Edition. And so first of all, let's talk about this machine for just a minute. The machine has 180 built-in designs. There are 6 different fonts available. The maximum embroidery field on this machine right here is 7.9 by 14 inches. And the embroidery speed, it starts at 400 and go up to 860 stitches per minute. Now, the machine does come with this nice big extension table, and you really do need to use the extension table when you're doing machine embroidery because how big the hoops are. If you were using a smaller hoop, then maybe you could do without it. So just let me let you know, the table itself measures 23.5 inches from front to back and 15.5 from the left to the right here. And with the table on the machine to the edge of the machine, it measures 27 inches in length. And the reason I'm giving you these measurements, because I know people always ask, well, how big is it? I have to try to fit it into my sewing space. So now you know, okay? There's not too much to talk about on here. You only have a start-stop button and a scissors button on this machine. But the machine does have a semi-automatic needle threader. And how this one works is like this. Since we don't have a needle up and down button on our machine, we need to make sure that the needle is in the correct position. And how we do that is over here on my screen, I have a lockout key. So what I would do is first touch the lockout key, and you see there's a lockout key right here. There's a lock on the screen. Then next what I need to do is lower my pressure foot. When I lower my pressure foot, if you will look at the screen, right here in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see a little thread with the needle and the word OK right here. This is telling me that the needle is in the correct position for threading my needle. If I don't see the OK, let's say somehow it ended up a little off, a little too high up. You notice right now my OK sign is gone. So this way I know if I pull down my needle threader, it's not going to thread my needle. So I need to turn my hand wheel until I see the OK again. So once I see the OK, I would normally thread your machine following the guide on the machine itself. And there's also diagrams on the top. And I'll come over here, bring the thread down, bring it across, cut it. My needle threader is right here. Press it down, and my thread is threaded. You see? There it is. It's that simple, threading the needle. Once it's threaded, I can raise my pressure foot up again, and then I can press to unlock the machine. Okay? Now, talking about that, let's talk about what all you get with this machine. If we look over here, you get 2 different bobbin cases with this machine. The standard bobbin case that you have on the machine is a 10-gram bobbin case. And now they have started putting the grams on the bobbin case. And what the gram means is how much tension is being pulled down to the bottom of your embroidery. So 10 gram is like normal, 20 gram is a higher tension. And when you would, and they include this second one for when you're doing machine embroidery, sometimes the bobbin thread pulls up to the top. If that happens, then you would need to put in the high tension bobbin case in. The high tension bobbin case will pull more of the top thread to the bottom, so you won't see that bobbin thread poking up to the top. Okay. Now, it does come with a secondary spool pin, and you might be wondering, why do I have a secondary spool pin? Well, if you've never done it before, you can put 2 different colors of thread on your machine, and then thread it with one hand just like you would, and thread both threads through the eye of the needle. And what happens when it sews, the thread will twist, and it looks like you got a variegated thread. And so you can do that with the embroidery thread. You just need to use like a slightly bigger needle, because you need a bigger eye, like a red tip or a size 14 needle for that. And then you have a couple of caps for your machine, and you have 3 different ones here. You got these great big ones like this, the smaller ones, and we have what we call a special spool caps, these little bitty ones. Now on this machine, if you notice, we have a horizontal spool stand. The horizontal spool stand on these machines are made for smaller spools of thread like this. If you are using cone thread like this for embroidery thread, okay, you would need to use, it is recommended to use a spool stand. Now we do sell a 2 and a 5 thread spool stand that actually will screw onto the back of the machine, and the thread will actually sit back here like this. This type of thread is made to be dispensed straight up instead of horizontally like this. And I don't like using the auxiliary spool stand that sits on the side of the machine. Sometimes people use this for sewing, for machine embroidery. And I'll tell you why, because I did that one time on my other machine. I had just gotten my machine back from servicing, and I had to finish up a project. And so what I wanted to do was hurry up and finish the project. So I didn't want to take the time and put the spool stand back on the machine. And so what I did was I just took this thread and set it on the side of the table, and I started my embroidery. I pulled it around the back and threaded the machine. Well, halfway through my embroidery, all of a sudden, I started hearing this real strange sound. It started making this wee type sound. I looked over there, and it was just embroidering right along like nothing is going on. And I thought, okay, fine, it's fine. And so I just kept embroidering. I was sitting right next to it, sewing, and it just kept making this sound. And then next thing I heard, the thread break, the dreaded sound that we all dread. And so I go over there and I started, rethreading the needle, and I start pulling on the thread. Well, guess what? I pulled on it and said, why is it not coming up. And I thought, okay, the thread must have went underneath the spool. You guys know what I'm talking about. Sometimes that happens. Well, no, the thread wasn't going there. It still wasn't pulling up. And I was going, well, what's wrong with it? So I went and looked at it and followed the trail where the thread was. And guess what happened? The thread wrapped around my flywheel so much that it locked it up. And believe it or not, this is on a Saturday. Okay. So I couldn't even sew. I could not pull the cap off to try and remove the thread. I didn't know what I was doing, so I didn't want to do that. But the most embarrassing part was come Monday morning, I have to bring my machine back to the service department and tell the service department what had happened. Okay. That was more embarrassing to me than, anything else. So that's why I tell people, don't use those auxiliary spool stand when we make one that bolts on the back of the machine. It is an optional add-on, but believe me, it's a lot easier than to have to deal with that issue of having the thread, stuck in your machine. The other thing that comes with it on this 550E limited edition, you get a USB stick. It has extra large designs in the USB stick. There's about 30 designs on this USB stick. So that comes with the machine. You also get 4 different hoops. You get this one right here, which is a 5.5 by 5.5 hoop. You have a rectangular hoop that comes with it. It's 5.5 by 7.9. You have a square hoop that's 7.9 by 7.9. And this is your embroidery field I'm talking about, okay? And this is your largest hoop that comes with this machine. This is the RE36, which is 7.9 by 14.2 inches. So this is a nice big hoop that you get with this machine. And if you notice, because of how big this hoop is, you also get some clamps that comes with the machine. And what happens is the clamp clamps into this little area right here, and they are some magnets in the clamps, so they help hold it down really tight. Most of the time I find out I don't have to use it. The time I have to use the clamps is when I'm making something like lace work, which I'm using just like one piece of water soluble. I would go ahead and use the clamp to make it tighter to keep the stabilizer from pulling down. The other thing I want you notice is on this extra large hoop, right here on this hoop on top and bottom, I have screws that you can adjust to open up. Well, hopefully you guys can see this. Open this up some, okay? So what I would do is if I'm clamping something with heavy stabilizer and piece of fabric, I would adjust this open a little bit and then use these clamps to even open it up even more. And then when I'm ready to hoop my fabric, I can just simply put the hoop in, clamp it down, and then if I need to tighten it any, I have these screws down here to make my fine tightening. So I don't have to worry about getting hoop burns and stuff like that on my hoops. For those of you who are new to embroidery, and hoop burns is when you push down the hoop to force it into your fabric, into your hoop. You get that nice shiny little curved area in your hoop. That's what we call hoop burns. And no matter what you do, you can't get that shine out. So we always don't want to force our fabric into the hoops. So these are the 4 hoops that you get with the machine. And you also get this translucent machine cover. You have a manual, and I want to show you what's the manual has. In the manual, in the very front, the machine comes with software, editing software for your PC. And this is for PC only, not a Mac. And I want to show you inside the book, there's a QR code where you would scan it, or you can manually type in the link and you go to the global website, or Janome Global, and you can download the software for your PC. And it's called Embroidery Editor, and it lets you do editing for your machine so you can combine your designs and all that on your PC as opposed to doing it on the machine. So let's go to the machine and look how easy it is to operate. Now on my screen right here, I have a home key. Anytime you want to go back to this main screen right here, we touch the home key. It's as simple as that. In the home key, you have 3 choices. The flower represent the built-in designs. The ABCs are your fonts and your letterings. And your edit screen is always the grid. Okay, so I just touched the grid. So I brought up my edit screen. In my edit screen, on the bottom, I have the hoop icon. When I touch my hoop icon, it will bring up all the hoops that is available for this machine. And if you notice on the bottom, there's 3 pages of hoops that's available. The first page shows me the 4 hoops that's available for this machine. When I go to the next page, it shows me the largest hoop. Also, there is a quilting hoop available, which is a 7.2 by 7.2 quilting hoop. You have a 3.9 by 1.6 inch, a smaller hoop for doing smaller things. There is a hat hoop available for you, for those of you who wants to do hats. And the hat hoop will actually go inside this hoop. And what you would do is you would take the inside ring off. The hat hoop would actually go into here, and then you would, and it has a little flap on the bottom where you will put the bill of the ball cap into here to do your embroidery on ball cap. So yes, you can embroidery on ball caps on this machine. And on the next page, and this is the latest hoop that they just come out with. It's a square 10B. It's a 3.9 by 3.9 hoop. And the way this hoop is designed is the hooping mechanism. I know it's hard to see on the screen, but the hooping mechanism, instead of being, the attachment is still right here on the side, but the way that it's designed, the rest of the hoop, there's an area back here that attaches to the hoop itself. So you don't have this big piece right here. So it allows you to slide stuff in and pull it back to do your hooping. Now this hooping system here, if you notice, is quite different than some of our other machines. You have a lever right here. And when I pull this lever back, I want you to see we have metal brackets right here. When I pull this back, it opens up the latches, so-called, and those goes right into the side here. And to attach the hoop, I simply pull this back, line it up, and push it in, and my hoop is secure. Okay, so it's that simple to attach the hoop. So let's X out of here. All the rest of my icons are pretty much grayed out. I don't have any designs. So let's bring in the design. Now to go back to bring in the design, I have to go back to the home screen. So I just touch the home screen right here, and I can choose my built-in design. Now these are all, and I can look at the designs by design category, or I can look at designs by hoop sizes. So by right now it's petite designs. I'm looking at all these different designs right here. There's 3 pages to it. I'm touching the little flower icon. Here is all my different categories. There's favorite designs, border design, geometric designs, pantry design, whirl styles, flourish alphabets. And these are good size alphabets also. Some quilting designs. You have some bracelet designs. Bracelet designs are actually freestanding lace work in there. You have some celebration designs, wedding design, and built in the hoop designs were dolls that you can make that you stuff, and kids love them. Sashiko design and screen calibration. So let's go back one. Let's talk about wedding designs. Okay, you see these words out here. They have Mr., Mrs., and there's different versions of them. And that's like, for example, this one, the Mrs. one. this word right here, it's real nice. You can do them on t-shirts and things like that for like if you're doing something for like, let's say a bachelorette party. It's real simple to embroider on something like this. This is just a blank t-shirt. You just embroider on it, and then you have one that you can sell on Etsy and stuff like that. So you can have a machine like this and get a business out of it. Okay, and you can also make it real fancy. This is a purchase shirt, and I simply embroidered the word on here, added some lace trim to it, put it on the bottom, and you have a cute little shirt you can sell on Etsy for $30. You know, this was a simple shirt I got in one of those big box store, you know, relatively inexpensive. Okay, like that. On this machines, we can copy and paste function. So you look, there's two pieces of paper right here. I hit the copy and paste, and the designs on top of each other. I can move it out of position to get my other words. I can touch the trash can to get rid of it. I have a sizing key. I can resize in the machine up to 20% up or down by just simply touching the plus key. You can see the letter getting bigger, or I can reduce it down by 80%. Okay, and then hit OK to save it. Now, when we resize in the machine, we are just stretching the letter out. The machine does not add stitches or take out stitches. So you have to be careful when you're resizing so your background doesn't show up. Okay, more icons on the next page. Here's a rotation key. I can rotate it by 45 degrees or by 1 degree. I can also rotate it by 45 degrees going the other direction. And the screen also shows me at what the rotation I'm at currently. If I want to save it, hit OK. I have mirrors, these little things. These are my mirror imaging keys. Okay, if I want to mirror them left to right, right here, upside down. Okay, this is my arcing key. I can't arc it because it's considered design, so you can't arc those. Next page, I can save the design into a file folder. It does have a USB port on the side. I can save my design to a file folder. I can always change my design color for visual purpose. I touch the color wheel. It brings up a color wheel. It shows me my design right now is in red. If I want to change it to a different color, I simply touch the color tile, and I can just change my design visually for a different color. Or I can adjust it, the color, to make it more lighter, you can see, or I can make it darker, you know, for visual effect. Okay, and then once I'm happy with it, I hit OK. Now, I want to show you the other thing you can do with this. On the color wheel, what I love is up here is the grid, the background. I can change the background color right here. Now, you would ask me, why would I want to change the background color? Well, let's say I'm stitching on a piece of color fabric, and I want to see what the design would look like on that piece of color fabric without actually stitching it out. So let's say I was doing this on a green piece of fabric. I select green, hit OK, and now it shows me what my design would look like stitch out on the colored piece of fabric. Better yet, when you do lace designs, for you, those of you done embroidery before, when I bring in a lace design, they're usually white. And in a white background, you can hardly see, although our machines, they come in grayscale, they're hard to see. So if I change this to another color, it's easier to see the design. When I'm done with it and I want to change it back to the white, no problem. I come up here and just hit the default, which is, touch the background. Right here, you have default, DFT. Here's the default. Default breaks everything back to the white background. So no worry about that. Okay. I'm going to go back to the home key and show you the fonts. Okay. In the two uppercase, this is where the font is that you have available to you. You have Gothic, Script, Chatham, and 3 different Cyrillic alphabets. And then the next page, You have 2-letter monogramming, 3-letter monogramming, your border, and your normal sew design. So let's go back to number 1. Right here, I have a sample stitched out. These are the fonts I'm showing you right here. This is Gothic, Script, Chatham, which is these 3 fonts right here. Next page, my 2-letter monogramming. In 2-letter monogramming or 3-letter monogramming, you have these little brackets available to you, either in 2 or 3-letter monogramming. So you can have 2 or 3-letter monogrammings. And when you're doing letters, you have a choice of doing a small size, medium. This is all medium, which is defaulted in the machine, and large. And you can see these are pretty good size font for having letters built into the machine. And you have numbers, you have accent markings and things like that. And I can show you, I showed you right here how we can arc it using the arcing key in the machine. Okay. Oh, one more thing. I always forget to point out these. On the second page, you have what's called border and normal sew designs. Okay. When you look at these, they don't look like anything on the machine. Okay. I show these to people and people say, oh, okay. They don't look very impressive, but I want to show you what they look like stitched out. So these are the border designs right here. Okay. These are border designs. Like this right here is the flower, because when I hit the flower, it doesn't look like much, but this is the actual flower design. Okay. And some of these are more border designs right here. Look at them. Aren't they nice? What happens is when you look at it on the machine, you're looking at this one design here, but when you stitch them out, you just keep adding them to it, they actually create a border so you can stitch it on the bottom of something. Aren't these beautiful? Think of all the things you can do with them. You can stitch them on the cuff of a shirt, maybe on the hem of a skirt. You know, you're making children's clothing. You know, these are very cute designs to stitch out. So not just having 100 built-in designs, that doesn't include all these in the normal sew and border sew designs. So these are some really cute stuff you can stitch out on this machine. Now, I know the buttons and stuff, there's a lot to go over, but this machine also comes with a quick reference chart. The quick reference chart will show you every single button and a little description of what they do and how you would use them. There's front and back. It talks about the common keys, the different settings in the machine, all that. This is a shortcut to the manual. Now, one other thing I want to show you real quick is on this machine, how to look for a design. I have I just put my USB in. I come in here, open up the file, okay? I choose USB. I don't see anything on my screen. And because I have some design that I transferred through the software, some that I did not. Now, if I don't transfer the design using the software, to find the design up here in the very top corner, there's an arrow that shows you go up one. You simply touch that. You don't see anything on here. But on the bottom, you'll say 1/4, meaning there's 4 pages. Scroll to the next page. Here's the designs from my USB stick. These are the ones for the square 14 hoop. Our machine groups the designs by hoop sizes. So everything that fits the 4 square 14s on one page. I scoot over, it goes to the next page to square 14. And the 4th page will fit all the design. This fits the square 20 hoop. Okay. Now, to look for designs, I put some designs in the USB that I use the software. Okay, so I'm going to open it up. And this time, if I write it through the software, They put it in the correct folder for you. It's in the EMBF folder. So these are the ones written through the software. For those of you who have other Janome machines, the older ones, you're used to this format. This is where you would find your designs if you have put them through the software that comes with the machine. So there's two ways of looking designs, and all my designs right here is squits to square 20B hoop. Same thing like this, it would automatically group to different hoop sizes. Okay, I see that my time's about up. Does anybody have any questions for me? I know the people in the office is in here want monitoring, and they've probably been answering questions. So if you have any specific questions, I'm sure Blaine can come on and ask me.
Yeah, Sam, I don't see any questions. I think they've been answering pretty good. So thanks again. Appreciate the great demonstration. Now we're going to tell them how they can get one, okay?
Okay, great.
All right, we'll talk to you later. All right, guys, this was the Janome. This is the 500 ELE, 550, I'm sorry, 550 ELE, and it is $28.99. We do have a call-in special on this, so get on that phone. Great embroidery machine here. We have some financing available, free shipping nationwide. 800-401-8151. Or if you just want to be on chat, you can go to our website. We have live chat agents standing by on the website. It can answer questions and take your order as well. And then naturally, we have Rhonda and Melinda. They are monitoring the YouTube and Facebook chat, and they can answer questions for you as well. So, all right, we're going to bring Jane back in.
Hey guys. Hey Blaine.
Hey Jane. All right, Jane, we're going to let you take it away. Hey, we're right on time right now, so let you
I'm
take
gonna
the
keep
next
it that
one.
way. Yeah.
Well, let's keep her rocking. I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Let's keep it rocking and rolling with our friend Shauna Westergaard. Super excited to have her back on the show. Shauna is with Handi Quilter, and she's a mother of 4, and her husband is an amazing IT guy, which I don't know. I just asked her that yesterday. She grew up in a family of quilters, and she remembers playing underneath those quilt frames, and she finished her she inherited her, her long arm before she even ever finished piecing a quilt top. And once she got her own long arm set up, she jumped in with both feet and quilted over 60 projects. I am sure she's quilted over more than that by now. That was in the first year that she had her own long arm. Welcome back to the show from Handi Quilter, Shauna Westergaard. Shauna.
Hi, how are you?
How many projects have you finished now? 60 in the first year.
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to count because I also quilt for customers. So it's a lot.
You mean it started with hashtags and now you just lost control?
It's true. Very true.
Well, I love all the memories, and I apologize to your husband for calling us some savvy IT guy, but we haven't met, so I just am making assumptions here. Anyway,
He is very savvy.
He's very savvy. Perfect. Well, then that was a compliment. So I'm keeping us on track here, and you have that Simply 16 today.
Yes, which I'm thrilled to show you guys. This is
Awesome.
Probably my favorite machine.
And we have special things to talk about with the Simply 16, and I'll see you in about 28 minutes.
Perfect. That works great for me. Thanks, Jane. Okay. I'm going to tell you really fast about our Simply before we get into our project. We're doing kind of a cute little project today. I've been doing table runners all week, so we're going to switch gears just a little bit, and I'm going to be doing a pillow. So I know we all have a lot of extra pillows lying around. This is one that I have just left over from Christmas. Let me move my machine out of the way here. So this one was actually hand quilted, not by me because I'm not patient enough to hand quilt. But the idea is that you can do the quilting on a block and then you turn it into a pillow cover. So that's what we're going to show you. I'm going to show you how we can actually do this direct on the long arm today. And I know if you're a quilter like me, you have a lot of like little orphan blocks that are just kind of lying around. So I brought a couple of my orphan blocks to show you. These ones are fun. They're like the 3D type blocks where you've got the triangles, So just all of us have a bunch of orphan blocks that we're trying to figure out what to do with, right? And so my very favorite trick that I learned about quilting was when you're going to try out a couple of different blocks to figure out if you like the pattern enough to keep going, you should do the blocks in a color scheme that you really like. And that way you can use those blocks, whether it's in your decorating, you can do pillow covers, or you can use them all to make a same quilt top. I picked that little tidbit up from Christina, one of our other educators here. And I try to do that now. Anytime I'm making a block, I try it in the same colorway so that I can use it for something else. So we're going to talk really fast about the Simply 16. This is my very, very, very favorite machine. I know you guys have probably heard as a mom, you're not supposed to pick a favorite kid. I have totally picked a favorite machine as a quilter, and it's the Simply 16. My machine that I started on was an HQ16 with it, which is basically this machine, just a few years older. And every time I come to play on this machine, I love it. I am thrilled with the stitches. The stitches are beautiful. It has a really good sturdy feel to it, but it's also light enough that you can use this machine with Pro Stitcher Lite. So our Pro Stitcher system for Pro Stitcher Lite is a 4-wheel carriage. And so Pro Stitcher Lite works with our lighter machines. This machine is actually kind of right in the sweet spot that you can use Pro Stitcher Lite or Pro Stitcher Premium with this machine. So I know that they probably have a deal where you can add on Pro Stitcher Lite, and that's going to be the more affordable option, but you'll have to talk to Jane and Blaine about that. I did a little bit of peeking, and I saw the deal that SMP is offering for you guys. And I'm really serious that I might have to get myself a Simply 16 because this is such a good deal. I don't know if you guys realize I have not seen a deal this good on a Simply 16 in a very, very long time. So we're going to get started. I'm going to do some quilting for you. I'm sorry, I got to tell you a few specs about this machine so you know why I love it so much. The throat space, it's 16 inches of throat space. That's why we call it the Simply 16. And this one right now is working on our 4-wheel carriage system, but you can put it on the 8-wheel carriage. So it works with Pro Stitcher Premium. It has a screen here at the front that is a touch screen. So you can adjust the settings here on the front. If you get it with Pro Stitcher, you can make adjustments here on this screen too. They do connect and integrate together so that they work together. When I'm doing free motion quilting, I like to have my needle down. We're going to do a little bit of free motion quilting, and then if we have time, I can show you a little bit of Pro Stitcher quilting. And so I'm going to actually drop my needle down before we start. And so there's a button here on the front that I just touch that, and it shows that my needle will be down. So when I start stitching, the needle will stay in the fabric when I'm done, so that I can, as I'm free motion quilting, it's so that I can kind of stop and look at the design and figure out where my next thread path is going to go. So right now I have my stitches dropped down to 4 stitches per inch. And I'm going to do a basting stitch around the block because you need to stabilize your quilt top before you do any quilting. And so we do a basting stitch to stabilize the quilt, you know, even though it's just this tiny cute little bird block. I thought we'd do a bird today because it's a little bit springtime. Spring is coming up. And it's also blue and yellow, which I thought was adorable. So what I just did there was I brought up my bobbin thread, and I'll show you again. This is how you quilt on the long arm. You bring your bobbin thread up to the top side of the project so that you don't have to climb underneath the project to get the bobbin thread out of the way. So I'm just going to start stitching forward. And I do like to keep my hand on the handlebar as I'm stitching. It just allows me to have constant access to the start and stop button. And I'm just basting along the bottom, and then I'm going to come and do this little section up here. Perfect. Now I am the kind of quilter that I do anything I can to avoid breaking my thread, meaning tying off and starting again somewhere else. So if I'm doing free motion quilting, a lot of times I actually start down in the bottom right of my project to do some of my quilting because I don't want to have to break my thread and come back up here to the top. But sometimes working right to left can be a little intimidating for people because we read left to right, and a good majority of us write left to right, right? So everyone should be doing that. We're going to come down here and I'm going to work right to left, but I'm giving myself space that I can wiggle back and forth. That's the really important part when you're doing free motion quilting, with you're doing stipple, if you're doing any type of filler, you don't want to move in one linear direction. You want to give your space to kind of move in all directions. So I'm going to do some circles Actually, let me turn off my gears really fast. The cool thing about this, I have my Pro Stitcher machine, my tablet on my machine. And so that means I am engaged right now with my cables, with my gears. And I actually am going to disengage my gears so that I can do free motion quilting. And it's just that simple. I've literally pushed a button, my gears are disengaged, and now I can move freely. So we're going to do some pebbling. And we're going to switch. I do this every single time, you guys. One of these days, anyone who's been watching all week, you know I do this every time. I'm going to bump my stitches back up. So when I do a basting stitch, I come down to 4 stitches per inch because that'll give me a good steady baste around the edge. And you can see right here, my stitches don't look very pretty, and it's because they're so wide. So I'm going to bump back up. I like to sit right about 11 stitches per inch because it gives you a really good, pretty look. And so the other trick, as I'm doing this free motion pebbles, you're going to do a circle and then come around halfway through the circle again before you move to the next circle. Sometimes pebbles can look kind of intimidating. And I hope this blue thread shows up really nice. I picked blue because it kind of matched this cute bird that we've got here. And I'm going to show you, we'll probably do some pebbles down low, but I don't want to do pebbles all over because birds don't fly in pebbles. They might land in pebbles, but they don't fly in pebbles. So my thread just broke, so I'm going to fix this for you. And it's kind of hard to see because of where we're filming, but the thread comes through on the other side of the machine. Whenever my thread breaks, I always try to make sure it's seated in my tension discs. So I'm just going through my thread guides here and getting everything set up again. Perfect. And I'm going to pull my fingers in and kind of separate the thread discs and pull my thread through to make sure it's flossed in the discs correctly. Oh, there's my problem. When I threaded it before we started, I didn't go through the tension spring. So this is something to kind of keep in mind anytime that you're doing your quilting. If it's been a minute since you've touched the machine, always just kind of check your settings, check your thread path, because I didn't double check it. I thought we were good to go. And I missed my tension spring. Oh, that feels so much better. Isn't it funny how when you've been doing this for a while, you can kind of feel, I've heard some people say they can tell when their machine, the bobbin is running out, they can just hear the difference. That's kind of a similar thing. I'm used to pulling the thread when I'm threading the machine, and I can feel that it's seated in the tension discs better where it's supposed to be. So once we get this threaded again, we're going to pull up our bobbin thread. And I do have someone watching the comments. I keep forgetting to tell you guys. I do have someone watching comments. So if you wanted to ask a question, I'm happy to answer anything as we're going here. There we go. Perfect. Now, I know these time slots move kind of quickly, and so I'll do a little bit more pebbling, but then we're going to come and do some stitching in the ditch around the bird, because I want to show you how we can actually attach the back side of the pillowcase directly on the long arm. That's one of my very favorite things. So I'll do a little bit more pebbling. I'll probably start right here in the middle and work my way this way so that I can come to the tail of the bird and start stitching it in the ditch around the bird. So I have my machine where I'm going to start. I hold the top thread with my hand. I drop the needle down, lift the needle up and swing away. And that's how I get at my bobbin thread. Just that simple. And that's the easiest way for us to start a project or to start stitching so that you have your bobbin thread on the right side of the quilt. Okay, just doing some pebbles. Circles can be a little bit intimidating too, and so that's one thing that I tell people to just practice. If you have a pad of paper and a pen with you as you're sitting waiting at appointments, it's a really good way to practice so you can do some pebbling while you're waiting at the doctor. Waiting at the dentist, wherever it is you're waiting. Okay, so I've come here to the bird. You can see my cute little pebbles here. So I've come to the corner of the tail of the bird and I've left my needle down. And I'm actually going to bring my quilt project forward just a little bit so that the bird itself will fit in my throat space. So I'll come around to the side of the machine. I'll lift this ratchet for the back and just pull it forward just a smidge. And you can see the machine moving. That's because I left the needle down in the project. This is thumb something that I do very carefully. I only leave the needle down when I'm confident that I'm not moving the machine too quickly or anything, because we don't want to tear a hole in the project. But it's still a great way to kind of keep track of where you are. So there's a couple ways that I can do this. I'm going to show you some free motion quilting around first, just kind of doing it one way. But then I can also show you, we have Pro Stitcher that can do some straight line stitching for us as well. So I'm just going to do probably moving up to the left. Now, for me personally, my problem, I have a really hard time doing diagonal lines here. So that's something I need to keep practicing myself. I definitely pull out a ruler and do ruler work when I'm moving that way. And this machine actually does have a ruler base. I checked with SMP. They do have a few of the ruler bases available for this machine. So if you're considering it, you should probably talk with them about it, give them a call, because these machines, I'm not kidding, this really is my very favorite machine. Okay, I have a choice here. As I'm free motion quilting, I like to stop and think about the path that I'm stitching out. I have a choice that I can come around the wing and continue on the outside, or I can use this as an opportunity to come stitch on the inside of the bird. So I think I'm going to come in this way, or maybe this is what we're going to do. We're going to come, so the thing to consider is where you're going to stitch twice, right? So I'm going to come around the wing, move up here, and then I come around the wing again to finish the tail. This will be nice to stitch twice here because it'll add extra dimension to the outside of the wing. Come down here, come up here. And also, I know sometimes when people get long arms, they're a little intimidated to start trying new things. And that's another great reason to use your orphan blocks. You can just put some orphan blocks down on some scrap backing and some scrap batting, and then just try it out and see how it works. So we'll come finish the tail. Just like this. Perfect. So I like to do a couple of stitches in the spot where I'm ending to kind of tie it off. You can also tie and bury the threads, which is where you would just trim these threads, tie them down, and then thread it through a hand needle and tuck them in between your quilt sandwich. That's a really great way to hide those threads as well when you're stopping and starting in the middle of a quilt instead of starting off on the side. Okay, great. So I'm going to show you just one little thing on Pro Stitcher. We'll do an outline here in the wing, and then I'm going to show you the envelope fold, how we can do that directly on the long arm. So what I'm going to do on my Pro Stitcher screen, I'm going to turn my gears back on. So simple push of a button, my gears have engaged again. You can actually hear them turn back on. And I'm going to be moving pretty quickly on this, but there are a ton of tutorials on YouTube. You can check them out through Pro Stitcher, through Handi Quilter, and I'm sure SMP has a lot of education materials on this as well. So I'm just going to create an area on the inside of the wing. And I'm going to be using something called multi-point, and that's where I can move my machine. I'm using my needle to select the area that I want to highlight, and I'm using the multi-point to select that. So you'll hear a couple of dings as I'm doing this. Every time I move my machine, I put my needle where I want it to be. I hit the multi-point. Good. And then I'm going to come down here for this. And it looks like, yep, perfect. So I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen, but I have an odd shape here, a little bit diamond shape. And that's what I'm going to be using to put a cute little design here. Before we can tell it to quilt though, I'm going to double check and set up my quilt space as well. The quilt space, this is my frame space. And this is just telling my machine where it can quilt. It's essentially kind of like when you have a hoop on an embroidery machine. Sometimes you have to tell the machine what hoop size it is, or the machine can check itself to tell you what hoop size it's using. That's a similar concept, that you're essentially saying what size you're going to be quilting in. So that's why we set up our frame space. So I have my frame space now, and I have my cute little bird wing here. I'm going to pull up a design, and I'm just going to put a design here in the area and just have it quilted out for me really fast. Oh, and there's even a cute little bird on here with a bird fill. When you get Pro Stitcher, it actually comes preloaded with a bunch of different designs. And so you're able to start playing right away as soon as you get Pro Stitcher. I have some cute lines here on my fabric. I might just do a little bit of cross hatching. That might be kind of cute to go with it. But it might also get lost in it. So maybe we should do some swirls. We're going to do a spiral. Here we go. So I've picked this spiral and it's a lot bigger. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen. The spiral is a lot bigger than my area. So I'm able to actually resize this design and shrink it down a little bit. Let me move it here so it's kind of centered where I want it. I don't want to resize it too much because it's already fitting pretty well, but we'll do just a little bit. And I'll pop this over here. Perfect. Now I've got it right where I want it. So I'm going to crop my design so that it won't stitch outside of the area. Got that all cropped and good to go. I'm going to hit baseline. That's kind of the design, the button that says, yes, I've made all the changes, make them final. And then we're going to let this stitch out. Perfect. And it pauses so that you can get your bobbin thread up. Again, so we don't have a lot of bobbin tied down underneath. And then I can just hit resume. And I like to wait for it to stitch and move away enough from the tails that I'm holding before I snip them, because I don't want to be in the way of the machine, right? We always want to do machine safety here. So you're going to see it's going to be doing a lot of back and forth as it's doing the spiral because of how I closed the edges on the area. And that's something that you can play with as well, that the area, you're able to have it stitch out the outside of the area or have it skip whatever parts connected to the outside border of the area. So this machine, while it's stitching out, I'll tell you, this machine is one of my favorites because the one that I had, I accidentally dumped it on the floor and it still worked when I finally decided to pick it up and put it back on the frame. So I had been making some adjustments to the frame and I wasn't being careful and the machine toppled off the frame and I was mortified. It's just one of those things that it was just a dumb mistake, right? So it took me a couple days, but when I finally got brave enough, I went and put the machine back on the frame and it worked perfectly. The only thing that was broken was my thread mast. Now, I'm not telling you, do not dump your machines off of their frame. Don't do that. But that is one of the reasons I absolutely love this, because this machine is heavy duty. It does incredible stitches. And after it fell off my frame, I put it back on and the timing wasn't even out. So it's a really incredible machine, very sturdy. It's a good old reliable machine. So I'm swinging away, coming back here to pick up my needle where I finished stitching. I'm going to do the needle down and needle up button and swing away and then snip this thread. And then hopefully you guys can see this cute swirl. Even though I've got like the fabric with all the lines, we did a really cute swirl here too. So let me show you the next part of our project. I'm going to move the frame forward just a little bit. So I'm coming over to the side of the machine. I lift the ratchet stop and just kind of advance it forward just a little so we can work on the top half. And I have these pieces that I'm using for the back of the quilt, or sorry, the back of the pillowcase. So I've already taken it over to just a regular machine and just folded it over and did a simple straight stitch. These are very, very basic. And I didn't measure them exactly to width. I made them slightly larger so that I have a little bit of wiggle room. So I'm going to take this and put it here at the top. And I am lining up my top edges, but I'm going to center it just a little bit so I have a little bit of overhang here on each side. And we have a really cool foot that we can use when we're doing this type of thing that's going to help me keep a nice square edge. And these feet will fit on all of our machines. The feet are interchangeable, so you don't have to get one specific for the Simply Moxie. Just a regular Handi quilter foot will do this trick. So this is a square foot, and this will give me a nice straight edge. And the cool thing is this is a 1/4 inch seam from the edge of the foot to where the needle drops down. This will give you a 1/4 inch seam. So I'm going to loosen this foot and lift the bar so the foot just drops off just like that. Put that foot here so I don't lose it. And then we'll pop this one on. I like to lift the post. It's a lot easier to get on if you can lift the post. And then I keep my finger kind of underneath the foot a little bit to make sure it's seated all the way up. And then we just screw it back on. Perfect. Do we have any questions coming in? I don't want to be missing them. I think we're doing pretty good. Okay, so I think I'm going to start down here and stitch up and over and down. So we're going to pull up our bobbin thread. Here we go, needle down, needle up. Perfect. Actually, where I dropped my needle, I need to change just a little because I was acting like I was going to be basting. I need to come in just a little bit. So I'm going to do that again. And I'm going to come back down here. Perfect. I'm lining it up better so that the edge of the foot is on the edge of the project. So needle down, needle up, swing away so I can grab my bobbin thread. And then come back forward. Perfect. And then we'll just do a straight line. The cool thing about this, I have my gears turned on, and so the gears are almost acting like the weight of the gears will help me do a straight line. But you can still manipulate it with or without the gears. So then I'm going to stop and check, and I'm doing really good right here. This looks really pretty for my 1/4 inch seam. However, if it's something I'm worried about, Pro Stitcher does have a channel lock. So I can go ahead and push the channel lock button, and now I know I'm going to get a straight line all the way back. That does mean, though, if I was not being careful as I stitched my quilt top down, that I didn't do a straight line there, that will be my own problem, right? So we got to the top. Let's check and see. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm a little wonky because I did not use my channel locks when I started. That's okay. We know what's going on, right? So I'm going to come back down here, line it up, and I'm going to switch my channel locks, take off the vertical channel lock, turn on the horizontal channel lock, and it really is this easy that I just hit a button and suddenly my channel lock is on. So I want to make sure I'm like lined up good. Perfect. So I'm going to come to the edge of this here, smidgen over, perfect. Turn off my horizontal channel lock, turn on my vertical channel lock. Perfect. Now I am going to advance so that we can put the second half on. So I'm going to turn off my vertical channel lock just so I don't have any channel locks on while I'm moving. I am going to drop my needle down while I advance for this part. I just walk around to the side of the machine and lift the ratchet and then pull it forward again. And we do have some hand wheels that you can actually purchase as an add-on for this. Oh, I'm going too far. Sorry, you guys. We do have hand wheels that you can purchase that make it easier to move these poles back and forth. Okay. We're so close, you guys. I'm going to pop this back up here so it's out of the way. We're going to put this bottom part on, and I'm doing the right sides together. It might feel kind of funny to do this on a frame, to do it on a quilt, right? But we're going to be able to pop it off and have the quilt ready to go, or the pillowcase ready to go. So let me turn my channel lock back on. Come straight down to the end. Perfect. And I'm just kind of watching. I'm lifting the fabric to see where I want to stop. So because again, my back pieces are a little bit bigger than the front. So turn on my horizontal channel lock. Awesome. And I'm going to try and match up the seam that I did right here. Okay, it's not going to be perfect because of user error, and that's me. But we're going to turn our vertical channel lock again, turn it back on. Coming up to the top. Oh, I did really good. I'm really close. That's beautiful. I just went over it a few times, so it's nice and secure. Turn off my channel lock. And there we go. And it looks really funny right now, but let me show you. I love this part too, that I literally just cut this directly off of the frame. Some people freak out when you do this, but the project's done. Let's just cut it off. You will have to unload the pins and stuff at some point, but. Okay, Jane, I'm almost ready to send it back to you. So let me know if we're seeing any questions coming through. I'm just going to trim this off and then we can show you what it looks like. I do have to say, being surprised by the price, because this machine is absolutely incredible. And when I heard the price that SMP was offering for you guys, I was shocked and I was ready to go out and buy one for myself. The problem is my husband is out of town and I was like, he might not be happy if he came home and I suddenly had another long arm. But the price is incredible and they're including it with the little foot frame. And that one is the 5-foot frame that it's got a hooping system so that you can do any size quilt on the little foot frame. And you don't like, you just have to have it's like a 6-foot footprint in your area. So I'm turning it right side out. And we got ourselves a cute little pillow cover. There we go. My corners don't want to go in, but we've got a bird pillow cover. Okay, Jane, let me know if you have any other questions, but this is how we turn a pillowcase or an orphan block.
So cute. I love the orphan block turn pillow. I love all the things you do. It's home deck. You know, you're doing pillow covers, you're doing table runners. I just love it so much. My only question for you is, once you dropped the Simply 16 on the floor, why did you wait a couple days to set it up again? Were you just scared of it?
No, it's because I almost squished one of my kids.
Oh, okay.
They were running past me as I was working on the frame. And so they ran past and they made it out in time. And the machine toppled. And I thought I was a little traumatized. Like,
that's why. Okay. All right.
It out alive.
I'm prying too much into what's happening there, but
okay. That's the part that I'm like, I don't know if people want to know that, but the kid is great. He's fine.
Kid's fine. Machine's fine. You're even better. Great project, great demo, and a great prize. So, Shauna, let me tell everybody how to get their hands on the Simply 16. You're the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we love Shauna. She's so fun. What a great demo. And let's talk about that Simply 16. Remember what we said the other day? This is a Sewing Machines Plus only. They are the only dealer in the country that has this Simply 16 machine. You heard it from Shauna. It is her favorite machine. This is it. This is a call-in special. You saw the pricing right there. $39.95 call-in special. Shauna wanted to buy one. You want to buy one. Demo was great. Again, this is the only place that you are going to find the Simply 16. It comes with the full warranty on the brand new machines, and it is made exclusively. Handi Quilter did it exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus because the machine is discontinued. So great deal. You are right, Diane. That is a fantastic deal. So if you're on the fence, there are limited supplies. 800-401-8151. We just don't know how Blaine does it, do we?
Well, hey, it takes a lot of work, a lot of negotiation sometimes, Jane.
That's so cool. Blaine, I think it's really fantastic. And I kind of forgot what the price was. And then when I saw it again, I was like, wow, that is a really great price.
Well, you know what's crazy about this is you could upgrade from that little foot frame to the loft frame, add Pro Stitcher Light, and you're still under $10,000.
I mean, that if you are in need and you want this is the time to do it because the price is great and it's limited. It's a limited time offer. And that comes with the 5-foot frame, right, Blaine?
Yeah, it's going to come with the little 5-foot frame. So it's, it can fit in small places. But if you have the room, just go ahead and pay the little bit of difference in the money and upgrade to the 8-foot loft frame. And then naturally, if you ever want to put robotics on there, you can always put robotics.
So many things. And you have it all.
Yeah, it's a really good price. It's best ever. So
yeah, I think it's great. Amazing. Okay, so I'm going to go order. You keep the show going.
All right, we're going to continue on. All right, Jane, we'll see you back in a little bit. All right, we are going to keep moving on. We've got our good friend Karen Charles coming back in. She is a national educator for singer. It's actually Husqvarna Viking, FOF. I guess you could say singer in there too. She's all of it, but she's doing the Husqvarna Viking and FOF with us this week. She's pulling double duty, and she's going to be here 2 times a day. And we are so happy to have her back. So we're going to talk all about a Viking Opal. So let's welcome back Karen back to the show. Thank you. You're muted on StreamYard.
I did the same thing twice in a row.
There you go. We got you now. All right, Karen, we're going to let you take it away.
All right, thanks. Yes, as Blaine said, I am an educator for Husqvarna Viking, for Foth, and for Singer, and I love all of our machines, and they all have something special to offer. So today, I'm going to be talking about the Opal 690Q, and the Q stands for quilting. So it has everything a quilter would want. And I do have a camera. I'm going to get the screen up a little bit closer in a second, but I want to just give you an idea of some of the things that make the Opal 690Q special is that it is the first machine in the Husqvarna Viking line that has the sensor system. And any of you that have machines, whether you can go back to the Designer 1, the Diamonds, the Epics, they all have the sensor system. And that is really an exquisite way to sew, because your foot will automatically lift up when you stop with the needle down, and it senses the heaviness of the fabric underneath. The other thing that really makes our Husqvarna Viking machine special is our sewing advisor. So I'm going to change the camera over, and I'm going to come up here a little bit closer so you can see the screen. And the first thing you're going to notice is at the top that we have our sewing advisor where we can select our fabric. Now, if I wanted to change, and when you look at all of this, not only do you have all your fabric selection, but then you have the technique selection. So if you've never had a Husqvarna Viking before, and if you are a Husqvarna Viking owner, you have heard me talk about how most of the things that I learned about sewing, I learned from watching how the sewing advisor works, right? So I've gotten used to working with all kinds of different fabrics. So if I go from, say I want to work with a stretch light fabric, and there's an X that goes on the stretch light, and then I want to sew a seam, what's going to happen is it's going to select the best stitch for me. And when you're sewing with a stretch light fabric, it's not necessarily going to be a straight stitch that's going to give you the best results, right? So I chose that stretch light. It's recommending the A foot, and you can also see that my tension's set at 4 because the Opal 690Q has automatic tension. And it doesn't mean you can't override it. Some machines have automatic tension, but you can't change it. But our automatic tension works a little differently because we can override it in any way we want to. And the moment we touch another stitch, it automatically gets reset. So it is not a permanent change. And automatic tension to me is very valuable because when you're going from one stitch to another, you don't have to think about what the tension should be for each stitch. Same thing with the stitch length and stitch length and stitch width, it automatically changes. So I'm going to come over here, and I have the A foot on, like it's recommending, and I want to show you, here's a stretch fabric, all right? Look at that stretch. It's crazy stretch. And I just want to show you how valuable that sewing advisor is. Now, with the sensor system, when I put my foot on the pedal, the foot will come down automatically. And if I can tap my foot pedal, the needle goes down, I can tap it again. I can do a half stitch at a time and have total control over my stitching. So all I'm going to do is put my foot on the pedal. Now this is not a straight stitch. It's like a lightning stitch. All right. And now when I'm finished, I have the options of choosing the selective thread cutter, and it's going to cut my thread. I'll explain a little bit about all of these buttons in a little bit, but let me come back over here and show you what this is, all right? When you see a stitch like this, if you were sewing a knit fabric like this with a straight stitch, when you pull the fabric, there's no stretch into it, and often it'll break the fabric. But because this is a special stitch that's made for stretch, when you open it up, it just looks like a straight stitch. I use pink thread so you can see it. It looks like a straight line, but look at all the stretch you get in there without the thread breaking. So the sewing advisor, I watch what the sewing advisor does. What kind of stitch it's going to select. If I wanted to do a blind hem for a stretch medium fabric, it's going to choose the right stitch for me. So I don't need to be guessing at what is happening. So I'm going to come over here and go back. And let me just check and see if there's any questions here. And somebody says they've got the Opal 690Q. Now, I'm going to come back here. I have the 690Q. I love it. It's the machine I take with me when I'm traveling, when I want something quick and easy, if I'm going to a class or I'm going to go on a quilting retreat or something and I want a machine, but I have it set up all the time for sewing. And it is a really nice companion machine to any of the other Husqvarna Vikings. And because it's so lightweight, it really is a great machine to travel well. But I also like it when my grandkids come over that they can be using it because it's got a lot of features that make it an easy machine for kids to use. So over here, I'm back at my machine. I'm going to change my fabric. Now, when I piece a quilt, I personally like to set my quilt on a woven light fabric. All right. And I'm just going to go back to a seam, which is selected there. And now, instead of my stitch length being at a 2.5, it comes up at a 2.0. The tension comes up exactly where it belongs. And the needle position is at 0. If I was going to do a 1/4 inch piecing, I could put on the P foot, which is a 1/4 inch foot. And I'm ready to go. Now, why I like using the woven light fabric setting is because it's a shorter stitch length. It's going to make actually a much stronger quilt when you're piecing it together than if you had a longer stitch length of 2.5. So that's a really great reason to do that. The other thing that you will find on all Husqvarna Vikings is I'm going to come over here like this and get in there nice and close, is that, let me see if I might need to focus that a little bit better. There you go. Is that on any of the Opals and all of our Husqvarna Viking machines, we have a programmed in 1/4 inch stitch. So if I select that stitch number 2, menu 2, stitch 1, it will move the needle a 1/4 inch from the edge of my foot with the A foot. And then I know exactly that it's going to be, the needle will move over to a 1/4 inch like that. So we have all of our stitches showing there on the lid that's here. And you'll notice that some of them are color coded. Some of them are blue. Well, any of the ones that are blue will allow you to taper those stitches. So you can kind of see as you go and look over there, we have 208 stitches. We also have 7 buttonholes and we have 2 free motion modes, so which makes it really, really easy. You can save your stitches and you can program them. And if there's 12 memories that you can save programmed in stitches. So if you have a special way that you've made a stitch and you want to keep it, and you can have a total of 240 places for new stitches. So that is absolutely wonderful. All right. There's 10 presser feet that come with the Opal 690Q. And I'm going to come down and show you how some of the different stitches work. So if I'm going to go back to a woven medium fabric, okay, and we're going to leave it on there, and I'm going to go to the stitch menu. Let me see if that could get a little bit better for you. So I'm on my stitch menu. If I wanted to go to the 1/4 inch stitch that's in menu 2, I touch menu 2, stitch 1, and then when I touch OK, it will bring me that stitch. I'm going to come back in and I'm going to choose one of those tapered stitches because I want you to see how this works. So in menu 2, I'm going to touch stitch number 41, and it kind of looks like a Greek T. And let me just see if I went to 44. That's not what I wanted. I want stitch number 41. There we go. And then I touch OK. All right, now there is a great stitch. And when I look at it, I can see that there's a taper on the bottom left hand of the screen. Wait a second here, right over here like that. Just gotta put my spool thread off here. So if I wanted to taper that corner, I can take the taper the beginning of the end, whatever angle I want. So I'm going to do the beginning at 45 degrees, and then I'm going to go to the end, and I'm going to taper that at 45 degrees. Okay, and now I'm going to come back to my main screen. So watch how this tapering works. All right, I'm going to pull you back in here a little bit closer so you can see. There we go. All right, so when I start, it is going to start at like 1 stitch wide, and it's going to gradually taper that corner back to 45 degrees. And the other thing is, you notice I'm using stabilizer here? Well, that's because I know, looking at my screen, that is a symbol for stabilizer right there. And when I want to start coming down to taper it to the end, when I want to turn the corner, I'm going to touch the reverse button. So it's recommending an 80 needle, which for medium fabric is what they recommend. But when I was on a woven light fabric, it was recommending a size 70 needle. So the less you know about sewing, the more valuable a machine that has the sewing advisor is, because it really helps you to understand if you're not happy with the results you're getting, to make sure to use the right needle, and so it'll recommend, if I'm on a stretch, it's going to recommend a stretch needle. So that's kind of pretty cool, because you don't need to know a lot about it when you're working with it, because it's going to recommend everything you need to know. All right, so I'm starting that stitch and put my foot on the pedal. So what I'm going to do is, when I want to stop and have it pivot down to the narrow down for the tapered edge, I'm going to touch this rotate. I'm going to touch that pivot button. So I'm just going to move out so you can see that a little bit more. And I'm going to keep my foot on the pedal when I start going. So I'm going to touch the reverse button, and now it's going to come down. See, it's lit up, and now it's stopped. Now I always stop with my needle down when I want to do a taper stitch, because when I turn the corner, it's going to give me that perfect 90-degree angle that I'm looking for. And again, if I wanted to stop and turn the corner, I touch the reverse button. And look at that. Isn't that amazing to have that perfect corner like that? And you just get a really nice look to what you're doing. And I'm ready to go. So I put my foot on the pedal again. All right. Now, when I stop, all right, I have some options here. And I want you to see what the difference is. If I want to stop at it exactly and finish the stitch repeat, then I can touch the scissors. If I wanted to do stop at the end of a repeat, but not cut, then I could touch the stop button. So there's a few different options there. I'm just going to lift this up here. That is my needle up, down. All right, and I'm going to show you the threading. So if you're looking up here, all right, to thread your machine, you're just going to come, wait a second, back, wait a second. You're going to come down here like this, straight along, and then down. And you're going to come up onto the take-up arm. That's the important one. And there's a little hook there. So once you get the thread into that take-up arm, it's all set and ready to go. And now there's a little hook above the needle. I'm going to come down a little bit closer so you can see this. And then when I go to thread the needle threader, I usually put the foot down. And magically, my needle is threaded. Oops, I got it caught there. I said that, but it was not magical. I'm not used to working to the side like this, and my camera's in the way. All right, so there we go. Now I have my Opal 692 set up with a decorative thread in the top and a bobbin weight thread, a 60 weight thread in the bottom for doing decorative stitches, because I wanted to show you about how beautiful the satin stitches is. One of the things I love, and if you're anybody that knows me, you know that I love all of the machines that we have because they all bring something unique. But one of the things that I absolutely adore about our Husqvarna Vikings is the satin stitch. There is just something so rich and so beautiful about the satin stitch. And we have absolutely beautiful blanket stitches too. So there's an example of one of the blanket stitches. There are like 8 different blanket stitches that are in there. And I use that satin stitch all the time. I even brought up a picture here on my phone because I don't have that sample with me. That satin stitch that you see on the edge of that border, my gosh, I'm telling you, it is so rich and so beautiful. I'm not sure if it comes through clear enough, but the satin stitches on a Husqvarna Viking are amazing. And I don't care if you're starting at the lowest one in the line, but they're so rich and so beautiful looking. And I love all of the applique stitches. The other thing that Husqvarna Viking is famous for is heirloom stitches. A lot of these heirloom stitches have been around for over 30 years, and they were developed with the Husqvarna Viking back at the times with Martha Pullen and a lot of the special heirloom teachers that have been around. And so you'll find many of these stitches on the Opal 690Q. It also has smocking stitches that are in there too. So there's a lot of times when we look at a stitch and we're not really sure, but I'm going to come up here and just show you a few of them just to give you an idea how some of them work. I'm going to come in there a little bit closer, all right? So these are smocking stitches, and when you're looking at the satin stitch, there's true satin stitches with a taper and straight on, and then we have all these beautiful satin stitches here that So I'm going to go and do this one here because this is one of my favorite stitches. I'm going to go to menu 3, stitch number 13. All right, so I'm going to come back out and go to my screen so you can see how this works. And I'm going to go to my stitch menu, and I'm going to go to menu 3, stitch number 13. And let me see here, I got to go back. Stitch number 13, and that's okay. And so when you're looking at any stitch, you can see that the stitch length is 18 millimeters, and the width of this is at 7 millimeters, and this is your tension. And a lot of people are afraid of tension, and I just love the way that our Husqvarna Viking machines work. And if there's a reason we wanted to, we can make a change. Let's say I go down here to 2.0. All that's going to do is let a little bit more top thread out and make the stitch look a little puffier. But when I go and choose any other stitch, everything's been reset, so that's not a permanent change. Automatic tension is absolutely extraordinary, but especially because we can change it and override it in any way we want to, and you're ready to go. Now, you notice that there's an Alt button here. What that is let's say I'm working with a stitch, and I'm using a thread that's a little thinner, or I like that stitch to be fuller looking, then this will give me the ability to change the density of that stitch. So if I go from a 0.4 to a 0.3 or a 0.2, that stitch is going to look a little fuller. I'm going to leave it the way that it was, all right? And when I go back to where the original setting is, you notice that it went back, it's not black anymore, right? The moment I change the setting, then you'll notice it changes the color of the background so that you know you've made a change. So I'm going to do it just like the original, and then I'm going to show you what happens when you make a change, because this is the kind of stuff you want to do when you're sewing. You want to be able to work with any weight of thread you want to. And when we're working with decorative threads, you can work anywhere from a heavy 12 weight thread, a 30 weight thread, a 60 weight thread, or a 100 weight thread. And because of the ability to change the density, we can always make that stitch look absolutely beautiful. All right, so this is the stitch just the way it's made. And I'll show you what it looks like, actually. This is what it looks like right here. Isn't that beautiful? Even the heart. All right, so I'm going to just sew. And I have a feeling I have my thread caught in the front of my foot. So before I go any farther, let me just pull that out. All right. All right, I think you got enough to get the idea. Now, by the way, everybody, this is true on all of our Husqvarna Vikings. Ever since the Designer SC, we can take the stitches and change the density of it, all right? So that's the way it looks. It's nice, but it's not as full looking as I want. And so what I'm going to do is go over here, and I'm going to change the density, and I'll go from a 0.4 to a 0.2. And just to show you that nothing happens when we make changes to our tension, I'm going to change it from a 2.4 to a 2.0. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you what a difference that makes. You're going to see the stitch is going to look a lot richer looking and a lot fuller looking. All right, now if I wanted to stop at the end of the stitch, I could press the stop button and it would finish that stitch at the end. But if I want to stop and cut, then I'm going to touch the scissors and it will finish the stitch repeat and then stop, tie off, and cut. How amazing is that? Now look at the difference. See here, it has a kind of a little bit sparser look. And this one here where I've increase the density, it looks richer and fuller. You can almost see the stitches are kind of coming off the fabric like that, and they're much, much prettier looking. And we're meant to do this. We can use any threads we want to and make changes, and it really can make a difference when it's doing. Now, these are some stitches that I've done. We have all of these beautiful edges that can go on the edge of an applique, and we can put any combinations of stitches together. Look at, there's even a little shamrock one over here. So I want to show you how, if I was going to go and choose that heart, all right, and maybe I just wanted to do one heart, all right, my heart is stitch number 2 in menu 3, so I'm going to go back to my menu 3 and just touch stitch number 2. All right, not 22, so I got to go back to stitch number 2, which is right here, and touch OK. So there's my heart. Now, if I wanted one heart, I can touch the stop button right here. See how it's lit up? And it's going to do one heart and then stop. And so that's the way the stop button works. And the reason the fix comes on, that is like a tie off in the beginning. And I think this is really valuable to understand this. Some people don't understand how a fix works. But when you're working with decorative stitches, if you were to want to tie off at the beginning or the end of the stitch and you use reverse, then the decorative stitch is kind of going backwards and it's not going to give you a very nice look. So that fix button will tie off at the beginning by going a stitch forward and then backwards and then forward again. And it kind of locks the thread in. And then at the very end, when you're done, you can turn that fix on and it will tie off at the very end of the stitch the same way, so that you begin and end the decorative stitch in a much prettier way than you would. So those are kind of like, these buttons right here are really important. And when I come back over, I also want to show you the speed control, right? And so these are the kinds of things, if you tend to have a heavy foot and you would like to be able to control your speed, it's right here on the front of the screen, and you could make it go, your machine goes slower or faster. This comes in really handy when you've got kids that are sewing or grandkids like I do, where you can kind of like set the speed so they're not going too quickly. And I'm just going to come back to show you the sensor system, because a lot of you that have other machines, you might not know what a sensor system is, and you certainly wouldn't expect the sensor system to be on a machine that's this incredible price. I don't know exactly what Blaine's going to offer you, but I guarantee you that the Opal 690Q has amazing features that they're just so valuable for any sewer when you're going. Now, I've got a quilt sandwich right here, right? And I don't have a walking foot on. And I just wanted to show you what's going to happen when I come down here. All right. Now I tapped my foot pedal and the foot went down. And if I wanted the foot to go up, all right, I have options here. At this highest level, my foot will come up into a very high level so I can bring the fabric in and out. So this top button right here does two things. It'll lift the foot up into the highest position or even higher. The bottom button will put the foot down. And then if I touch it again, it'll let me adjust my fabric so I can put my fabric underneath and slide it to exactly where I want. So that's part of the way the sensor system works. But the other way that the sensor system works is by sensing how much fabric is underneath there. So when I start, all right, I'm just going to put my batting and my 2 layers of fabric underneath here. And I'm going to go back to a straight stitch. So let me just set my machine back to a straight stitch. Okay. And if I wanted to quilt my quilt, look at how it just sits and stitches so perfectly, right? There's no puckering and no pulling. I don't have a walking foot on, but it's giving me really excellent results. Now with the sensor system, when I stop sewing, it automatically senses how much fabric's underneath there, and it automatically lifts the foot up so that I can pivot my fabric and turn on a dime like that. Isn't that amazing what a gorgeous job it's doing with no walking foot? All right, and it gave me that really exceptionally strong, sharp point right there. So the sensor system is meant to be able to sense how much fabric's underneath there and let me sew or quilt and do anything I want to. This is an example of a pair of shoes that I quilted. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So I pre-quilted all the fabric for my shoes, and this is the kind of thing you can do anything you want to when you've got Husqvarna Viking sewing machine. And the Opal 690Q is really extraordinary machine. Whether you're a quilter, whether you're a garment sewer, the trick is to watch what the sewing advisor does, because you don't have to know anything about sewing. And I'm going to show you one other thing, and then my time's going to be up. All right. So let's pretend that you want to hem some pants or a skirt or something like that, and you have no idea how to do it. Well, if I go over here, maybe you don't recognize what a blind hem stitch would be, right? So let's say I want to work on a stretch medium fabric, and then I want to go and do a blind hem. When I touch blind hem, it's automatically selected the right stitch for me. And in your book, it'll tell you how you do a blind hem. So it'll show you how. But the trick is, it's telling you the correct foot. It's recommending you put the D foot on, which is the blind hem foot. And it's showing you the stitch and the width and the length and everything you need, including the tension, according to the fabric you've selected. And that's something that most other machines don't do. So it's very rare to find a sewing machine that's excellent for quilting and for garment sewing and has all the features the Opal 690Q does. And I'm going to pass this back to Blaine, but I guarantee you he's got some special price that really is going to make you want to think about it. So if you're looking for a new machine or a second machine, this is a really great option for anybody that wants to learn more about sewing.
Well, hey, Karen, you're exactly right. I tell you what, this is a great machine, and we've got a great price on it today. So thank you so much, and we'll see you again tomorrow, okay?
Bye, everybody.
All right. Okay, guys, this was the Viking. This is the Opal 690Q. And what a great machine. Hey, we got a free extension table that we're going to throw in with it with purchase, but we do have a call-in special. It's $17.99 is the price on this. We do have some financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship this free right to your doorstep. Give them a call at the call center, 800-401-8151 if you want some information about this or to purchase, and they're standing by. Or if you're on the website and you want to talk to one of the live chat agents, they can take your order, answer your questions as well. All right, we're going to move on, and we got our good friend Anna Avery Vaughn coming in next. Now, Anna is a baby lock educator, and she loves a couple of machines. She loves the Solaris, the Altair, and the Meridian. And guess what? She's going to talk about the Meridian too today. So y'all welcome to the show, Anna Avery Vaughn. Hey, Anna.
Hi, everyone.
Good to see you. It's been a while.
I know, it's been a while. Good to see you. Hope you all been doing well. I am so excited to show you some really neat stuff on the Meridian 2 today.
Well, we're ready to see it because we got a fantastic price we'll share with everybody when you're finished up. So we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna Avery Vaughn, and I'm a national baby lock educator. And I'm here today to talk to you about the Baby Lock Meridian 2. This is an amazing machine. This is an embroidery only machine. However, well, let me start over with that. What does that have to do with Quilt Fest? Well, you can quilt with the embroidery side of your machine or your embroidery only machine. And that's what I'm going to show you today. And it's not just embroidering, or let me say that again. It's not just quilting by embroidering. I'm actually going to show you a feature that is called IQ Designer. And what you can do is basically take a picture of your quilt blocks in the hoop and place your quilting wherever you want in the hoop. I have an actual quilt that I'll show you real quickly of what I mean. And I might have to show you this on camera so you can really get the idea. But if you look at this quilt block, you can see right here in this square or diamond that I've only put quilting right there. We call these fills. We call these decorative fills. It is so much fun and so beautiful. So if you look around, you can see all that the negative space or these light color areas, I've only put the quilting or the decorative fills. So you can do that in this machine. Another thing that you can do, thank you so much. Another thing you can do, which I have shown before, I'm not going to show today, but you can take and put that decorative fills, that quilting around your embroideries. So it's a lot of fun, and I'm going to be showing you how to do that today. Now, the Meridian, along with the Altair 2, have a special app that you use with the special hoops that come along with the machine to take a picture of the hoop so you can bring up the actual quilt block in the machine so you can place that quilting wherever you want. So I have already done that just to cut down on time, but I do want to show you the app. And we're probably not going to be able to see it very good with the lighting, but this is, well, yeah, not very, very well. And I'm sorry about that. But this is the IQ positioning app. All I have to do is push one button, hold this above my hoop with the special markings, and I'll show you those here in just a moment. Click a button and it takes a picture and shoots it wirelessly right over to my machine. Speaking of my machine, here's my little girl right behind me. So, are y'all ready to see that? It is. And Virginia says I did that on my Altair too, and that is amazing. It is amazing. It's magic. I love it. It's quilty magic. It's my favorite. So let me show you how you can, you know what I always say is my Meridian 2 makes me look like I'm a great quilter. It makes me look good. And so I'm going to show you how it makes me look good. All right, let me switch on over to my camera. There we go. And let me turn a little background lighting off so we don't have any glares. There she is. Okay. So if you are looking at my screen, you see it just says Meridian. I have the upgrade. So if you buy the Meridian 2, yours is going to say Meridian 2 on the screen, but that's neither here nor there. But let me show you really quickly the block that we are working on today. And now you can really see what I was talking about here. Look at these negative space areas where I just put some beautiful quilting or decorative fills in just those areas. Just by taking a picture in this special hoop, here are those special markings that the app reads, and I'm able to just shoot this over wirelessly and drop these beautiful designs that are built into the machine right in. So much fun. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do the center block together. So let me put this little guy right back up here, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up the block. You know what I would like to use? I absolutely love to use a wired mouse when I'm doing this. So I'm going to go ahead and plug this in because I forgot to do that in the beginning. So that way my fingers aren't all in the way and you can see what I'm doing. Now, this is a regular embroidery machine. So I do have embroidery options, but I also have that special feature that's called IQ Designer. This is my designing area. I can digitize, I can design, I can do all kind of stuff just by pushing a few buttons inside of IQ Designer. It is so much fun. And if you haven't seen this baby put to work, oh my goodness, my can you excuse me 1 second? My computer just fell completely over. That's not good. But if you watch me on my normal lives, this is something normal that happens. Okay. It's always a good fun. Okay, here we go. So what I'm going to do is just push one button. Remember a moment ago I said I had already taken a picture in the app and shot it on over to my machine. All I have to do is click one button here, click another button, this little Wi-Fi symbol, and whatever I send over, the last thing that I send over is always going to be up at the top. And there's my quilt block right there. So you can see there is a beautiful image. Oops, I'm zooming in. That's not what I want to do. I want to darken it up just so you can see it. So there's my screen. I mean, this thing takes a great picture. And I want you to notice how crooked it is. Sometimes I'm not a great hooper, so this machine makes me a great hooper because when I go to fill in this area, because it is hooped crooked, I'm going to be designing a little bit crooked when I take it out of the hoop, it's going to be perfectly straight. It's amazing. But what I'm going to do first is, now you don't see the little designs in here because I took the picture before I put the little designs in, but we're just going to be working in this area right here. I'm going to lighten up the picture so I can kind of draw in here the area that I want to put those beautiful designs in. So I'm going to zoom in. That's pretty good. I'm going to zoom into just where I can see this area right here. And we have two wonderful features in here. We have our line properties. It's this grouping of 4 icons right here. We also have what we call our fill properties, and we're going to get into those in just a moment. With our line properties, I'm going to select this little piece of paper, and I'm going to select this little special button right here. This is called the no-sew line. It's actually just a boundary line. I'm going to go back to it. I'm just going to use it as a drawing line to give me an area. It's not going to stitch out. The next thing I'm going to do is select this little drawing tool right here. It's like a little zigzag. I'll show you what it does now. All I have to do is start up in the corner here. I'm going to press in, left click and hold, draw a line right here, let go, draw another line, let go, draw another line, let go, and then draw the last line, and draw the last line. And if I lighten it up, you can see that there's a box there. Now they'll not stitch out, but it gives me a boundary to put my pretty stitches in. Pretty stitches, let's go find some. So over here in this little area here are my beautiful decorative fills. So I'm going to click on this little piece of paper, and I have so many options. I can put stipple in there. I can actually do a full satin fill, so like a full fill if I want to. But this little button right here that looks like little bubbles, I'm going to tap on that, and it's going to open up an area that has the select button right there. And I'm going to select the select. And these are all my built-in gorgeous fills that I get to play with, and I get to be the boss and tell it what to do. Now, I use this one for the ones that I already stitched out. What if I wanted to do something different? Maybe like this one. I'm going to do it. I'm going to see what it looks like. So I'm going to click on this one and then say okay. I'm going to select a color. Pink is my signature color, so I'm always going to select the color pink. Now you can select any color you want, especially if you are designing and you know that it's going to be the color. Actually, the color I'm going to use is a turquoise, so really I could use a blue or a green if I wanted to, but today I'm feeling pink today. So I'm going to select OK. And I have to do one little step, and I have to click on this little bucket. And you can barely see my little box there, but it's still there. And I'm going to click in the center of the box, and there I've added my fill in. So when I when I darken up my background, I can see that my fill is right where I told it to be. Pretty cool, huh? Well, let's move on. We're going to select next because I have some options here. Why it's in the weird spot right there, I don't know. We're just going to, there we go. We're going to zoom in. There we go. We're going to get it back to where we want. Now, what I get to tell it is what size I want it to be. So I have this button right here that says preview. This is just an image right now. I want to see what it looks like as stitches. So I'm going to hit preview, OK. And it's going to show me in stitches, let's lighten up that background, what it's going to look like. Now, that's pretty. That's at 100%. But what if I wanted a little bit smaller? That's okay. I can hit return. I can come here to my sizing key and make it a little bit smaller. Let's go 75%. I can make it as small as 50% smaller. No, I can go down to 50%, or I can go up to 200%. So let's hit set, and I'm going to select preview, and then okay. And I'm going to look at it again. I like that better. And oh, I wish it let me, I can't zoom in just yet to show you, but you can see here it definitely looks different. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to return, and it automatically puts an outline around it. For this purpose, I'm going to turn that off because I think it looks better if it's more freeform where there's not sharp lines around it. And you'll be able to see that here. So you can see there's no lines around it. And that's it. I'm done. So now I'm just going to hit set, okay. And it's going to say, hey, do you want that image in the background? I'm going to say, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. I can still, so you can see that it's right here. If I zoom in, we can see the image right here, right where I put it. Now I'm going to turn that background off so you can see it. There's that image. All I have to do now is select embroidery. I'm going to slide my hoop on. And this is only going to take like 1 minute to stitch out. So I'm going to stitch it out. First, I'm going to thread my needle because I have the never miss needle system right here. I just push a button. Oh, it wants to calibrate. So it's going to thread my needle. That's so pretty. I love that never miss needle threader. And let's zoom in and watch her stitch out. I may be a little partial, but I absolutely love the ease of use of the Baby Lock machines. And what's great about the Baby Lock machines is they are universal. So one button you see here on this machine, on let's say the Solaris, you're going to see the same button and they work just the same. It's awesome. So IQ Designer is also in the Solaris and the Altair 2 as well. So you are able to do the exact same things that you're able to do, just what I showed you. So we can see it stitching out now. Look how pretty that is. It surprises me every time. I get so excited. And it's going right to the edges, right where I want it. And of course I'll do a zoomed in shot of this. All right. Oh, looks like it might have another little spot to do real quick, and then I'll show it to you up close. Yeah, Mona said she just kind of wants one for the quilting. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you, I love embroidery, but I mostly use it for my quilting. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I absolutely, and I'll show you some other examples too. All right, guys, let's get this out the way. Look how perfectly it fit in that square. Is that not gorgeous? Absolutely love it. Now, what am I going to do with this quilt block? I don't know, but I absolutely love it. Now I just put a border around it. Now the other thing I can do, because This machine comes with a 14 and 9.5 inch hoop. So I can take and do the exact same thing to the borders. So this is kind of a smaller block, so I can actually scan it in and put some stitching around the borders as well. And boy, will that be beautiful. So let me switch back around to the other camera, and then I can show you some other examples. Yeah, the hoops are huge. Since my computer fell, because that's kind of how we do things here in the beehive. That's what we call it here. Now, as me and the majority of the Baby Lock educators, we all have our own private Facebook groups where we do teach on how to do all this. So once you purchase your machine today, you're going to have some extra help, and it's free. So absolutely. Let me grab one thing, because I would love to show you this. This is doing the same process, except not on a quilt block. I just drew out lines in IQ Designer and filled it in with fills. So there's so much that you can do with this machine. And looks like I have a couple more minutes. So I think what I'll do is show you how to put the design, or excuse me, the fill stitching around an embroidery design, because you can do that right from the embroidery side of the machine. Super easy. Let me grab my mouse here, and I'm going to quickly show you that. So this is a really fun little project to do. So let's go find a, well, let's tell it okay. She's very intuitive. She'll tell you what she needs to do. Okay, so let's go to the embroidery screen and let's just pick something. And you know what I always say is that there are so many gorgeous built-in embroidery designs built into the Baby Lock machines. I use these designs all the time. So I'm going to go grab one of these gorgeous flowers right here. Love it. And then I'm going to, and I am in the embroidery side of the machine. I'm not an IQ designer. I am going to select my edit key. And I'm going to get a little bit closer for this because this is a really cool technique. All you have to do is select this little icon right here. It looks like a little stipple. And automatically I created a stipple that was one push around this design. Now, what if I don't want to use that big old hoop right there? I don't have to. Now that's telling me that my design is in a 9.5 by 14 hoop. Let's make it a little smaller. Let's do a 5 by 7. 5 by 7, there we go. So there we go. So I created some stippling, but what if I wanted it to echo? You know, do you know what echo quilting is? That right there, where it actually echoes out around. Think about having a picture of, an embroidery of a jellyfish, and you want it to look like there's water around it. All you have to do is turn on the echo feature, and there you go. I actually have that. It's not hanging up right now, but I did that exact same thing. It is stunning. Now, what if I wanted to use the regular fills? I've got one more button I can push, and all I have to do is select, and it's going to pull up all those fills that we have seen in IQ Designer, and I can select one of those to go around my pretty flower. I'm kind of obsessed with this one right here. It's so pretty, and I'm going to say okay, and there we go. Now, all I have to do, and I can change the size right here if I wanted to. let's go to 125. We're going to go to preview first so we can see what it looks like. And if I wanted to change it, I still could change it and then say, okay, embroidery. And now I can do just what I did with these beautiful birds. Where did I put my beautiful birds? So right here. So you can see that beautiful stitching all around my birds there. Is that not lovely? Love it. Like I said, this machine makes me look good. And I absolutely, absolutely love it. And I know once you get it home, you will too. Because you can have your sewing machine over here, but when you have an embroidery machine over here, you can be doing both at once. Because I do that all the time. I love having my embroidery machine going while I'm sewing. So let's see. Any questions? I'm going to scroll up, see if there's any questions. I'm teaching you how to use your machine. I'm glad to hear that. What if you have the applique already done? Can you erase where you don't want the fill to go? I don't know if I understand that question. That's a good question. I think I would have to figure that one out. That's a good question. What if you already have? But I do know you can take, let's say I already stitched out an embroidery. I can scan it in just like we did our blocks, just like we did our quilt block. And I can go and build quilting around it. So I can do that after the fact. So it's the same process as I showed you on the first quilt block. Yes. And if it's okay, I'll go, I can put up my Facebook group in the group. And then that way, if you're wanting to know a little bit more about it, then you can come and see what it's all about. And, you know, it's a lot of fun. So, all right, Blaine, I guess it's back to you.
Hey, Anna, how can they reach you on your Facebook? What's your address?
I can put that in the link in right now, if that's okay.
Do that.
Okay, let's see.
Great.
I think I posted it. If
in the chat.
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay.
I'm not great at all this, but we'll see if it popped in.
All right.
We'll see if it popped in, but yeah. So, yeah. Thank you so much.
This is a great demonstration. And, you know, I know this is one of your favorite machines, and it is a lot of people's. And I tell you, you know, what people don't realize, you know, it's the same embroidery as the Altair 2. So if they've already got a great sewing machine, they just want to add embroidery, this is a perfect machine to get, isn't it?
Absolutely. And like I always say, you know, you can be sewing over here and be embroidering over here. You can do two things at once. Why not? Why not?
You're exactly right. All right, Anna. Well, thank you so much for coming on our show. It's a pleasure seeing you again. And let me tell them how they can get one.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. This is the Baby Lock. It is in the Meridian 2. Now, like I said, this is the embroidery side of the Altair 2, which is the sewing and embroidery. This is going to be the embroidery side of it. We have a free $520 bundle with the machine today. So you got to call in to find out what that bundle is and get that call-in special. It is normally $54.99. Is it 64? $64.99. Yeah, $64.99. I forgot the price for a second. $64.99 for it. And again, we have financing available. We're going to have it shipped free right to your doorstep. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And naturally, you can go on the website, check it out. Just go to SMP or SewingMachinesPlus.com and search bar, just type in the Meridian 2. It'll bring that product page up. And naturally, you can talk to the live chat agents as well right there because it'll pop up. So anyway, give them a call. This is a great, great machine with a great special for Quilt Fest. All right, so let's move on. Let's bring Jane back into the house.
Hey, Blaine. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
So I'm doing great. So it's education time.
It is. It is. Education, education. We know how important that is.
Well, you know what? We got a couple minutes, so
I
let's
knew you were going to do
giveaway.
that.
What do you think?
Ooh.
I was going to suggest it, but you know, I don't like to be too forward. I'm not sure if you know that, but we do have a couple minutes.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away one of the Brother P-Touch label makers.
Awesome.
And we're going to throw in $100 worth of tape with it as well. So it's about a $230 value, Jane. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
That's awesome. We don't have music, but that's okay. There's only one giveaway.
Here we go. Delta Gilbert.
Delta.
So Delta is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Jane, tell her how to claim that prize.
Well, Delta Gilbert, thank you so much for joining us today. What you need to do is go to smplive.tv to claim your prize. Scroll to the bottom of the page and fill out all the information so Blaine and the crew can send that P-Touch label maker straight out to you. Congrats.
There we go. All right, everybody. Well, hey, I'm going to jump out of here, Jane. I know you got education next up, so
Yeah.
I'll let you take that away, and I'll see y'all back in here in a little bit.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. Oh boy, I'm super excited because next up is my buddy Belle Bruner. Seems that so me, and we need a little extra time because it's Belle. Let me just tell you this: Belle is amazing. She has proof that it's never too late to start quilting. She started quilting as a hobby in 2020, and in just a couple of years, she has her own line of jumbo alphabet and number clips. She has her own line of quilt patterns. She's going to be demoing one of those today. And she has a new line of fabric coming out soon. Belle is an encourager. She is a supporter of others. She is just so kind. And one of my favorite things that Belle and I connect on is that you can find her on the hunt for vintage and antique goodies at local thrift stores. Today, she's going to be demoing some pretty cool stuff in this education. So let's bring her in. Everyone say hi to Belle Bruner. Hey, Belle.
Hey, how are you, Jane?
I'm so good. First and foremost, Belle, everyone needs to know that it is happy anniversary time for you and your quilt hubby. So happy anniversary tomorrow, everybody. Wish her a happy anniversary.
Oh, thank you.
Your room looks great. I love this big view.
Thanks. Y'all don't usually get to see this one because I'm over in the corner doing the King Quilter.
So today you're going to be, and I'm so excited, you're doing the turn and fuse method to applique flowers.
Yes, on to my new pattern, my Friendship Blooms pattern. So I'm going to teach you all how to use that method, and you can actually do it on these quilt blocks if you want.
So, and a side note, I know we can only talk about your fabric line. That's it, right? Or we can't talk about it.
Yeah, we can a little bit. I just can't show it, the marketing materials for it yet.
Okay. When can we expect it?
It'll release in October at Quilt Market. It's my first fabric collection with Benartex, and it's nature themed, and it's all a tribute to where I grew up here in rural Arkansas.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. And you love nature, so it's so perfect for you. I'm so proud of you and all the things that you've done, and I'm super excited that you're here to educate us, Belle.
Great. Well, I'm excited too. I'm excited to show you all this, and we'll get started. Okay. Well, S&P Nation, thank you for the warm welcome. I can kind of see the chat over here. Thank you for your congratulations. Yeah, Arkansas influence. Y'all can tell I am from the South for sure. I can't change the accent, and I'm actually proud of it. I used to have people make fun of me for it, especially when I was on the East Coast. But here I am. I'll be 50 next month, and it's not left me. So take it or leave it. It's who I am. Okay, friends. Well, here's what we're going to do today. So I released a pattern recently, and S&P has this. You can get on their website. It is called Friendship Blooms, and it is this block. These are 18-inch blocks. And you can make 4 different sizes of quilts with this block. So what I'm going to teach you is how we applique this flower on top of this pieced quilt block, okay? So I've already pieced a quilt block today, and that was setting right there. I'll have to find where quilt has been set that. But we're going to use the pieced block here, and we're going to actually fuse a flower on top of here using heat and bond light. So let me show you the pattern so you can see that really quickly if you're interested in it. S&P has it, I think, pre-order on their website. This is Friendship Blooms. It comes in 4 different sizes. So you've got a scrappy version, you've got a square version here, there's a baby size, and then there's the tote bag version, which let me show you here is the tote bag. I love to turn the one block into totes, and that's what I did with this one. So I don't know how many of you have done turn and fuse. I don't love raw edge. I like raw edge applique on certain quilts to make them look vintage, but I don't like needle turn applique. And so the turn and fuse method is a good option for that. So that is what I'm going to show you how to do today. And we're actually going to fuse this flower on top of our quilt block here today. All right. I'm going to have Quilt Husband come on over here. What did you do with the... Okay, I'm going to grab an extra one, fortunately, that I have ready here. I'll grab it. Okay. So we've got this one here. We're going to be using blushed houndstooth. Let me show you what the fabrics are here. Blushed houndstooth. Take a peek at those. Oh, there's the block. I had it all ready over here. So blushed houndstooth is one of the basics collections, and this is the block we're going to fuse our flower to, this one here. So I've pieced this one in blushed houndstooth, and if you've not used Benartex fabrics, they're super great. They feel really good, and this is just that whole collection. People always end up asking about those, so I put that out there for you. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to use Heat and Bond fusible interfacing, and this is the medium weight that you'll need. You can get this in like a great big roll or in a small one like this. Now with the pattern, it comes with the template, and you're able to just cut these out. You actually tape these two pieces together here, and then you also have your flower center. All right. So ultimately what's going to happen is it's going to be going on top just like this. We're going to applique this down, and I'm excited. I get to use my new Juky DX 4000 QVP Expert Edition, and it is the sparkly platinum color. I've only had it for about a week and a half, so you guys are going to get to see that kind of behind the scenes. Now what happens after you cut out your template, and again that comes with the pattern, we trace it onto cardstock here, okay? And so this cardstock makes it a bit easier to trace when we trace it onto our fabrics. So we're going to start here with our pieces. So we've got 2 pieces here of the blushed houndstooth. I've got this nice sage color here, and then also this pink color. And these are the 2 colors that we're going to use to go on top of this block. So we are going to start with, people always ask about these clips here when I do demos. They're my jumbo alphabet clips. There's your whole alphabet. They also come in numbers, and S&P carries these as well. So you can get those if you're interested in them. So we're going to take our first square here, and I am using a Sew Tights rotating cutting mat. These are magnets. You're going to see these stick, and they're going to hold down my fabric and my interfacing. So what we're going to do is there is a bumpy side here. The bumpy side is going to be face down, and your fabric behind here is pretty side up, okay? So I just go ahead and put them on top of one another on my mat. I get my template here, and you're going to put, and you can do this, y'all. Y'all can do this with other shapes. If you wanted to like cut out a heart or print like a heart template or a star or something else, you could do the same method with that, regardless of if you choose to do it on this pattern. Okay, so these magnets are holding down my template, my fabric, and my fusible interfacing here. So then I like to use the water erasable clover pen, and here's why. The very first time I used a friction pen back in 2020, I ruined an entire quilt because the marks came back. So I no longer suggest friction pens. I like the clover because these marks go away when you get them wet. It won't matter for this one because you're not going to see these lines once we sew. So I actually just take my one finger over here, spin the mat, just kind of keep my pen there, the little marker, trace all the way around here. And I'll tell you while I'm tracing this, how I came up with this pattern. So I have a retreat center here in Arkansas. I live in the Ouachita National Forest in west central Arkansas. And about 10 miles from here on the property where I grew up, my dad is still there. It's 45 acres on the river. And we have a retreat center there and also 2 Airbnbs. So if you like to come with your quilty friends to retreat center, this is your place. Well, this is my logo. So this is the logo for the retreat center and also my slogan, make lovely things. And I thought, you know what, this block right here, this needs to be a quilt block. So that's why I turned it into a pattern, and it represents all of the beautiful friendships that we make in the quilty world, whether they're online or they're in person, you know, at guilds, at retreats, at shows. Yeah. So it's a pretty special pattern to me anyway. And it's springtime, so it's a good time for it. Okay, so I've traced this, and now I've just put 2 pins here on top. I'm going to set that aside, and I'm going to do the same thing for the center. This is going to be our little kind of hexy center, and we'll get the template. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to set that there, and make sure you leave enough room on the sides there, because we're going to basically cut this with our applique scissors so we have at least 1/4 of an inch all the way around. I'm going to get those out of the way, and then I'm going to do the same thing. I really love a rotating cutting mat. I tell you, when you're trimming house square triangles or you're doing stuff like this, it is super helpful. So this is my friend, and actually I have one of these at the retreat center. I actually have everything you need there. Cutting mat, rotary cutters. Everybody gets welcome bags full of free swag. I've got AccuQuilt, all kinds of fun stuff. You can pop over to my website if you want to know more about the retreat center. You can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and it's all there. Even this tutorial, if you forget everything I show you today, the tutorial is there for you. Okay, so now we have our pieces all ready to go. We've traced our template here. And now we're going to move over to this really exciting sewing machine. So I'm sure I'll be doing demos on this machine in the future, but it is the beautiful Juky DX 4000 QVP Expert Edition in Platinum. It's also called the Kokachi, which stands for good feeling. And it makes me want to sing that song, you know, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah, that's how you feel with this machine. I've only had it about, let's see, maybe a week and a half. And I love Jukys. I drive a Toyota, so I'm a huge fan because they are well-made machines. And this is the Platinum Edition. There are a limited amount of these. Blaine has them on his website. They come with a trolley. They come with fancy scissors here. You can see all the scissors, and then there's the trolley that it comes with too. All these accessories. So make sure you check that out on the website. Okay, so what we are going to do right now is with this machine, I have on the straight stitch plate, and this is really unique to this machine. It's exclusive. I will be changing this plate in a few minutes when we do applique. Okay, when we applique. For now, we're actually just going to be stitching and outline this entire flower here with my straight stitch. So I've got on a straight stitch foot, the straight stitch plate here, and we are going to, I'm just going to use the knee lift. I'm a knee lift girl. Put the needle down. And if you see over here, this machine, this is a 7-inch screen over here. So you all can kind of see what's going on maybe from this angle. This is really nice. You can just scroll through here. You can see what you're doing. You can see all the different stitches that are on here. And we'll go through some of these in a minute once we get back to putting on the applique. You'll see a lot of different variations here, but there are so many amazing features on here. I wish I had time to like share all of that with you. So what we're going to do is we're just going to start stitching, and this has a pivot feature. So each time I stitch around and I lift up on my presser foot or lift up on my foot pedal, the presser foot raises up for pivot. And you actually can change this to 4 different sizes or 4 different heights to lift up depending on the thickness of your fabric. You can use your knee lift and raise it up even higher. So that's what I'm doing. I'm actually just pivoting as I kind of go around, which is really nice. I'm not using the knee lift to pivot right now. So what we're doing, we're just sewing around the edge. And I'd say I'm probably a cautious stitcher. Some people zoom really fast, but since we are doing around some curves, I'm going just a little bit slower. When I lift up off the foot pedal, it's just pivoting for me. And in a few minutes, we'll change out this plate. And actually, we also change out the feed dogs. So the special part of this machine, there's so many special parts, oh my goodness, is that you change out the feed dogs whenever you put your regular stitch plate on that has basically the opening for, you know, when you're sewing circles or you're doing garment sewing or other things. Basically, this right here, this stitch plate that's on the straight stitch plate is just like the TL series, which I have right next to me. I have sewn on a TL for, let's see, 5 years now. That was my first, what I call my big girl machine. And I love that machine. It sews through leather. It sews through like 12 layers of fabric. Well, guess what? They made this machine so you can do that. Plus, you actually can do applique, buttonhole, quilting, just all kinds of great things on here. So we are just sewing around these curves. And again, pivoting. And if you're used to using your iPhone or a tablet, then basically no problem with this touch screen. It's a 7-inch touch screen here. This is a really intuitive machine, and it's actually really easy to use, but it does a lot of really nice things. Lots of stitches. It actually has a smart feed, so a walking foot system as well. It has a bobbin sensor, so not only is it keeping track of the stitches I'm doing, it actually will beep and let you know a warning sign whenever you are getting to the point where you don't want to play bobbin chicken. Okay, we're almost there. And again, when you're going around curves like this, you have to just kind of take your time, because we do want these curves to be nice and smooth, because what we're going to be doing, we're going to be trimming this down to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then we're going to make a little slit in the back of this. And we're going to fold it right side out. So guess what? You don't have any raw edges showing, and you don't have to do needle turn applique. So this is like the cheater method, and I'm all about, you know, ways to make things simpler, because sometimes I just don't have a lot of extra time. And I'm actually making, this is going to be a quilt. Going to be my next one. Okay, so I actually can press my foot pedal and program on the other side of the foot pedal to cut the thread. I can just press that and it will cut the thread, or you can actually do a reverse if you want. I've got it on actually reverse, but you have, I think, 7 different settings to be able to use to program that foot to do all kinds of things. Okay, we are now going to stitch this one. So we're going to stitch around. This one won't take quite as long. I've got it set to where I can do a lock stitch. So when I just started stitching right there, that locked in place, because you know how you sometimes have to do that victory lap around your quilt, because at the very edges of your blocks, they can come unsewn. Well, not with this machine. You can actually start where when you start stitching, it'll go in reverse and back stitch for you, or you could do a lock stitch, or you can turn that off and not do it at all. So that's really nice. And guess what? You could do the same thing at the very end of your stitch. So you can lock that stitch, you could reverse it, or you could turn that off also if you want. Okay, let's see how we're doing with our time. Pretty good. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost around to the front area here. Okay. So now we are going to go back over to my cutting station, and let me show you. Did you show them all that already? All the stuff that comes with this machine? There's a lot there. All right. So now we are back over here, and what we're going to do is we are going to cut a 1/4 inch approximately all the way around this little flower, but we're not going to cut in here yet. Okay. So we're just going to go around the edge there, and we will be cutting into that before we turn it right side out. But for now, we're just going to go all the way around here like this. And can y'all tell what's going to happen when we turn this right side out? The bumpy side, which is the glue side, will be on the back of the flower, and your pretty side of your fabric will be on the front. And it's just a lot easier that way. Now, one of the big things to remember, we can easily, when we're done turning this right side out, want to think, oh, I'm going to press this to make it smooth. Nope. If you do, you will get glue on your iron. So don't do that. We're actually going to use like a seam roller instead to just kind of flatten that out before we actually press it on top of our block here. So we've got that cut about 1/4 inch all the way around. These are applique scissors with little teeth. I don't know if you can hear those little teeth, but I tell you what, that stuff's amazing because it doesn't slip when you're around your fabric. It like grips it really well. So we're doing the same thing with our flower center. We're just going to go all the way around here like this. And then we are going to cut a hole in the back. Now this is medium weight, so it's going to tear just a little bit when we go to turning it right side out, but no worries because you're not going to see this. So I've done a little hole right there. I'm going to cut a little hole right here also in the back of this to be able to turn it right side out. So that's there. Now this is where we snip really close. Now I'm going to have Chris get in really close. We want to snip all the way as far as we can to the thread down there without clipping your threads. This will ensure when we turn it right side out that we get all the way down there in those corners for it to turn out where all of your petals are showing. So again, all the way down there without cutting your threads. Okay. All right. So now we are going to turn this right side out. So you just kind of gently push those little petals through. Oh, good. Great camera effects. Oh, I'm glad Quilt Husband, he does a good job. I think I'm going to keep him for a while longer. Our anniversary's tomorrow, and that's why I won't be here for Quilt Fest for the rest of the week. It always falls on our anniversary, and Blaine and them are always sweet to work with us so that we can do this before we leave to go out of town. So we're actually working to set up 4 camera views. I'm going to start doing YouTube lives next month in April, and it'll be fun. We're going to do a trial run. So if y'all have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, pop on over to Thread Life with Belle and subscribe. I'll be doing giveaways, and you never know what we're going to be doing when I'm there. We might be making a quilt. We might be doing an unboxing. I might be showing you sewing machines, all that good stuff. Okay, there we go. Look at that. We have flipped this right side out. We're going to do the same here with our flower center. Okay, we got about 10 minutes. Quilt Husband's also good at saying, Belle, okay, count down so you don't go over and run into anybody else's time. It's always a little tough sometimes trying to show something, in a short period of time. So if you forget any of this or something doesn't make sense, I have a tutorial on this on my YouTube channel. And this pattern comes with 4 tutorials. This is a confident beginner pattern, actually, because I'm all about confident beginner stuff that even advanced quilters like to make. So I've got all that there for you. Okay, we've popped those out. I'm using a point turner to get that out there. All right, we are now going to move over to my pressing station. And what we're going to do is, let me grab my block while Chris is there. We're going to be pressing this to. And what you're going to do to find your center so that you can get the flower on the center is you're going to take your block, you're going to press it in half. And some of y'all probably already have done this type of thing before. Whoops, moved it just a second there. This is where you can use your iron, but we don't want to use it on our flower yet. You'll then turn it the other direction, press it in half, make your little line there. And hopefully you can see that from the screen. We have an X, and that shows where the center is for us. Now, we do not want to press this with our iron, so I'm just using a seam roller to be able to press these out, okay? That one kind of popped out just a little bit. Let me get my turner here. There we go. Sometimes you have to go back in and just kind of smooth that out a little bit. And then we're going to do the same thing with this. You're going to fold it in half like that. And you're going to roll it or use your fingers to press it. But don't use your iron because you will get, this is all bumpy glue. So we've made a seam there. We're going to make a line here as well. Find that center. There we go. Then you're going to line up your lines that you have folded. There we go. To be able to find the center there of your block. Line that up. And we're going to press. And that glue is going to keep this in place. Now, you'll do the same thing with your flower center, but we won't have time to actually do that today because I want to be able to pop over to the machine really quickly and be able to show you the stitch I'm going to use. Now, you can use a regular stitch if you want to stitch these down. I've done that before on my patterns, on this pattern that I've made before for the cover quilt. But this way, when you use this glue on here and it holds it down, you don't necessarily have to stitch this right now. You could go eat lunch, come back in a couple days, take these to a retreat if you wanted, and stitch them down. Now, I could hold the iron on here a little bit longer, but I'm not for the sake of time. So you've got this glued down here right now. Now, what we would do next is go ahead and glue this one on top of here as well. But I'm going to go ahead and go on over to the machine right now and stitch this down and show you really quickly swapping out this plate. So with this, you're going to use this little gadget here. I'm going to take off this foot here. And I'm going to get my applique foot ready. I'm also going to get ready. This is the open foot here. Or that's the open foot. And then you've got this stitch plate that's got that little jelly bean here. So, and you've got the special feed dogs that go with that. We're going to pop this off. Okay. Just use that little tool to pop it off. Slide it off. Get that out of the way. You pop off your feed dogs. Look at that. This one is the feed dogs that goes with the straight stitch plate. Okay. Now we're going to put the other feed dogs on to go with this stitch plate. And you would do this for garment sewing. You could do it for curves. And we're just going to slide that back in there and pop it down and get it lined up. Make sure I have it lined up correctly. There we go. All right. Then I'm going to put my applique foot on there. I'm going to use my knee lift. Locked in. Locked and loaded. We're ready to go. Now, over here on the screen, come over here, Chris, and I'll let them see really quickly. Over here on the screen, it says, ooh, check your presser foot. Okay, I'm going to check it here. Now, I'm going to be like, what stitch do I want to use? Well, I'm going to hit the button here and look at all these stitches. There's all kinds of stitches. Buttonhole, applique, tapering, quilting. So we're going to go to applique. And I think yesterday I used number 306. So I'm going to use 306. It tells me 306. And I'm going to do 2.6. So you can turn the dial. And you can actually see on here what's happening. And I'm going to do a width of 3.4. Okay. All right. So now we are ready to applique this down. Now, I won't be able to applique the entire thing on here. Oh, it's telling me to lower the presser foot because we won't have time for it. But I want you to be able to see the stitch and kind of how this works. So we're going to go needle down. I've got this set to sewing start lock stitch. So when I start sewing, it's going to lock. And then here we go. You might have to get up a little closer, babe. There we go. And you can see that pretty stitch there. It's going 2 stitches and then 2 in, 2 down, 2 in. And then it pivots for me. When I let go, when I lifted off the foot pedal, it pivoted. So if you don't have a machine that does that, I tell you, this is the one for you. I actually have just used a straight stitch machine for 5 years, and I really needed one, just like you probably do, to be able to do other fun things like this. And so this has really come in handy. I've had a fun time being able to do this. Okay, so some of y'all are asking what model this is. This is the Juky DX 4000 QVP Expert Edition, also called the Kokachi, which stands for Good Feeling. Blaine has this one on his website. He has it in white, and then this silver one, which this is the limited edition here, okay? This is the limited edition. How are we doing on time? Doing good? Okay. 2 minutes? All right. Okay, we'll stop here. Let's get a close look up here of these stitches. If you get this machine, it comes with a trolley case, and it also comes with the scissors, and it's platinum. So you can see those nice stitches there. There we go. All right, let me show you a couple of other quick features here on the machine. I would continue to stitch all the way around this entire flower, and then I would, put my center flower on here and stitch all the way around that too. I'll have Chris come show you a close-up over here of one that's finished, since we're just about done with the tutorial. You can see what it would look like here. I've stitched all the way around, right? And that's how easy it is to do turn and fuse. And you could do this for other shapes if you want, but this is the stitch that I did here with the DX 4000. And there's a limited number of these. And I tell you, I call it the fancy sister to my Juky TL. It also comes with this trolley case here. And then it comes with that cover there as well, for those of you wondering. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll go back around over here. And that is how you do turn and fuse applique. And so here is the finished one, what that would look like. Yeah. And if you guys want to learn more about the machine, I'll be doing demos on the machine itself later, but it is a really fancy machine that does a lot of precision, a lot of great things. It's very intuitive, and Jukys are extremely well-made machines in Japan. So go on the website, check it out if you want. If you're interested in friendship blooms, it's on the S&P website as well. I have tutorials that teach you how to do everything here. Looks like a barn quilt. Oh yeah, wouldn't that be fun? I do have a barn quilt on the front here in my studio. My dad and I made out of wood. But you can get those on the website. You can also get the jumbo alphabet clips and the number clips on Blaine's S&P website there. And I hope you'll enjoy trying turn and fuse applique. You could do it with hearts. You could do it with all kinds of shapes. Just get online and print out a shape. But if you want to make the friendship blooms, that's how you do turn and fuse. Okay, friends, well, it looks like my time is up. It is on the dot, time for me to stop. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me on social media. I'm on Instagram a lot. You'll find me on YouTube as well. And I hope you guys have a rest of the great week here for Virtual Quilt Fest.
Oh, Belle, that was amazing. The tutorial was so engaging. I love the turn and fuse. It was a technique that I didn't even think of. And I so wanted you to pivot, right? Just turn the corner right when you were going on to the second leaf, but we ran out of time. It was so good.
I know. That's the hard thing about 30-minute demos. I'm sorry.
I know. You were great. It was so great. And everyone learned something new. I love that machine. We love you, Belle. Happy anniversary. Congratulations on everything. And everyone go check out sorry, I'm losing your pattern name.
Yeah, that's okay. It's Friendship Blooms.
Friendship Blooms. Thank you. Go check out Friendship Blooms and go check out SewingMachinesPlus.com. Belle Bruner, thank you so much. And thank you, Quilt Hubby.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thumbs up from Quilt Hubby. I like it. Okay, Blaine. Wow, that was so great. I just feel like I want to go do some turn and fuse right now.
Yeah, I kind of want to hang out in her studio. That looks pretty awesome, doesn't it?
Holy cow. I mean, amazing. I forget it. I want to do everything over there. I want to go to the retreat center.
Yeah, if you saw where that retreat center's at too, Jane.
Oh, you know it. That's right.
It's incredible. It's in kind of southwest, south central, or southwest central Arkansas. And it is like this very wooded area. It's got a big river right beside it. It is absolutely gorgeous there.
I so want to go. I so want to go. By the way, side note, I saw Belle. She was making a pie for people coming to the retreat center because I talked to her before the show. And it was the cutest pie ever. I'm like, when do you have time to make a fresh pie? You're doing a show.
That's awesome. All right. Well, hey, we got another part of the Takeover Tuesday crew coming up next. So let me get them introduced, and we'll move on. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. All right, everybody, you're in for a treat. We are going to talk a little bit about the King Quilter Long Arm, and we have Becky Thompson coming in. Now, Becky, she learned her passion for stitching from her mother, who was an amazing garment seamstress. So she's been around sewing and machines throughout her life. Throughout Becky's 20-year career in the U.S. Air Force and 17 years as a federal civilian, she learned to become very comfortable with technology and loves to combine that knowledge with her quilting and machine embroidery. She has power tools with threads. She's on every single morning on YouTube, and she is part of our Takeover Tuesday crew that's on one Tuesday a month. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Becky Thompson.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm on the wrong camera. Just 1 second here.
All right.
I am looking. I see Power Tools with Thread Nation is in the house. This is awesome. Hey, I'm going to jump out for just a second.
Okay.
And I will be right back. Okay.
All right. We're
Wait. Maybe I can do this on the fly here. Let's see. No, I cannot. All right. I've got to figure out what's going on here that I'm not connected. Yeah, I know technology. That's what I go with, right? I say I know technology, and I'm on this big camera and it's not recognizing that camera. And so I'm kind of stuck with my laptop for now, which isn't that's not that bad. I mean, I think I can do this, but I would rather have the roll around. I'm just not sure what really happened here, because everything was fine. You know how it goes when you're live, Blaine. Everything's fine until it's not. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. It's a connector, of course, right? It has to be a connector. I'm so sorry. Keep talking, Blaine. Talk about the King Quilter. Go for it.
Well, I'm at a loss for words, Becky.
Now you're at a loss for words. Don't let me fluster you.
Just kidding.
No, I got to tell y'all what. This just reminded me last in January when you invited me out to Road to California. And Jane and Belle and I pulled up to, sat on some bar stools, ordered some hors d'oeuvres, and just really, really enjoyed ourselves that evening. And we had such a great time visiting with everybody. And I've got the right camera now. And being part of your show out there, it was wonderful. Thank you for hosting me. I really enjoyed it.
Well, I enjoyed you being out there. It was awesome. And I know a lot of the SMP Nation came by and said hello, and the Power Tools with Thread Nation came by. So we welcome all those folks into the show today. And, everybody needs to make sure they tune in to you. If you will, tell them about your everyday, your video that you do, or podcast you're on every day on YouTube. Tell them about that. And then I know about once a month, you're on our Takeover Tuesday, which is every Tuesday we have a Takeover Tuesday that it's 10 a.m. Central Time. And y'all do such a good job. And it's, you and Jane and Joanne Banco and Carly Bell, and everybody absolutely loves that. And so if y'all haven't seen that, you need to come and check that out. But I'm going to let you take it away, Becky, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes. We'll tell them how to get one of those King Quilters.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Blaine. Well, hey, everybody. Hi, I'm Becky from Power Tools with Thread on YouTube. If you are unfamiliar with me, this is my little logo here. I have got a YouTube channel just over 5 years old. And yesterday, we went over 80,000 subscribers. I have an amazing, amazing community. I'm on every morning live stream, 7 to 8 a.m. Central. And I see a lot of my PTWT Nation here in the chat. So great to see you all. Thank you so much for joining me. I love to do things myself. I am a DIYer. I'm one of those people, maybe not that smart about it, but I jump in with both feet and go, how hard can that be, right? Let's check this out. And that is what I did. Hello, Bernadette. Yes, you guys are here. Annie, great to see everybody. Cynthia. So nice of you guys to come along. I call these folks my live stream junkies. If there's a sewing live stream somewhere, they find them and they are there. It's great to have you guys. So I have long wanted to quilt my own quilts. And I've had my share of long arms. My very first one was the King Quilter Special Edition from Sewing Machines Plus. And if you peel the label back on that one, that was an old tin Lizzie, and it was amazing. And I had the Quilt Butler software on it for the robotics. And it was a great, great machine. But things change and you get new things and whatnot. And so now I am on the King Quilter 2 Elite. Just like the original King Quilter Special Edition, this is an 18-inch throat machine, and I love to quilt my own quilts on it. Now, I used to have a sit-down machine. Belle had done some sit-down demos out there at Road to California for Blaine, and that is a fantastic machine, but I had to sit down and I really struggled with it because you guys, I'm not a doodler. If you're a doodler, that's a great machine for you. I'm not. I have trouble drawing straight lines. That's not my, and I'm not really artistic. I find something I like. That's why I love quilt pattern designers and fabric designers, because then they can make the pattern and they can pick out all the fabrics and I just have to put it together and I get to enjoy my quilting. And when it comes to finishing the quilt, I definitely want to do it myself. I am of the mindset that eventually it's going to pay for itself, but I want something that's really, really good quality and it's going to last a lifetime if I need it to. So I have the robotics on here for Pro Stitcher Premium. That's what I'm running. But this machine can also run Butler software. And I have videos that are several years old because I had this a long time ago. I have several videos out on YouTube on how to use the Butler software. There's a lot of education that's out on YouTube for Pro Stitcher. So that's a thing. If you're interested in getting automation, I would highly recommend that you look around and see who teaches software or your automation program that you're interested in, who teaches it that you can understand and you like hanging out with them online and you can figure all that out. So I have had a bigger long arm. I had the one previous to this was 21 because this is my third. Okay. I like the 18 because I can reach right here and just turn it on and off. Really simple to do. Very, very easy to do, to reach. Now I am 5'9", but it's not that deep of a throat that I have to walk around the back of it. And because I do use the automation, I don't really do any kind of pantographs in the back, although you can, and we're going to talk about that on Friday. But just to use this machine right here, it has its own 7-inch screen that comes with it. And what happened here? Let me do this again. Turn that off, turn that on. And my screen, what happened to my screen? Screen. Hello, screen. I wonder what's going on here. So my screen is taking a vacation. All right. So this is a 10-foot frame. You can put a 12-foot frame on here. Okay. And I have got the luminous lights, the Grace luminous lights overhead. I love these. I've had these since my very first long arm. And you can get these at Sewing Machines Plus, and I love them. I highly, highly recommend. Gremlins, it always, don't worry about it, Shelly. It's all good. I'm going to move this on down a little bit because what I wanted to show you today, last year I made a Lori Holt quilt called How to Build a Scarecrow. And I'm having a heck of a day. I know. It's a good day, y'all. It's a good day. Don't worry about it. Yeah. You need lights. Look into these luminescence. You'll really, really like them. So this is a quilt. It's an applique quilt from Lori Holt called How to Build a Scarecrow. So let me back up and show you. I'm going to back you guys up a bit. And y'all, that's the thing with being live. That's how it goes, right? And it's fine. We make do. All right. So here it is. Look at this. These are all of the pieces that you need in order to build a scarecrow. We have his hat and his overalls, and we've got a neckerchief, and we have a hammer and some nails on here. And all of this was appliqued on. So look at those nails. I digitized those nails. They're embroidered, and I digitized them in the Brother Luminaire. How about that? And got them stitched on. So I want to get this long arm. Now, this is going to be the first time I've done an applique quilt where I'm not going to stitch around the applique. I'm going to stitch right over it. I'm just going to let it go. So there are so many patterns that are inside of the Pro Stitcher. It has a really nice trailing leaves pattern, and I thought that would look beautiful for this fall quilt. But we are about ready to get this loaded on the long arm. So that's what I'm going to do with you guys today, is just get it loaded. I have a backing that's a 108. Okay. And if you're new to quilting, and maybe you're a machine embroiderer and not a quilter. So yes, I'm going to stitch right through it, you guys. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. A lot of people don't like to stitch on top of applique because they want to really highlight the applique and let it pop from, with the stitching in the background. There's so much activity going on this quilt top that it tells its own story. It's going to be just fine. So it is a big quilt, Bridget. Yes, it is 74 by 86. So I'm going to let this nice frame right here just take care of it for me for sure. So this is what we call a 108 backing. And y'all know if you get fabric on the bolt, it's normally like 40 to 42 on the bolt, sometimes 43 if you're lucky. Well, these come out at 108 inches. And the beauty of these kinds of backings is that you're not going to have any, you're not going to have that seam down the middle. You don't have to seam it and put it together. So that's really handy. That's another thing I love about doing Lori Holt quilts is she always comes out with absolutely beautiful 108s. That's what we call them. If you're savvy in the quilt world like me. So fun, so fun. All righty. So I went through here and I've already measured it. And you guys, I just put a couple of little clips right here. Okay, to tell me where center is. And when you're going to put a backing on your long arm, you want to be sure to, if you can, if you've got it, you want to be sure to put the selvage. Okay, this is from Lori's autumn line. This is from last year. Hi, Scotty Dog. Scotty Dog runs our virtual kitchen in our virtual stitching retreat every morning, the Stitchuation Room. And she always brings monkey bread on Friday. So y'all need to come in and pop in on Friday. There's no calories or fat in the monkey bread. It's awesome. And since today was the celebration of going over 80,000 subscribers, there were mimosas in there. So y'all got to watch out. Now, I use Sew Tights Magnums to load my quilt on my long arm. I absolutely love them. Y'all, I have arthritic fingers. I have osteoarthritis and, you know, they ache and whatnot. So I switched to the magnetic system and I absolutely love that. So, let me talk to you guys a little bit about this too. On this particular machine, when you order this, it comes with the standard foot on the machine. It also comes with what they call a shore foot. And the shore foot is like, see how tall that foot is right there? That's for ruler work. So you can do straight line rulers or curves or whatever you want. And you're also going to get the glide foot. Okay. You're going to get a glide foot with this. It comes with it. If you were to buy it extra, you guys, this is over $150 to get both of these together. So you'll get that. I'm very excited. I just bought some couching feet. I'm going to play with this. I'm really excited to do that. And I got some yarn too. So another video for that. But you also get, with this machine, you're going to get the ruler base. So that's nice. And there's no tools to put it on. You just open it up and it's got some, it's upside down. That's how I store it. This just slides right onto the machine. Okay. Just like that. So very handy. So you're ready to do ruler work right when you get the machine. It's wonderful. Okay. And you might think, okay, I'm intimidated about getting the frame and a machine, and I don't know how it all goes together, and I don't know what to do with that. Y'all, this frame, there is an app on the App Store called Built, B-I-L-T. And when you get Built, here it is. It has step-by-step instructions in the app to tell you if you can go to assembly and it'll say, what do you want to do? Position 1 loading, position 2 loading. You can just do this and it's got everything you could need to tell you exactly, and it'll read to you. it'll talk to you if you want it to. It has 3D drawings. It has automated display that shows you how that bolt goes on, you know, on that nut or whatever, right? All those technical tool terms. So it's absolutely wonderful. That is a very, very handy app. And so it's not like you're left out there hanging, trying to flip through, you know, all of those pages and figure out what's what. The app just walks you all the way through it step by step. I was able to do it. I needed my husband's help to tip the table up straight. But as far as putting everything together, I just followed the app and it was perfect. Okay. So I'm going to get my magnums. Now there's several ways that you can load a backing on your quilt frame. And some people use red snappers, and that's fine. Snappers are okay. I've used them before the sew tights, and they work really well. They leave a little bit of a bump on the rail, which can take up space in your quilting area. May not be a big deal for you. You know, you just never know. But yeah, that app, I'm telling you, is the bomb. I love it. So what I do, this frame also comes with, you can see right here, it has that idle rail. So you're going to get a nice flat load from this top bar underneath the idle rail and then right up on top. So I want to show you guys how easy and simple it is to load a quilt on here. Now, what I have done, and if you're interested in getting these, you can go to powertoolswiththread.com or any of the videos that I have on my YouTube channel. And I have Sew Tights affiliate links and a coupon for you for 15% off. So that's really nice to be able to do that. So I'm going to take the middle of the, let me put these back over here. I'm going to take the middle of the fabric and I'm just going to go up underneath and I'm going to put right up here on the top. Okay. I have sewn in the metal backings into the edge of the leaders. Now the leaders come with the frame And the Built app tells you exactly how to put your leaders on, because sometimes you're like, does it roll this way or does it roll that way? And I don't know, front to back, back to front. How do I do it? The Built app tells you step by step which way to face the leader in order to put it on the pole. So did all that. And now I can take center here. Okay. And it goes up underneath. And I'm just going to lay it on top, and I'm putting the edge of the selvage right on the stitch line that I used to sew the metal backing. I'll show you what that looks like. Where's my, I've got some in here. Here's one right here. So this is the metal backing, and it's a 4-inch little metal piece. Okay. And so I stitch 6-inch pockets and put in the 4-inch piece. And that way I can slide this either way so I can snug the magnets up if and when I am ready to do that. Okay. So I've got that first one on in center. And now I'm going to put another one on down here on this end. And I'm just going to let you watch. You guys, I'm going to use this whole frame, get this big dog quilted. My goodness. All right. So now I'm going to put this down here on this end. And you guys, this holds on even through Minky. I just did a Minky quilt. Okay. Yeah. So Built is not just for this. You can type in the Built app, Handi Quilter Studio 3 frame. That's the frame that comes with this machine. And it'll tell you exactly how to put it together. It has all kinds of stuff in there. It'll tell you how to put together the little foot frame, whatever you need. There we go. Look at that. So now what I'm going to do is go half again in the middle, right there. And I'm going to do this until I get these on. So this looks pretty good. I just keep going half again in the middle. See this? And if a single magnet has to straddle, that's okay. Y'all, I will do this all day long and not have to do pins all day long. Love it. Okay. But if I need to straddle 2 of the metal pieces, it is no problem at all. Okay. Sew tights are definitely the way to go. They're very, very handy when you're trying to put on the bottom and you figure out that you have got, ripples in your back and you're like, oh no, now I have to unpin the whole thing because I did it wrong, right? No, you just move your magnets around a little bit. Okay, that looks great. There, the top, I've pinned on the top to the leader, right? Way to go. So now what I'm going to do is drop this down into the well here, and I'm going to put center. Now the thing about center is we don't know if the fabric was cut straight. We don't know if it was printed straight. So you kind of have to wing it. But that's the beauty of the sew tights, because as you go through and figure this out, then you'll say, oh, I can tell I need to shift it just a little bit, and you don't have to unpin a whole bunch. Okay. I'll put this over here. All right, it looks wonderful. And there we go. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to put half again in the center, and let me do some more. My dog is staring at the door, and I'm afraid she's going to bark. I forgot to throw her out, y'all, when I started. I'm not due for any deliveries, but you never know. Okay, so this looks pretty good. I can tell right here that I have got these. These are on, and I'm loving these. Okay, these are good. Now you don't have to use robotics with this long arm. You can just go to town on it yourself and do your stippling and quilt all your own quilts. It's wonderful. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly, see, because the fabric is down on the floor and everything, I don't know if it's straight or not. We're going to figure that out. Okay, so I'm going to have you watch me go ahead and roll this up. So I'm just going to roll a little bit, make sure everything stays nice and smooth. We don't need any drama, right? I have a friend of mine, Harriet, and she long arms for other people. And she told me, she said she never irons the backings. She'll spray them down with water as she's rolling. Now, I don't get all hung up, y'all. Check this out. See how this is kind of, it's like re-rolling aluminum foil. It's way too, Snoopy's looking for Frito. Frito's my dog, y'all, and she hangs out with us in the mornings. So don't get hung up on making sure that those little edges are absolutely even. As I was saying, you don't know that it was cut straight. You don't know that it was printed straight. There's not a whole lot you can do, but you do want to make sure that you don't have any big, drapey lines in the middle. Okay. I can tell we're going to do some shifting already, but I can also tell my backing is going on completely straight. And if you would like to see this in more detail, I have a video, on a pre-recorded video on how to load a backing straight on the long arm. I don't rely on the center and all that. There's no point in it. But I guess I'm okay with doing that because of a garment sewing background and knowing how to drape. Okay. You like to spray with wrinkle remover? That's a great idea. That's a great idea. All right. We have some serious stuff going on here. All right. So I can tell already. I want to show you guys. Let's talk about this. Look at that. Can you see those lines down in that well? That's a problem. And I measured centered in center, and that's just not how, it wasn't cut straight. So easy to fix, right? Because of the magnets, so easy to fix. Let's get it straight here. I'm going to look straight down in on it. Okay, that looks really good. Now I can tell it's straight because I don't have it puddled on the floor down there anymore. Okay. I've rolled it up enough now I can see. Anybody ever completely had to repin? That is no fun. So I've just shifted it over just a little bit. Okay. Okie doke. There we go. That looks a lot better down in there. All right. So now let's go ahead and keep rolling. See, it's straight over here. Everything's going fine. Now this looks really good down in there. See how smooth that is? That's going to be, it doesn't have any choice but now not to get any kind of wrinkles or bubbles or tucks in a backing. If you've ever taken a quilt off a long arm and seen a tuck, that's when you say, oh, I hate my life. All righty. This looks good. It's beautiful. My backing is plenty big, okay? So I don't have to worry about that. This looks really good. I am, let's see. It's going to be beautiful. Now tomorrow we're going to go ahead. How am I doing on my time? Am I done? I think I'm done. So I just wanted to show you guys that demo of how to go ahead and be able to shift backing on a frame. And tomorrow I'm going to be back at the same time, and we are going to get quilting on this thing. Okay. So Blaine, I'll go back over to you, or Jane, or anybody.
All right, Becky. Well, thank you. Great job. We'll see you here tomorrow at the same time. Okay.
Sounds good. All right. We'll see y'all in the morning. Y'all go sew something. Bye.
All right. Sounds good. All right, everybody. That was the King Quilter 2 that Becky is using. And this is our own brand of machine. We started this in September of 2018. We launched it. It has been a rock star ever since. We do have a call-in special on today. The one that Becky was using is called the King Quilter Elite. We have one, it's called the King Quilter Standard. Both of them are available, and it's your choice of a 10 or 12-foot frame. We have a call-in special on it, so give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. We have financing available, so give us a call. All right, let's continue on. Let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine, it's always so good to see Becky. I learned so much from her. I feel like I'm hanging out right there.
I know. It's amazing how talented everybody is on this show today.
I know. Plus, she gets me up early every day to watch her show. I'm telling you, 7 a.m. is an early get up.
All right. Well, speaking of talent, I know we got another one coming up next, so I'm going to let
sure
you take it away.
All right. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, friends, let's keep the party going with our friend Aubrey Hartman. You know her, you'll love her. She is a sales manager with Butler Robotics, and that's what she's been teaching us all week long. Now, she's been sewing since she was 5 years old, and she even has a degree in costume design. She is an amazing person, so much fun to be around, and so super talented. So let's bring Aubrey right into the show so we can talk all about Butler Robotics. Hey, Aubrey.
Well, hey, Jane. Hey, SMP Nation.
How are you today?
I am doing great. I hope you're doing well too.
I'm always doing well. I really am, especially when I'm talking about all the things I love to talk about. What are you going to show us today? Is it a continuation of yesterday?
We are going to keep going on the quilt top. I did stitch out some of the things that we talked about yesterday. Cool. And I do have a few questions that came through the feed from some of our SMP quilting friends that I want to answer too, that we didn't get answered in the feed.
Oh my gosh, amazing. Okay, well, I'm going to let you take it away so you can get all the information out.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys. It is so great to be here on another day of Quilt Fest. I am here with Butler Robotics, and that is automation for your long arm machine. Now, you see me here on one of Sewing Machine Plus's King Quilter 2 long arm machines, but our product, the Butler Robotics, is a universal automation system. So it doesn't matter what long arm you've got at home, or if you're shopping for a new long arm this week, you can use our automation on it. It just doesn't matter. We're universal. You can have an APQS. You can have a Gamble. You can have, a Handi quilter. You can have a FOF. It doesn't matter what you've got as far as long arm goes. We can put automation on it for you. So what's really exciting is that we have 3 different options, so you can choose the best one that's going to work for you. We've got your basic model that comes with an 8-inch display, 160 loaded designs, and everything you need to do your edge-to-edge quilting and your block quilting and do a little bit of custom work there. You can move up to the deluxe model that has your 10-inch display, 260 preloaded designs, and lots of custom work on top of that with features like record, cropping, channel locks built in, which I love because you don't have to put locking mechanisms on the carriage. It's built in right there on your screen. And then if you're like me, you want to have the biggest and the best, or the most spoiler one, and that's what I've got here, the professional model. It comes with a 12-inch display. It's got over 500 preloaded patterns and every feature we've got available. And I really love having this large display as someone who has to wear glasses all the time. It makes everything really easy for me to see. So I just love that. Now, one thing I want to show everybody, I'm going to be taking you off of my tripod early. We had a quilting friend in the feed yesterday ask about how the motor box connects to the carriage. So I cleaned up the dog toys that were underneath the frame from my dog, and I'm going to show you underneath the frame so you can see the Sewing Machines Plus motor box and how it attaches to my carriage. So I am going to take you guys very carefully off of my tripod and let you see the underside of my frame. I promise I cleaned everything up so it didn't look super messy. But you can see here that I've got my pretty little red motor box for my professional butler, and it is attached to the front side of my carriage. Let me see if I can get in a little closer here. There's actually a little bracket here that it attaches to that I added on the front of my carriage. There is also a little bracket on the side of my machine. And then there's some belts on it. So there's a belt that runs from front to back that's attached to this front pulley. And then there's a belt here that runs from side to side of my frame that attaches to pulleys that are on the back side. And then all of my connection cables, they run off the side of my carriage. I don't know if you can see them here, to the back of my machine. And then if I can stand up very slowly and not make it all jiggly. And then they come and run off the back, up the top here, and to the back side of my display. So that's kind of how that all attaches. I've done a few installs because I moved, so I had to take my whole thing apart and put it all back together again. So I'm getting pretty good at it, but it is a very simple system to install. And what's really nice, like I said, being a universal system, when you order your butler product from Sewing Machines Plus, they're going to ask you for some pictures of your frame and of your carriage and of your machine so that we can get you the right brackets and everything you need to fit your system perfectly. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that's what that looks like. Oh, we have another question.
Can you still free motion when you have a butler robot?
Oh, we have the question. It's great. Can you still free motion when you have a butler robot on your frame? And the answer is absolutely you can. I've got great motion here with my belts engaged, but you actually have a release clamp on the bracket on this side that holds the belt that you can release the belt that goes from side to side, and a little screw that releases the belt that goes from front to back. And then you have full free motion of your machine to use it as you like as a free motion machine. I'm not great at free motion, so I might get better if I release my belts, but this has pretty good movement on its own with the belts attached. So yes, you can.
Real quick before you get into it, did you install the butler on the frame yourself?
Yes, I installed the butler on the frame myself. When I got my King Quilter, everything was shipped to me in boxes and I brought it all inside my house. I built my frame, I put my machine on my frame, and I put my butler robotic system on it all by myself. The only thing I needed help with is I had a friend come over to tip my table up after I built the whole frame because it was a little heavy for me to do by myself because it was a little too long and a little too heavy for one person. But I actually put everything together on my own. I just needed a little muscle to help lift it. So you can do it too. The other question that we had someone ask was about the patterns, and wouldn't it be nice to see your patterns ahead of time when you're planning out your quilt? And though when we look at our pattern file, and I showed you on the screen that you've got all your patterns here, and they're in black and white, and they're nice to look at. They said, I wish you could see them. I got to get straight on here to get to the patterns that we're using in my little Quiltfest file. Wouldn't it be nice to see these all stitched out so you could look at them better? I'm going to tell you a secret and show you what I do. I actually put an extra piece of fabric that's been cut off, like the backing of a quilt. Once I've trimmed it up, I put it at the top of my new quilt. And I do stitch out my patterns that I intend to use on my quilt so I can see them ahead of time and decide that I really want to use them. So these were the patterns that I have loaded in that file that I showed you guys that I bought for this quilt. So I stitched these all out last night. I usually do them before I use them, but I stitched them out so you guys could see it all ahead of time. So yes, it is nice to see them ahead of time. I stitch them out when I'm getting ready to use them, but you can do it all at once. So that's a little trick that I do. I just add a piece of scrap fabric up here and stitch them out before I'm ready to go. Okay, so that's addressing a couple of questions. The other thing, we had someone ask how small of a box we could go down to yesterday. I actually stitched a little 2-inch square in my little border here, just to see if I could do it, and the design turned out perfect. So I'm going to repeat that through the rest of my quilt, but I just want to let you know that I did that too. So thank you for all of your feedback. It's keeping me on my toes and making sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So today, I actually want to go through with you guys filling in this border that I've got in the middle of my quilt. And I'm going to tip this down. You can see that I've got a border going horizontally at the top here. I've got the same thing down here at the bottom. And then I've got vertical borders too. So I'm going to use the same method to fill in all of these borders on my quilt top. And it is one of my favorite features. It's called point to point. And that's available on the deluxe and the professional models. And point to point is using different points on your quilt to drop your pattern in instead of putting layout boxes in place. So I'm going to bring you guys in closer so you can see where the feature is, and then we'll go ahead and do that together. Let's see if I've got a good focus for you. So normally we're in layout and we hit our plus sign over here to add a layout box, but we're not going to do that this time. Instead, we're going to go straight to our editing feature. I don't want this ring light in your point of vision, so I'm going to turn my tripod around so that this isn't swinging around on you guys. There we go. That's a clearer picture for you. Okay, so instead of layout, we're going to go to edit here on the left-hand side of our display. And our point-to-point feature is over here on the right, and it looks like 2 upside-down teardrops, which are marking points. So I'm going to highlight that, and it takes us down here to the bottom, and it says select your points of your chain. It comes very quickly, but we've got a couple different buttons available to us, some different things that we hadn't seen before. Now our file folder here looks very similar to our file folder here, and that's where we're going to select our pattern for our point to point. And there are very specific patterns designed for you to use with this feature. They're usually labeled P2P. So I'm going to highlight this, and it brings me into my files for all of my designs. And I could scroll through them if I wanted to, because you know I have lots and lots loaded here on my professional, plus I'm a pattern buyer, so I have tons, but I'm going to try to go through here in my tags and open up my Quiltfest tag. And I'm going to be using this double arch. It just swoops up and down. So I'm going to touch on that and highlight it and hit my check mark. And when I do that, it adds a teeny tiny little arch here up in the corner. It's not going to stay there for very long because it's going to start to move across my screen when I start adding the points of my border. Before I start adding points with the plus sign that I've got here, I need to double check the height of my pattern. Now I know that my border here is 2 inches tall, and I don't think I want my pattern to go all the way to the top of my border. So I'm actually okay with a pattern height of being 1.75 inches tall. But if I wanted it taller or shorter, I could always touch on this box over here showing pattern height, and I'd get a calculator. And that calculator is going to let me change the height of my pattern. So if I wanted to take it down to 1.5 inches, I could type in 1.5 and hit the check mark. but I'm just going to hit the X here because we're going to leave it at 1.75 inches. So now it's time for us to start touching the points in our border so that our design can move across our display. I'm going to go ahead and swing you guys out a little bit and have you look down at my quilt so you can see what I'm doing. I'll be using the little plus sign here to add my points. I'm also going to roll my quilt up now that we've all seen my pattern stitched out here so that you get a better view. And the border's a little bit more centered for you to see. All right, so I'm going to start at the very corner here of this inside border area. Like I said, I actually stitched a little tiny design here in this 2-inch area where the vertical and the horizontal lines meet. So I've made a little cornerstone here, which is kind of cute. And I'll probably do that across the whole thing now that I've done one. So I'm going to start here as my first point, and I'm going to actually make a point at the top of every one of my 5 squares going across the quilt. And that way I'm going to have a design that's going to load in at every 6 inches because these are 6-inch blocks. So I'm going to move my machine and have my needle hover right over the corner of where this box with this little fabric that's floral with fox, it's got a fox in it, where the corner of that and my minty green polka dots meet. I'm going to hover my needle there, and I'm going to press my plus sign. And then it says select the next point for my pattern chain. So I'm going to slide along horizontally across the top of that square to where my 2 boxes meet between the 2 different patterns. And I'm going to hit my next point. And it's moved my design from this upper corner into the middle of the quilt top where it actually would be stitching. I'm going to slide across this purple box here to where the next 2 boxes meet, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. And I'm going to slide all the way across this border piece and mark a point until I get to the end here. And have a design above every single one of my 5 boxes. And now that I've got that done, I will let you see that. Ooh, I'm caught on my batting. So now you can see I've got 5 little swoops that go across that would stitch into that border. But that's not good enough for me. So I'm actually going to go back in the other direction, and I'm going to go across the top of that border piece. And to do that, I'm going to hit my chain break button. So this is going to allow me to separate this chain of designs from a new chain of designs. So I'm going to hit that button, and I get to start over again. And I'm going to turn you back down here. So this time I'm starting my chain of swoopy designs here at the top of my border piece. And I'm going to start in that top corner and hit my plus sign. And then I'm going to move over every 6 inches so that it mirrors what I did on the bottom of my border piece.
Hey, Aubrey.
Oh, we have a question while I'm doing this. Go ahead. This is Tula fabric. This is Tula Pink's chipper line, and I have had this in my stash for a very, very long time. I've been saving it for the right quilt top, and I finally decided it was time to use it. So this is a very special quilt, and it's probably going to end up on my wall when it's all finished because I really love this fabric. Something about the cute little squirrels and the fox that are in the fabric. I couldn't resist it when I saw it, and I've been holding on to it for a long time. Okay, so now you can see that I've got a row with my points that go upward. And because I went back in the other direction, I've got a row with the points that go downward. So this is going to make a little swishy crissy-cross design in that border. I think it's cute. I think it's going to work great. So we're going to go ahead and stitch this out. I'm going to hit my home button here at the top left corner. I'm going to make sure my needle's engaged, so we stitch this out. And I'm going to hit my green button to go. I'm going to double check that my needle's not down in my fabric because we don't want to tear this beautiful tulip pink fabric that I've hoarded for a very long time. And I'm going to hit my green check mark. And it is going to move into place and get started.
Hey, Aubrey.
Yes, we have another question.
Is there like a maximum amount of patterns you can put on these robots for long arms?
So the question is there a maximum amount of patterns you can put on the robotic system? So the system comes preloaded with the amount of patterns I told you at the beginning, depending on which system, and then you can import patterns that you purchase. Our format is QLI, DXF, and QCC, and there is no maximum that we have come across that you can put on here. We have someone that we know has over 10,000 patterns on her robotic system. I don't know how she decides what she wants to use. Okay, so the directions here on my robotic system are telling me to do a single stitch. So I'm going to take my stitch and hit the check mark on my display. It says pull on my bobbin thread. So I'm going to move my machine out of the way so I can grab that bobbin thread, and I'll hit the check mark. It's going to recenter into place. I'm going to cycle my needle per the directions on my display and hit the check mark. And now I can turn the stitching on and hit the check mark on my display so it can start stitching. And I know this is a little bit noisy. The butler's actually pretty silent. The noise that you hear is the stitching of the machine. And that's going to vary for everybody. It just depends on the kind of machine you have, how fast it's running. It's all a variable factor. And that's just the noise of my machine. And I have the microphones on the front of my camera, so it's just picking up all of that noise instead of if I had a microphone on my body. So I apologize. I'm being told right now that I'm at the end of that first row to turn the stitching off. And then I can cycle my needles for my tie off. And I can cut my thread. Oop. It pulled it a little bit. I don't want it to come unthreaded. I'm gonna tug on this so I don't lose it when we go for our next row. So now it's going to move up to the start of the next row, which is going to come across the top of our border. I'll do my single stitch and hit my check mark. I'll pull my bobbin thread up and hit my check mark. Cycle my needle. I love that the butler just gives you your directions so you don't have to think about anything. It tells you exactly what you need to do when. It's going to tell me to turn my stitching on and hit my check mark. And now it's going to stitch back in the opposite direction. Oh, this looks so cute. This is something that I did not pre-stitch out on that piece of white fabric that I showed you guys up here. With some simple designs, I tend to kind of know, okay, this is going to be all right. I don't need to pre-stitch this out. But, you know, when I do things like manipulate the designs or double them over top of each other like this, I always wonder what it's going to look like. And I'm so happy I did. So I'm turning my machine off and cycling my needle again. Oh, we have another question.
Can you change the speed that the robot goes, and what speed do you usually use?
Oh, okay. That's a great question, Lindsay. So we had someone ask if we can change the speed that the robot goes and what is the speed that I use. And the answer is yes, you can. When we're in our stitching screen, there's actually a little number and some arrows that show up at the right side of your display. And that is how fast your robot is moving your carriage. So you can change that depending on how fast you want to stitch out your pattern. There are some variables there that will make you change how quick things are moving. So if you have a really dense design with a lot of curves, a lot of points, if you're using metallic thread or a very delicate thread, things like that might want you to slow your robotic system down so it takes its time and you have less chance of thread breaks or things like that. But if you have a very open and simple design like what I just stitched out, we could probably run that a little bit faster. Most of the time with what I'm comfortable with on my King Quilter, I tend to run my Butler Robotics at 30. Sometimes I speed it up a little bit, but I tend not to go much faster than like 50. I'm going to take you guys down real quick so you can see what we just stitched out. And hopefully you can see it because it's kind of matching thread. But you can see that we've got our swooshes coming in and they meet in a little diamond here in the middle and come across the quilt. So I'm going to fill in all my borders with that. I don't know if you can see the little medallion that I stitched in there. That was the 2x2 that I tried because we had our quilting friend ask us that question. All right, everybody. Well, I think we have done a great job today. I'm glad that we got a lot of our viewer questions answered. I know it's hard to get everything in a half an hour time slot and get work done, but hopefully we covered everything for everybody today. So I think it is time to go back to Jane and she can tell everyone how to get one of our amazing Butler systems for their long arms.
I love it, Aubrey. So cool. And I love that you found that little stitch. So somebody had a question. If they got a new machine, can they keep the same Butler Robotics that they have?
If you have a Butler system and you buy a new machine, you can keep your Butler system, but you may need to get a new bracket kit set because your frame and your machine are going to be a little bit different. So there might be some adjusting that needs to happen to make it compatible.
Very, very smart. And I super appreciated a peek under the hood right at the top of the show. We are in there with you watching and looking at all the, I love the wires going by, the cables, the pulleys. It was great. I loved it.
Oh, thanks, Jane.
Well, great job. We will see you tomorrow.
Yes, you will.
Okay, very good. Let me tell everybody how to get their hands on their own Butler robotic system. Super cool. So many choices for you today. There you go. That is, we're going to start with the deluxe. That is your deluxe edition. You got the 10-inch display screen. You got over 260 preloaded designs on the deluxe system. You see your Quiltfest pricing there, $5,600. Call in. There's a call-in special on this one. 800-401-8151. Of course, you've got the professional edition. You're starting with the professional model. That's the biggest one. That's what Aubrey was using. You got a 12-inch display right there and over 500 preloaded designs on the professional edition of your Butler Robotics. You see Quiltfest pricing, 6240. Order now. You might as well call in right now and order this one. I know a lot of you are loving it. And then you've got the basic, which is the 8-inch display screen. And let's see, that is your over 180 preloaded designs on this one. You see your Quiltfest pricing, $39.99. And you can order that right now. If you're thinking about it, you should do it. 800-401-8151. Remember, free shipping and questions. They're standing by to talk to you should you have any questions. But I don't know. Aubrey did a great job answering them all. Don't you think, Blaine?
Well, I do, Jane. And you know what's great about that Butler system, the three that you just mentioned, all three of those will fit on our King Quilter long arm. So it's a great combination, and you can get into a full size 10 or 12 foot frame quilting machine with robotics for very inexpensive.
And if you're thinking about, a lot of people that somebody from beginning of the week said, I got the one for the home machine because I want to try this. And this is the best way for me to start. So can you start with the smallest one and then upgrade, Blaine?
Yes, you sure can. You can always upgrade. And that's a great thing about the Butler. And, you know, if you're upgrading machines, we have to work with you on that because of the carriage and the different type of frame hookup. But yeah, we can hook you up no matter what.
You always do, Blaine. You always do.
All right. Well, hey, we're going to continue on. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes, Jane. But we're going to go talk to Kelly Latreille. And Kelly is going to come in and talk all about one of the Jukys. And actually, the Juky that we saw was actually the one that you saw with Belle Bruner. It's a little different. But Kelly's going to talk about the plain one, just the regular one, and not that special edition one. But, you know, Kelly's a national trainer for Juky America. She's been on our shows many times. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Kelly Latreille. Hey, Kelly.
Hi, Blaine. I'm so happy to be back for day 3 of Quilt Fest.
Well, I'm happy you're here, and we're going to talk about that 4000. But, you know, Belle Bruner actually did an educational session on it today. She had that special edition one. So you've got the regular one. So it just ties in really well. So we're going to let you take it away and tell everybody about all those awesome features. And then I'll tell them how they can get it when I come back.
Wonderful. Bella's awesome. I saw her at Road to California, and she was excited about this machine. Why? Because it's feature packed. I just hope I get through all the information today because there's so much on the DX4000 QVP, better known as the Kokochi. Kokochi in Japanese means good feeling, and this machine gives me a good feeling every time I'm sewing on it. If I'm not sewing on a TL, I am sewing on my 4000 Kokochi. So let's take a look at the machine. First of all, it's Quilt Fest. So let's talk about quilters. I'm a domestic quilter. I do my quilting on this machine because of this nice big 12-inch space. I also have the extension table that comes with it, so that is great for supporting my quilts. Also, I have a smart feed. Yes, this is a built-in walking foot, or better known as the Juky smart feed system. And it's a system because it can be adjusted and used with different presser feet. In fact, if I go over here to my screen, I can select the smart feed. And what the smart feed is putting a feed dog on top to work with the bottom feed dogs so that your fabric is moving through evenly. But based on the fabric, you can adjust that front feed dog further closer or back to accommodate different fabrics. So that is a really great feature. I love the smart feed because look at those accessories, folks. Packed with wonderful accessories for everyone. And what I want to point out is I like it because the smart feed works with my zipper foot. I recently made a quilted purse and I could put in the zipper with that. I love that. It also works with my straight stitch foot. Any of the presser feet that comes with it, with that U in, you can use that smart feed in. So it's super versatile. It's adjustable, and you can use it with several feet. So that is wonderful. I'm going to disengage that and go back to regular sewing. The other thing that quilters love, including myself, is the knee lift. Yes, it comes with a knee lift that raises and lowers the presser foot while you're sewing. So you can do corners, you can do curves a little easier, which is so nice. I have to take your eye to this beautiful 7-inch screen. Yes, this is a 7-inch screen and is very interactive and visual. Let me show you why. I can swipe through the groupings of stitches. By the way, there's 368 stitches built in on the Kokochi, as well as 4 fonts. Stitches can be combined. Fonts can be combined with decorative stitches. There's plenty here. So I can either touch the group like applique or tapering or buttonholes or practical, or swipe up and down and side to side, just like my phone or a tablet. It's very easy to navigate. So I'm going to take you over to the support and the settings because there's so much to this machine. How do I learn it all? So let's start with support. One thing I love is the instruction manual is actually built in on the machine. And this is something I thought I really would never use and use all the time because, again, I can swipe through it, but I can also go and bring things bigger, and I can select a subject like the pivoting feature and focus right on that itself. I can just touch the instruction book. Isn't that great? It's a very easy thing to manipulate. So that all the instructions are in. Also, if I want to go to something specific like twin needle sewing, I can go right to that subject and see a visual on that as well. So let's talk about personalizing the Kokochi to your sewing. I can select and adjust many things on this machine, and I'm going to talk about the foot pedal first because it's up here. It's reminding me that on this side of the foot pedal, I can program it for many different things, up to 7 different things. Thread cutting, needle up, down, you get to pick. So what I can do is I can go to my foot switch functions, and you can see that I have it on presser foot auto lift. I can change it to no function. I can have it do 1 stitch, a reverse stitch, the presser foot auto lift, or the needle up, down, or thread trimming. So you get to choose what your function is, okay? So other personalization things, I can change the lighting, I can change the language. So I can go and I can even change the volume. So I can change the brightness of the LCD screen as well as going to warm and cool colors. So this you can personalize all to you, okay? So I'm going to go back to sewing and I'm going to give you a quick tour because there's so much. So up here I have several function buttons. Thread trimming, needle up, down. I can lower the feed dogs with just a touch of a button. I can raise and lower the presser foot with that button. I also have auto lock, reverse, and if you so choose, you can sew with the button if you disengage the foot control. It's up to you. You can use the foot control or sew without it. Very nice and easy to do. All of those functions are also on the main screen. So take a closer look at this main screen. Can you get up close? Because I kind of want to show you how easy it is to see. So when I change the stitch length on the machine, it's going to show me visually exactly what I'm doing. So if I go in and I select a zigzag, I can change the width, I can change the length, and you can see how it affects your stitch before you even sew it out. How cool is that? So let's go to like what I would use for a satin stitch. Take it down to about, I don't know, 4. We can take this real narrow. So you get the idea. It's all very visual. Also, if I have items highlighted on the screen, they will automatically happen. So if I want to start out with an auto lock, it'll start with that. And I can do the same thing at the end of a seam. Check this out, the tension adjustment. The tension adjustment's very visual. So if I want to loosen or tighten my tension, you can see the effect, and I can do this with my finger too. Right on the screen, you can see what's happening with that tension. Simple, very simple. If I have a presser foot, I can automatically raise and lower that, and I can do thread cutting as well. So these are all right on the screen, ready for you. So let's do a little sewing. I'm going to take stitch number 3. I love stitch number 3 because as you can see on the screen, it's putting that stitch right in the 1/4 inch It's moved the needle. It's also shortened the stitch length to 2.0 so that I get a nice short stitch length for my 1/4 inch. So when I'm piecing, I love this because while I sew, it's using the full set of feed dogs. Now, Juky has a box feed system, so you can see I really don't even need to guide that much. It just feeds the fabric really nicely right on through. I also have a speed control. I can go tortoise, I can go very slow, or I can speed it up and go very fast. And then I can auto lock at the end and cut my thread. And I can do that automatically on the screen too. But what a beautiful straight stitch. I love the fact that I can get a perfect straight stitch and have it already at the 1/4 inch. Now that doesn't mean you don't get 1/4 inch feet. You get several options. The 1/4 inch foot with a guide. You get the patchwork foot that is 1/4 inch. So if you like to sew in the center, you can just select the straight stitch and use one of the variety of 1/4 inch feet that we have with this machine. Okay. All right. So ease of use. It does have a needle threader and it's a drop-in bobbin system. So I just drop in the bobbin, thread it, and go. Okay. I'm going to show you something I really like is that it has a history. It's going to remember the last 10 stitches you did. And I love that because I tend to use different quilting stitches like the wave. There's a whole set of quilting lines that are beautiful on this machine. So I'm just going to simply go to quilting lines so you can see them all. They're adjustable and they're great to quilt with, but I can make them go really long or really short. It's up to me what I want to do. So a lot of variety with those 368 stitches. Let me show you another one that I love, and I'm actually going to put on a different presser foot. I'm going to put on the eye foot because that is for decorative sewing. They are snap-on feet, so they're easy to put on and off. And this one has a guide in the back, so you can do satin stitching, you can do buttonholes. There's actually a buttonhole on this machine that you can memorize for a smaller foot like this. And I'm also going to show you the buttonhole system because it is fantastic. So I'm just snapping on this foot, okay? And that is the eye foot. But one of the things I really fell in love with is the tapering feature. So I'm going to just put some fabric under here and I'm going to go to the tapering guide and let's just go. There we go. So 301 I normally would use for satin stitching. And what I can do is I can bring that stitch closer if I want to. I can make it narrower or wider. So let's do about a 4. Let's do it a little narrower. Let's go for a 3. But the tapering's phenomenal. So I'm going to go up to this gear here, and that's the settings for each stitch. So you can do mirror image, you can do 1-point sewing, all kinds of things. But this is something that I thought was really quite great for applique. I can turn on the taper, and can you see that screen well? Okay, good. Because I can choose what angle I want that taper to be. So I have the top set. You can see it right on screen. I'm going to turn on the length so I can sew this out really quickly. So we're going to put it at a very short length. But this is so nice because you can sew this out and get a perfect mitered corner. So I'm going to put it at about, there we go. Then I'm going to do the bottom. I'm going to turn on the tapering and I'm going to do a 45-degree angle. So that's what I have now. So let's sew this out. So now I'm going to go to the machine. And I'm sewing till it stops. And now I'm going to turn the corner. and go. And again, I'm sewing till it stops. And then again, I'm going to turn the corner. And hopefully if I'm good today and keep this straight, we'll see, I'll get a perfect square. And my corners are mitered. I love this feature. And then one more. Let's see how I did. We'll see. So far, it looks really good. It's a nice, quiet machine, too. I love that. So I'm just going to trim my threads. And almost made it, but look at those corners. Perfect miters. So this is great for doing applique, decorative sewing. And there's more choices other than just a zigzag for that feature. What a nice feature that is, okay? I also have some features that I want to talk about. We talked about buttonholes a little bit. Let's go there because I'm a garment sewer. I love a professional buttonhole. It is a snap-on foot, so I'm going to remove my decorative foot, but this is another foot. If I'm going to memorize it on stitch 103, I can use the smaller ones for collar tabs and things like that. But I'm going to bring out the big one because I love this. This is my favorite buttonholer I've ever worked with. So I'm going to slide out the back and I'm just going to put in a button. Okay, it measures the button for you and it's a snap-on foot. So I'm just going to snap this on real quick. Okay, I'm going to get a little excess thread here. And let's put that under the foot. I can, with my extra lift, I can raise that. Perfect. So now it actually plugs in on the side. So it's all set. So now I can put this in the foot. There we go. And I'm going to select a buttonhole and begin sewing. So it's going to start with a bar tack. In fact, if you just watch the screen, you know exactly what's going to happen. And once I've done one, I can do many buttonholes. And I'm just sewing till it stops. Look at that beautiful buttonhole. It's awesome. So now it's tying off the buttonhole. Okay, so if I want to do another one, I can just simply move this over and start again. Easy, right? That is so nice. There's nothing like a professional buttonhole, and there are several built in. There's 20 different buttonholes built in on the Kikochi. Beautiful. Love this. And we've got a second one. And again, remember you can memorize and do that smaller one and do as many as you so choose. All right. So what I got is beautiful buttonholes, right? One thing I absolutely love about the Kikochi, and this is a Juky exclusive. Yes, I have to unplug. So I'm going to unplug that. And next, I'm going to bring out something I honestly thought I'd never use, and I use this all the time. Where are my TL owners out there? This is a needle plate for straight stitching. However, Juky also gives you the feed dogs to match the spacing. So you get that quality feeding system and you get the perfect straight stitch. I'm literally converting this to just do straight sewing. So what I can do is this handy little screwdriver comes with the Kikochi. I just lift the lid, okay, and I can take this off. Very easy to do. I did clean my machine today, so you can look under the hood. So the feed dogs, and if you want to get in here, camera person, I can actually snap the feed dogs out. It's really easy to do. Okay. And then I'm going to put my new feed dogs in for straight sewing, and those just snap into place. Okay. There we go. Just like that. And then I am actually going to bring this and put it back on, and it snaps into place. Woo! That was good. All right. So I'm going to put my bobbin cover back on. And now the machine knows that I have that straight stitch needle plate. You don't have to worry about accidentally touching the zigzag or a different stitch. Now I have 3 to choose from. I have a straight stitch and that triple straight stitch I love for bold top stitching. It is fantastic. But this is one thing, I'm a garment sewer. So when I make silk blouses, I put this straight stitch needle plate on because it's going to give you a perfect stitch. It's going to keep that needle right there. You quilters, you're going to love this when you're doing those teeny tiny triangles because it's not going to get sucked down into that plate. It will stay above board, and you can really nicely sew for just tiny pieces and for paper piecing. It's a really nice feature. So to convert it back, I just simply take my little screwdriver here, unsnap the needle plate, and I'm going to take out my feed dogs too. Those are the straight stitch feed dogs. And now these are the larger feed dogs for doing satin stitches, zigzag, all good stuff like that. So I'm going to snap these in as well. There we go. And I am going to put the other plate back on. And again, this is a snap-on plate. So I'm just going to slide this down, snap it in. I love how it pops that bobbin cover. So we're all set. So we're back in, ready to sew. So I can touch accept. And now when I look at the stitches, the machine again knows that I have the zigzag needle plate on, and I don't risk anything. I can just select different stitches and I can go. Okay. So let me put on a presser foot and we'll do some more sewing. One of my favorites actually with that needle plate that I just put on, this is a great foot. This is the straight stitch foot. So in combination with that straight stitch plate, I love sewing with this because it just gives you that narrow edge. So that is nice too. So the Kokochi has a history. We have everything built in. And watch the screen. When you get your Kokochi home, watch that screen. It is showing you everything you can do. And on the setting page, I not only can change the lighting, I can change how high that presser foot lifts for pivoting. It's just a phenomenal machine that is strong and durable and will enable you to make bags. It'll enable you to make quilts, so much. Another thing I want to show you is the pressure on the presser foot. I can actually take this, and I should show you. Let me get a presser foot on here. Let's see. Let's go with I again. That's my decorative foot. So I'm just putting that on. And normally when I'm sewing, the foot is flat down. So I'm going to take this back to 0, and it's really well guiding in there. But watch when I change the pressure. I can take it to a negative number and get more height in here. So look at that. Just by changing that pressure, I can go over heavier fabrics, put on my buckles for my purses, things like that. So don't forget that you can adjust that pressure too. Very easy to do. It's just a dial. Very easy to use. I love the Kokochi because it's a precision sewing machine with a variety of satin stitches, quilting stitches, heirloom stitches, so many offerings on this machine. I just have a good time every day. And if you buy the Kokochi, take the time to sew out some of those decorative stitches, because there's actually wording in here that is beautiful. It says sewing. I can put labels on quilts with the alphabets. So to do that, you just go to sewing. I can go to my combinations, and here's where I can access my fonts. I can create new data. So now I can go from scallop, quilting lines, 1-point stitches, and then of course my alphabets. I have block, I have script, I have an outline, and I have an italic. So it is well built. It has a lot of offerings and very easy to use. So we'll just program in a word here. Very easy. And I can put different stitches next to it if I want to. So combining and memorizing on the Kokochi is easy. I can come downstairs the next morning after I've done quilting, and I can go back in my history and have the same stitch I used the day before. I don't have to remember the stitch length, anything. I can just go back. So if you've been thinking about a powerful computerized sewing machine, the Kokochi is a great choice because it's heavy duty and offers a lot with those 368 stitches. So, boy, I could talk another hour, but I think I'll take it to Blaine to see if there's any questions and if he has a fabulous deal on the Kokochi.
Hey, Kelly, I've got a great price on this thing. We got a great special on it. So let me tell them how to do it. Thank you so much. And I think we'll still see you again tomorrow, correct?
Nope, you'll see Tim at the rest of the week. But
okay.
Thank you
Tim
so
tomorrow.
much.
All right. Well, thank you, Kelly. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Okay, everybody, this is the DX 4000 QVP, better known as the Kokochi. And here's the thing we've got. We've got two of these. We have, I shouldn't say two quantity, but we have two different ones. Let me rephrase that. We have the standard QVP, and then we have the other one. It's called the Expert Edition. Now, give us a call if you're interested in either one of these, because I think you're going to like what you're going to hear when you call in. Anyway, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. We got something special cooked up for you for this one. So all you Kokochi fans and Juky fans out there have been wanting one of these, get on that phone right now and give them a call, and or get on the website and check it out, and you will be happy, I promise. All right, we're going to continue on. Let's bring Jane back.
You're always cooking up something special, Blaine.
I'm always am, but hey, speaking of cooking up something special, we got our last demonstration of the day. So I'm going to let you take this. I got to go cook up something special for the giveaways, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Cook it up, Blaine. Go cook it up. Okay. Last but not least, and always our favorite, our friends are coming up from the Grace Company. Oh, great. It's Melinda Romero. We love her. She's been here all week long. She is SMP's personal account executive at the Grace Company. And she loves going to shows where she gets to connect with all of you and giving education and hearing about all of your projects. And she volunteers in her off time with a local animal shelter, rescuing little kitties so they can find their forever homes. And she is always willing to volunteer. And we have Jarek Ersnosnik, who was here yesterday. I thought we were going to have Jana on the show today, but we have Jarek, and Jarek is also an account manager at the Grace Company, and very excited to help. And I don't have his bio in front of me, so I am just going to welcome them both to the show. Hello, Melinda and Jarek.
Surprise!
It is Jana. Okay.
It is, yes.
Rewind. Janet
Rewind.
Matthews is a sales manager for the Grace Company. I'm doing it.
Woo!
Yes.
Janet loves to work with both consumers and the dealers across all of the country, and you come from a long line of quilters. You have several unfinished quilts in your collection, and when you're not working with the Grace Company, you are bringing in tasty treats, and you're baking, and you're bringing them in to share. And by the way, we're just talking about cooking up something. You're always cooking up something, Jana.
It's true. The last thing I cooked was some Brazilian cheese bread. That was my last foray. Yeah. Yeah.
That
It was really yummy.
Awesome.
She's
Well, good.
phenomenal. Yes.
I'm so
phenomenal in the
jealous.
kitchen. Yes.
My goodness. Well, you're phenomenal in the kitchen and you're phenomenal in the craft room. So I am going to let you guys take it away. And I'm glad it was Jana. Nothing against Jurek, but I was ready for you. I'm
We're
ready.
like, wait. So, but it's all good.
All good, you guys.
Thanks, Jade.
See you in like 25 minutes or so.
All right, awesome. Hey, everybody, I'm Melinda Romero, account executive here at Grace Company.
And I'm the sales manager here, Jana Matthews. We are so excited to bring this day home and talk about our unique machines. So
Yes.
excited. Now we've got a lot here. We put them all on one frame so it was easy to see. We've got a couple of different ones. Now we talked about our first little small machine yesterday, the Little Rebel. It's not part of the whole unique line because it's a straight stitch. So these are specific just quilting machines, and we're going to go over what's the same and what's different. It's going to be super fun. So put any questions you've got in the chat. We'll be monitoring the S&P account managers. They're monitoring for questions. So make sure if there's something that you're like, you didn't cover, I really wanted to know, make sure you put that in the chat so we can get those questions answered.
Yes, awesome. So, you know, Janet, at shows, on the phones, I get questions all the time. You know, what do the numbers mean in your machines? What does X mean? What does Elite mean? And so many different features. That's what we're going to talk about today. I am super excited. So we have 3 different series of machines. We have the 16 series, 19 series, and 21 series. Between those different series, we have 2 models. We have an X model and X Elite model. The X and X Elite, those are available on the 16 and the 19.
Yes.
The 21, it's just the 21X Elite.
It's a huge diva.
It is
only an Elite, and it only works.
It's an only child.
It's an only child, right? It's the diva of our group. It has all the bells and whistles. But we were going to talk today a little bit. So you mentioned about the numbers. What does 16 mean? What does 19 minus 21? And that is the throat space. So that's the measurement from the needle all the way to the back of the throat. So you can see here, this is the 19. You can see how just those 2 inches of throat space next to it is the 21, and the 16 has 16 inches. So why would you care about how much throat space you have with a quilting machine?
You know, that there's truth to be told with that phrase, bigger is better, right?
It's true. The more quilt design you can do.
Yes, so you can, with a larger throat machine, that enables you and allows you to be able to quilt bigger blocks, larger spaces, before you have to advance fabric. It just makes it quite a bit easier having that longer reach of the throat. Now, it doesn't matter the size of the throat, you'll always be able to quilt side to side on the frame, but again, it's going to be that forwards, backwards, towards you and away from you that will be affected by the throat of the machine.
Yes, now tomorrow we're going to talk about frames specifically, but that is one thing to consider with your frames is which machine will fit on there. So like I was saying that the 21X Elite is the diva. It only fits on the Elite machines or frames.
Yes.
Whereas the 16 and the 19, they can fit on the Cutie, they can fit on the Q-Zone Hoop, all those other frames. And so that makes a difference on what you're picking. So if you're picking for your size of your room, that makes a difference of which machine you're gonna pick. Also, depth. The 21 you can see is lots bigger. If we go to that side picture again, you can see how much more it is on that side. So it's gonna hang out just a little bit more in the back than if you have a 21 or a 19. So if I bring this one back all the way and then bring this one back, you can see that 21 has a lot more space in the back. So that's something to consider too, is not just your depth for just the frame, but also the depth for your whole machine. So if I'm quilting at the back here, I got to have enough space at the back of my frame for that machine as well.
Yes. Now I saw a comment, and I apologize. Comments are coming in through super fast. Somebody had said, "Well, I'm short. I have shorter arms. How does that affect the long arm quilting?" I'm short. I have short arms, and we often joke, like when we go to shows, it's always the tall people that set up the frames. Even this frame right here, it's a little bit taller than what I would probably set up at home. Not by much though, but being short, having shorter arms, I can easily extend and have that reach on the Evolution Elite frame, even with the 21X Elite. So again, not hard at all. And I think one of the contributing factors is all of our machines, from the X to, or the 16 to the 21, all of the handles are adjustable. So they telescope, so you can pull them towards you, push them in, they rotate, they're fully ergonomical and adjustable, making it so you can quilt it with your comfort in mind. What I think is comfortable may not be what Jana thinks is comfortable, and by all means, you might not think it's comfortable for you. So that's one of the great features of that ease of adjustment with all of our machines that I think a lot of people love and appreciate with our products. Now, aside from all of the machines having those adjustable handles, we'll quickly go through what's the same between all the models.
Right, so the first thing that's the same is the stitches, this different stitch modes. So there's 4 different stitch modes, 3 with regulation and 1 without. So on the screen, whether it's the small screen or the large screen, you can see the different modes. So we have precise, which means your machine doesn't move until you move it. Cruise, like the cruise in your car, it's gonna keep going as soon as you press go. And then based is the other regulated. I just wanna show based here really quick. There's a small, medium, and large that's available for that. And then manual. Now, people have asked lots of times, why do you still have manual on your machines? Doesn't people just want regulation? Well, sometimes people are a little bit faster than the regulation, and so manual's a great way to do that. Or if you've been practicing for a really long time and you know exactly how the speed that you're going to be doing, you can go into manual mode and keep that the way it's supposed to be. The other thing that's the same here, we go back into precise or cruise. We'll go to precise. Is your stitches per inch. That's available on all the machines. You can put which stitching you prefer, right? If you're going to be going into a curve or a circle, you want to be tighter stitches so that you don't have those kind of train track kind of looking as you're going along the corner. And then all of them have the option to do an edge to edge. So this is, you can put it up at the top left and the bottom right, and then it'll warn you with a beeping sound, hey, you're getting kind of close for an inch or a half an inch. Don't get too close to that rail, because I do that, right? I'm I'm just making circles, I'm having lots of fun doing pebbles, and I'll get too close to the back or I'll get too close to the front. And with the edge warning, that tells me, hey, you're getting close, slow down, don't make this weird line because you've gotten too far.
You're gonna crash into a rail at some point.
Exactly. So all the machines have that, whether it's an X or X Elite, but you can see with the Elites, we have a larger screen that's a little bit different, and it has some other features in there. So we're gonna cover those in a minute.
Yeah, so we have a couple more features that are the same across all the machines. All of our machines use an M-class bobbin.
Ooh, I love the M-class.
Yes. So your typical, domestic machine, most are going to use a smaller L-class bobbin. The M-class bobbin, looks like we don't have any on top of the machines, but again, it's just a larger bobbin holding that much more thread. All of our machines have a built-in bobbin winder. I love that feature. When I'm starting a new project, I'll grab a handful of bobbins, and I'll pre-wind my bobbins before I start my project, have those handy and, ready to go. So as I run out of my bobbin, I can easily replace the bobbin with what I've been using. So I love that feature. All of the machines, again, are going to be phenomenal, and there's something for everybody. I'm a firm believer in that. So whether it's budget or space that you have available, there's a machine that's going to work for you.
I'm glad you said that, because you can have all the space in the world but no budget.
Right.
And so you're tempted to go bigger, but then you're going to be regretting how much you spent on that.
Right.
Great, fabulous frame and machine, but it just really was over the budget. And you can have all the money or no money in the world, but a lot of money in the world, but no space. And so you just want to make sure that what you're doing so that you can get to the back of your frame if you need to, because you do want to do things and plug in and test stuff. And what about channel locks and all those kinds of things? So those two features, making sure those two things to think about. How much is my budget and what is my space? Those are the top two things to think about when you're purchasing any machine and frame.
Yes,
I think.
and I wouldn't leave it at machines. That could be a car, that could be a house, that could be a boat. So I believe that applies to so many different things besides our quilting machines. All right, so now that we've talked about the same features across
similar.
The machines, yes, similar. Let's just we'll bring the X machine just kind of forward, front and center. Again, the X series is going to have a smaller screen display than what we see on the X Elite models.
And doesn't have as many features in that. So it has the edge warning, the modes we talked about, the stitch per inch.
Your jog forwards, your backwards.
Your lights and different things, but it's not going to have basically your instruction manual in a screen, which we're going to go over next.
Yes, yes. So again, I don't want to say it's a compromise between an X and an X Elite. A lot of it boils down to maybe personal preference, making sure that you're staying within budget, with your frame. Just know, we have the options available for you. So, did we miss anything on the X models?
So on the X models, well, with the 16, I just want to talk about the different coloring. So the X is a navy blue, and the Elite has the gunmetal, like the 19 does, and the 21X Elite. So if you're looking at a screen and you're thinking, wow, I can't tell the difference between, besides the screen is the colors of the machines themselves. And then with the different machines, we have an option that's similar right now is we have the new throat lights, and that's on the 16, the 21, and the 19 that just came out. So you're gonna have that nice throat light area. You can see it. I'm gonna put my hand underneath here. Just gives you another added feature that's the same on all the frames. All the machines. I keep saying frame.
It's just like those calls. I have a problem with my machine, but they're actually talking about their frame.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute. Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
So, yes.
So the difference in the X Elites is basically your manual in the screen. So first, you have these different options here in your toolbox. So I can come to my measuring tool, and I will lift up my needle and move it so you can kind of see it. Oops, let me lift that up before I go in there, otherwise it won't work. So now you can see this coming forward. It's going to be able to measure side to side, left to right, and front and back. That gets you to where it's supposed to go. And then you can hold it to mark the next spot as well. Also in the toolbox, your calculator. I don't know about you, I have one on my phone, but I still think I need a calculator all the time. It's just nice and handy to have that
I always
there.
make fun of Mark because he uses his old school handheld little calculator whenever he's crunching numbers, and it's like, why don't you just use your phone?
Yeah.
You have your phone with you all the time anyways. It's just funny.
But it's just so nice to have that so that you don't have to worry about, oh, where is it? Maybe you're listening to music on your phone or listening to a podcast. This way you're able to just use that calculator. My favorite feature, though, is our bobbin winder. And let me see if it'll go.
The bobbin estimator.
Bobbin estimator, thank you. So you can name your bobbin whatever you want to call it. You can name it Bob. You can name it the color. Here we can add a bobbin, or we can add the red color that's there and say, okay, it's this one, I know that I've done 65 yards. I'm gonna turn it on. And when I come out, it's now gonna have my little green icon that is allowing me to know, is it full? Then when it starts to run out, it'll start to turn orange, and it's about to run out, it'll be red. Perfect for when you're starting out a new project. Check that bobbin estimator, because now people will say, well, why doesn't it show specifically what it is? Well, every time you start a new piece, you're pulling up some thread. It doesn't know how much is in there. It doesn't know how much you tied off. So it's just an estimator to get you to where you need to go.
And I always tend to estimate a little bit less than what I think would fit on the bobbin. So with finesse thread, being a 50 weight in a 3-ply, you can probably wind about 80 yards.
to 80 yards,
80 yards of thread. So I usually estimate about 70, 75 yards on my estimator. That way, for any thread tails or tie-offs or anytime I've cut thread, it's helpful to account for the thread that I've, in a sense, lost with the cutting. So.
And if your winder's not winding it as tight as you can get commercially. The edge warning is there, we talked about previously, and then project. So the lifetime of this machine, we have stitched for 6 hours. You can see that's the same as the project we've been doing. So it shows how many stitches, 327 for the project, and you can see we've just gone over slightly of the lifetime. Now you can reset this and go back to 0 so that your project, again, you can say how many are going on there.
One thing I just want to touch on. So many people ask or talk about, I'm just a home quilter. I'm not a professional. And honestly, with any of our machines, you can be a home quilter. You could be finishing quilts, doing commissions and finishing those quilt projects for other people. And that project mode is a perfect way to kind of help keep track of how many stitches, you've put into the quilt, and being able to, just kind of adjudicate, what you would charge somebody to finish those quilts. Or maybe you're curious, and you just want to know, I'm doing this quilt. How many stitches was it? How long did it take me? So it doesn't matter if you're, what you say, I'm just an at-home quilter, or if you're doing it quilting for a business. That feature can be for both.
Yeah, I love that. Also on this screen, you can come to settings, your screen brightness, your needle area brightness, whether you want it to be the needle in the needle up or needle down, your overspeed sound, clicking sound, all those things, the edge warning, maybe you like the lights but you don't like the sound, you can set all of those available. This is where in the help features where we get into the instruction manual on the screen. So preparing to quilt, quilting, maintenance, troubleshooting, even using the touch screen allows you to go from each section. So for instance, preparing to quilt, I need to thread my machine. So one of the things is on the 16 and 19s, there's printing on the side of the machine that shows you how to thread the machine. However, on the 21, it doesn't have that. So this is a great tool on the 21X Elite. You'll zoom in and it'll show you exactly how to use that, get that thread where it's supposed to go. Also choosing your needle. This is another one I really love. People ask us all the time, what size needle am I supposed to be using for my quilting? And did you know it doesn't matter about the quilt so much as the thread? So you can see there, the 14, 16, 18, and then never use a dull, bent, burred, or damaged needle. I love that it's showing, oh, this one is bent. And to change your needle after 18 hours.
Somebody once told me, the most important thing for your machine is your needle. The least expensive thing for your machine is your needle.
It's true.
Change your needles. That's all I have to say. It'll help ease frustrations that I've seen a lot of people go through because they hadn't changed their needle, and not changing a needle can, cause some issues in the long run with the machine. But change the needle. Quick, simple. They're very inexpensive. So just make sure you're changing them.
So next is quilting, right? Setting your tension, winding the bobbin, all those kinds of things that you need for starting to quilt. And then we have maintenance. How often you should oil it. This is another one. Where should you oil it, right? It's got a cleaning guide and an oiling guide, so you can pay attention specifically to those. Troubleshooting, this is another one I really love, right? When you have long stitches or general, let's talk about long stitches. There are two different kinds. There's a skip stitch, and then there's a missing long stitch. So one has to do with encoders, one has to do with something else. So you can see here, this is where you can check all the things to know, all right, here's my troubleshooting, and here's my encoders, those longer stitches. So like I said, all these different wonderful ways to help you learn not only your machine, but sometimes like, I don't know what it is. You can have both, right? You have the manual in front of you and you're looking through, but somehow when it's on a screenshot, sometimes people learn differently from different ways.
You know, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm the person, if I'm having problems with whether it's my quilting machine, whether it's my espresso machine, whether it's my car, you know, it's always, where's the manual? I can't find the manual. It's not where I remember having, you know, that's just like you put something somewhere so you don't lose it.
Yep.
And I lose it. So I would say, you know, having that user interface built right into the X Elite series, it's just like having your manual right at your fingertips. You're not going to have problems anywhere else besides when you're at the machine.
Yeah,
You know, so having that built in, complete game changer. I love it. You know, and I've heard so many comments, you know, from people at shows, you know, just complimenting, you know, I love that when I have an issue, you know, it's usually going to be in that user interface. I can easily find what the problem is and work on resolving that problem without having to walk away from the machine, potentially getting sidetracked, you know, go let the dog outside, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, you know, and then you come back and it's like, oh, wait, I was supposed to get the manual. So,
well, and the other thing I love about that is it just keeps you quilting faster, right?
Yes.
You're just not having to stop, like you were saying, all the things that can come up if you leave your quilting machine and frame so that you can get those taken care of. The other thing I wanted to talk about that's different between the different machines is the stitching speed per minute.
I do want to stop, interject, because I did see a question in the comments. So when you were showing us about the needles, and it's not so much what are you quilting through, but it's what type of thread you're using. So the question was, what's the best thread for unique machines?
Well, again, it depends on the thread, will be depending on what you're sewing, but we typically use our finesse thread, and we find that finesse works great. It's a 50 weight, and so using that 16 or 18 needle works wonders with that one. And I saw another question that asked, can you get printed pages or does it only come in the screen? Every machine comes with not only your instruction manuals in a white little box, it also comes with a reference card that you can hang on the side of your frame so that you have it easy every time that you're looking at it. So you can have it at the screen, and if you have an X instead of an X Elite, you can use that reference card and instruction manual.
Yes, yes. And I'll say, you know, I have talked to so many customers that say they use this thread or that thread or, you know, some other thread in conjunction with, you know, using finesse thread. You know, so it's not, you know, you have to use finesse thread or you have to use that thread or this thread or what have you. Use the thread that you like the colors. Just be mindful. Machines can be picky, not just our machines. I've had a couple, you know, experiences with sewing machines that for whatever reason didn't like a particular thread, and it took a while to get to the point where I was finally like, okay, I am done with this thread, with this machine, tried a different thread, and everything worked. And it, you know, machines can be like that. They can be finicky, picky, throw tantrums just like a 2-year-old. So,
but we recommend finesse
because
we have tested it in our machines, and so I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't use others, but we find that that's working best.
Yes.
But the stitch per minute, so the 16X is the smallest, and it's only 1,700 stitches per minute. Then the 16X Elite goes up to 2,100. The 19X goes to 2,000. And then the 19X Elite and the 21X Elite, they share the same stitch speed, 2,600, but the 21 has a more powerful motor.
Yes.
So that's another thing to consider as you're looking at the different machines, and what will work for you is how fast are you of a quilter.
And you know, just to kind of piggyback on that, I have talked to customers and they're like, you know, I would never quilt that fast. I would never need that many stitches per minute. And you know, and people often kind of associate the stitches per minute with sewing. When you're sewing, by all means, you don't need a machine that's going to stitch that fast. Nobody would be able to keep up with the machine. But when you're quilting, you're in a whole different ball game where it's very easy to get that many stitches per minute, depending on what you're quilting.
So again, figure out what your best budget is, figure out what your space is, and then that will drive what quilting you're going to be doing with your different machines and frames.
Yes, so I love our machines. You know, I've been with Grace Company almost 4 years. You've been with Grace a little bit longer than that. I started, you know, with quilting, not having any quilting experience. I would say I kind of grew up, you know, with the older, the 15, 19, 21 models, and now the new X and X Elite series, you know, and it really does make, whether you're a brand new quilter or, you know, an expert or a novice quilter,
but don't be afraid, right? Like, don't be afraid thinking that I'm a brand new quilter and I should stay away from the 21. That does not mean anything. It's the same running system, so don't feel like, oh, I can only do this one because it's the beginning. No. Get the thing that's going to work best for you and where your goals are to be quilting.
Right. So whatever will fit in your budget and fit in your space. Even if you have a big space and you're thinking, maybe I'll just start with the 16, I might, you know, reconsider, because before long you're going to be very comfortable with that throat space. Before long you'll be thinking, oh, I wish I'd gone a little bit bigger. You know, we hear it all the time. You know, so really think about what you want, you know, how big of quilts you'll be quilting. Sewing Machines Plus will be more than happy, you know, to help upgrade your machine, you know, when you're ready to. But, you know, when you're purchasing, just think about, you know, the next little while.
Yeah. Well, so thank you everybody for joining us. I think we got all the questions. Jane, did you see any that we missed, or any questions you have about any of the Qunique machines?
No, but I want a Qunique machine. I love what you said, Jana, and that was a great takeaway. Is like, don't get the one because you're like, oh, I'm new. Get the one where you think you're going to go.
Right.
So
have
true.
the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really fantastic. You guys are awesome. Thank you for joining us again.
Of course.
We will see you tomorrow one more time in this awesome, well, not one more time. Wait, I'm so confused. 2 more times.
Two more times.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know. I'm living in quilt land. I want one of everything. And
well, you know what, Jane, I've been gone for the last 2 weeks, and it's like, I went through daylight saving, or, you know, time change, and now I'm like, I don't even know what day it is. So just like you, it's like, I'm just here. I'm here. I don't know the day, the time, all of that. So
we say, we're like, oh, the day goes so fast, but no, I'm still right there at the beginning of the day. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Melinda and Jana, thank you so much for that great presentation. Let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on a Qunique. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I am still super revved up, just like I was at the beginning of the day. Okay, here's your Qunique 19X Elite. That's your 19-inch long arm quilting machine. And you're getting that Q-Zone hoop frame along with this. This is a great price. $7449. Call now and order. You see the pricing off the MSRP. That's really great. Again, free shipping. Call now to order now. It's 800-401-8151. And there is your Qunique 21X Elite long arm quilting machine. That's a great price. Remember, order where you think you're going to go. This may be it. Your Quilt Fest pricing $949. That looks like it might have an extra number in it, but I'm just going to go with 9494. Or maybe, okay, we'll go back and ask Blaine about that one. 800-401-8151. Order now. And when you order, make sure you get the right price. Okay, what else do we have, guys? Oh, it's back to me. Blaine, can you clear up the price on that one?
Just call.
So I'm just curious, is 94949? So it's 94? No.
I don't even know. Just tell them to call in. Everybody call. And it's a call-in special, Jane.
Okay.
Call
Call-in special. Yes,
Call-in
thank you.
special. Just
I
call.
didn't think it was $94,000, although I wish you think, or I think you
Yeah, I
wish
think
it was.
94,000, maybe a little bit high. So I'm very confident, Jane, that was a typo.
Okay.
So everybody call in because it's not $94,000.
I mean, I was like, hold on a second. What does that say? I can't.
Well, hey, that was our humor for the day.
Thank you.
That was our.
We're chock full of it the last half hour. Let me tell you.
I know. Well, hey, Jane, you know what? We're at the end of day 3. Can you believe it's already halfway over?
I can actually right now. I can believe it.
It's crazy. And just to let everybody know, we only have Jane until noon tomorrow.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. Jane's she's got a previous engagement she's got to go to, and she'll be out all Friday. So I'm all by myself Friday, Jane. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do it, but hopefully I'll just channel some of your energy and be able to make it happen.
I hope you can channel some of my energy. That would be fun to see, wouldn't it, everybody? Wouldn't you love to see?
Well, if we could bottle some of your energy, we could probably sell that too and do pretty well.
That'd be great. You know what we could sell? My hairdresser always says, sell your hair DNA because it grows so long and so fast. It's like a Barbie doll. You pull it on my head. And we could sell my energy. I mean, 2 things right there.
There we go.
$94,000 right there.
Well, instead of selling something, let's just give something away right now.
That's a great idea. Let's give something away.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do a $25 card. And we got a little spinning music going on. So, Andrew, spin that wheel.
I do like the music at the end of the day.
Yeah, kind of breaks it up a little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh, you want me to take it? Rochelle,
Yeah.
Beat and Cup, congratulations. Hanging with us on YouTube today. We love having you here, Rochelle. You need to get your prize. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page and fill out all of the information, and Blaine and the team will get the prize right out to you. And you have 30 days to redeem your prize. We love that you're with us on YouTube.
Yes, and Rochelle, we will email you a gift card code once we get all your information, and you'll be able to use it at the checkout and save $25.
Right. Make sure you get the email.
Oh, yes. Very important. All right, next up, we are going to give away one of our world famous sew mats. And we have these in 13 different colors. We have them in 12 different sizes other than the blue. I'm sorry, 4 different sizes other than the blue, gold, and red. And we have those in 5 different sizes because we have the brand new ones in, the 2XL large for those brand new big machines out there. So we have those. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
Blaine, I'm thinking we should do one with the DIY by Jane logo and says more is more and less is a bore.
I think we ought to.
I think so too. Let's make that happen between
right.
shows.
Susan Gleason is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Susan, Jane's going to tell you how to claim that prize.
Oh, Susan, congratulations. Just head on over to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, and fill out all the information that you'll see right there in the very easy place for you to fill out the information. But just make sure you tell us what color and what size mat you need and want.
There we go. That simple. All right, we are going to give away a Brother P-Touch label maker. And these are really cool, Jane, because all you have to do is download the app to your smartphone and it Bluetooths to this printer. And then all you have to do is do all the work in your phone, hit print, it'll print it there. And not only are we going to give you a $130 P-Touch, we're going to throw in $100 worth of tape to go in it to set you up. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
Not only these are great for your sewing room, your crafting room, your kitchen, your pantry,
gosh.
your closet, your hobby work shed. I mean, it's great for all over the house. Deborah Payne, thank you, Deborah, for hanging with us on YouTube today. We love having you here. Congratulations, you are the winner. Just go to smplive.tv and scroll down to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information, and Blaine and the crew at SMP will get you your P-Touch label out to you ASAP.
They will. All right, next up, we are going to give away a sewing machine, Jane.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Burnett Sew and Go made by Bernina. And this is a $200 value sewing machine. So, Andrew, spin that wheel. Janet Quarter, watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Janet. Janet, to claim that prize, claim that sewing machine, you have to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. That's simple.
So
all right,
simple.
Jane, guess what time it is?
Oh my gosh. Tell me it's time to pick the next runner-up.
It is the time to pick our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000.
Look at that studio.
Y'all see it right there on the screen. We have a Laura Star ironing system. We have a Butler robotics system. We have the Handi Quilter Moxie system over there. We have the Brother PRS 1X embroidery machine. We have the Juky. I think it's a 2010. We have the Baby Lock sewing machine. We have the Aero cabinet. And then we have one more. I think we have a FOF machine in there. And
he doesn't even know.
I mean, so much stuff. It's like completing your studio, that's for sure.
It was amazing.
And so, yeah, I think anybody would be pretty happy to get this, Jane.
I mean, yes, you think pretty happy?
All right. Are y'all
Like
ready
teasing
out
us.
there? Is everybody ready to find
Yes.
out who our third finalist is? Kyle,
Oh,
are you
yeah.
ready? Jane, are
Fingers
you ready?
crossed. I'm so ready for everybody. Fingers crossed for you all.
All right. Andrew, that's the big question. Andrew, are you ready?
Is
All right.
Andrew ready, really?
Andrew, spin that wheel. Here we go.
Okay, this is steps. This is steps.
Here we go. Bam. Janet Elliott.
Did you
So
see how
Janet
it's
Elliott, watching today from Facebook, you are our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway, and you are guaranteed to get a runner-up prize regardless. And we're going to draw the winner out on Friday at the end of the show, and we'll have another winner tomorrow that'll be a finalist, and then we'll pick the final fifth finalist on Friday, and then we will pick them out. And but Jane thought it was a great day today, didn't you?
Of course, it's always a great day when I get to hang with you, Blaine, and the crew at SMP, and all of my friends in SMP Nation. So yeah, it was a great day today.
Oh, I'm telling you, the SMP Nation was here in strong force again today. So we hope that y'all will join us tomorrow. We will be here. We'll start the stream off at 7:45 a.m. Pacific time, 9:45 a.m. Central time. And we'll have another great day tomorrow as well. I got to throw a couple dates out there. Y'all write these dates down. The Serger Soiree virtual Serger event is going to be April the 8th through the 11th. And it'll be 4 days of serging. And we're going to have all the Viking, all the FOF, and all the Baby Lock. We're going to cover. It's going to be a great, great time. We're going to have a bunch of great educators. And then mark your calendars down on every Tuesday. Y'all need to tune in to SMP to see one of the ladies with Takeover Tuesday, including Jane Klaus. And then every Thursday, we have our regular SMP Live at 10 a.m., both shows at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central. Y'all make sure you tune in, and make sure y'all tune in tomorrow, Jane.
What a whole network happening, Blaine. You're the guy at the top of the building, just planning all the programming. I love it. You have a great show tomorrow too. Somebody just said, "What's on tomorrow?" We have a great show tomorrow. We have a great show every day. You just got to watch the SMP channel on YouTube because you have a great show all week long.
That's right. And if y'all want to get a sneak peek of what's going on for tomorrow, just go visit SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page where it says classes and events, click that. It'll take you to a landing page. You'll see a square that has Quilt Fest. Click it. It'll take you to the Quilt Fest page, and you can look at the schedule down there. It tells you all the products we're going to have. It'll tell you all the educators, and it'll also tell you the 2 educational sessions. And so go check that out if you want to get a sneak peek. And if you want to get ahead of the game like they usually do, Jane, they call. They'll go look now, see what's on, and they call and order it before they even present it.
Phone lines are open till 6 o'clock Pacific time.
That is true.
That is, what is that? 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern.
You got it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody.
Okay.
Well, thank y'all so much for joining in today. Jane, thank you as usual. You did a great job.
Thanks,
and
Blaine.
we will see y'all first thing in the morning. Bye.